rushed help to the site, rescue site and accident site, which is Rangapani station near New Jalpaiguri railway station. And this is, like I said, a major hub. The Kanchanjunga Express is a very popular train from Sealdah in Kolkata to states places like Silchar and Agartala. And of course, this train was coming towards Sealdah. It had crossed the New Jalpaiguri station in the morning and was hit by a goods train from behind at the Rangapani station. Rescue and relief operations are on. No reports of any casualties yet.
As always, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us with the breaking news information coming in. As my colleague Saurabh Gupta is reporting, there have been no reports of any casualties so far. But this train operates with a very old railway rake, as per the details Saurabh has disclosed. But it is a popular train, especially for tourists, and it sometimes goes to Silchar and Agartala, but it runs daily. This route runs daily. Saurabh, the DM, SP, doctors and ambulances, as well as disaster teams, have been rushed to the site as per the latest update that the Chief Minister has provided?
That's right. Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, has tweeted that shocked to learn just now about a tragic train accident in the Phansidewa area of Darjeeling district. While details are awaited, Kanchenjunga Express has reportedly been hit by a goods train. The district magistrate, the superintendent of police, doctors, ambulances and disaster teams have been rushed to the site for rescue, recovery and medical assistance. Action on war footing initiated. Now, this, of course, is from the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. The pictures are quite scary. In fact, you can see one of the coaches completely lifted in the air because of the impact of the collision of the goods train that hit the Kanchanjunga Express from behind. Now, this is the main line and road the rail connectivity to not just North Bengal, but also to the entire northeast of India. This is the main railway track that goes to New Jalpaiguri and then onwards to Guwahati and the rest of northeast India. So rail traffic is likely to be affected, though there is an alternative route via, which is via Aluabari and then Siliguri and Bagdogra, and that route also is used by some passenger trains. So some of the trains are likely to be diverted via that route, via Sevok and all of that. But obviously, this is the main railway route into northeast India and North Bengal. This is in that Chicken's Neck corridor, as we call it, and a very, very strategic rail route as well. And this accident taking place on in that area, in the Chicken's Neck area, in Darjeeling district of West Bengal, North Bengal region. And of course, like the Chief Minister has said, rescue relief teams have been rushed to the spot. The district magistrate, the superintendent of police have all been sent to the spot to assist in rescue and relief operations. The railways have a pretty large setup in New Jalpaiguri, and all resources that the railways need to send is also being sent to the spot. It's just one station away. Rangapani is just one station away from New Jalpaiguri station. And of course, if you're traveling from Kolkata towards New Jalpaiguri, which is the main railway hub for tourists also, the Rangapani station comes just one station before New Jalpaiguri. So it's very close to the railway hub of New Jalpaiguri. So railways, of course, will also rush all relief and rescue materials required for the relief and rescue operations near Rangapani station, where the Kanchenjunga Express, the Sealdah-bound Kanchenjunga Express, was hit by a goods train this morning.
Right, Saurabh, as we are showing our viewers currently on our screens, these are the first visuals coming in of this tragic incident that has taken place in West Bengal. Efforts are underway on a war footing to address the situation, as my colleague Saurabh Gupta is reporting live. Railway authorities have confirmed that this accident occurred between Rangapani and Nijbari stations. But as my colleague Saurabh is also informing us, this route is a very crucial route. It's the main railway route into northeast India. Fortunately, so far, no casualties have been reported, but this is a developing breaking news situation that we are currently reporting on. We will, of course, get you the latest from Ground Zero as and when officials inform us about the latest update. But so far, no casualties. This train, as Saurabh is reporting, operates with a very old railway rake, and it is a popular route for tourists, especially because this train, while it runs daily, it sometimes goes to Silchar and Agartala. Right, Saurabh, also take our viewers through the significance of this route. You have mentioned that it goes to Silchar and Agartala, it runs daily, and it is a popular train, especially for tourists, right?
That's right. In fact, this is something that is a very popular route for tourists. It's something that is also very, very important in terms of, the entire sort of railway traffic into the northeast of India and North Bengal region. So all trains, all goods trains, all railway trains that are headed into the northeast travel through this railway route. All your important trains like the Dibrugarh Rajdhani, the Agartala Rajdhani also travel through this route. So it's a very important railway route as far as this area is concerned. It's in the Chicken's Neck corridor, very close to Siliguri, the Siliguri corridor or the Chicken's Neck corridor. So a very strategic rail route as well. A lot of military movements also take place through this rail route. So it's a very important rail route. And the accident has taken place at a station called Rangapani. No reports of any casualties so far. A goods train from behind hit the Kanchanjunga Express that operates with an ICF rake, which is an old railway rake. And of course, the railways have been upgrading all its rakes to the LHB rakes, which are more modern and of course more safe, as well as safe during collisions. Because what happens in the ICF rake is that there is a tendency the rakes, once there is a collision, that the rakes come on top of each other, and that leads to more casualties and more injuries and more deaths. But in this case, what we know is that this is an ICF rake, and that therefore that fear is there. The LHB rakes are safer. Kanchenjunga Express is a very important train. Like I said, it goes to two places. It goes to Agartala or it goes to Silchar, and it is a very, very important train because it's a train if you want to go towards North Bengal or Northeast India from Kolkata in the morning. It's one of the important trains. It leaves very in the morning. Similarly, it also comes from that side in the morning. This train had left the New Jalpaiguri station and was headed towards Sealdah, and barely after leaving the New Jalpaiguri station, it was hit by a goods train from behind. Of course, how this accident occurred, why the signals were given to a goods train to proceed when the Kanchanjunga Express was on track is something that obviously will be a part of inquiry. But at this point, the breaking news that's coming in from the Rangapani station, which is situated within that Chicken's Neck corridor, is of course that there has been a rail accident there. This is the Kanchanjunga Express that travels with ICF rakes that has been hit by a goods train from behind. Luckily, no reports of any injuries, casualties so far.
Right, no reports of any casualties so far. But also, Saurabh, take us through, will connectivity to the rest of the country be affected because of this accident?
There is an alternative route, which is, of course, the route that is a single line route that bifurcates from Aluabari Road and then goes on to Naxalbari and, travels into Siliguri via Bagdogra and then travels further into North Bengal and the rest of the northeast states via Sivok, Udlabari and all those routes. But that is a single line route. This is the main line into northeast India and, of course, North Bengal. And the Chicken's corridor is the main corridor that carries rail connectivity, road connectivity into the northeast of India. So it is a very important route. There are likely to be disruptions in rail traffic to northeast India and trains from Guwahati to other parts of the country and trains from including New Jalpaiguri to Sealdah, because this is also on the New Jalpaiguri-Sealdah route as well. And though, of course, how fast the railways can clear up the debris and, restore rail traffic is something that remains to be seen. Though what we are being given to understand is because the goods train hit there's a goods carriage, usually a goods van that is attached to passenger trains right at the end. And therefore, you would see perhaps the casualties and the fears of human lives being lost is considerably sort of lessened by that. But then again, this is a passenger train and it has general compartments at the end of the train. So obviously, these are things that the rescue and relief operations are considering as they get underway in Rangapani station.
Right. Also, Saurabh, as we can see through the visuals coming in, the impact has severely damaged the 3 rear coaches.
Yes, it seems pretty damaged. The coaches seem pretty damaged. In fact, one coach, as I can see in these pictures, seems to be right up in the air. But that is the problem with ICF coaches, and that's why the railways have been upgrading to LHB coaches and more modern platforms of Indian Railways like the Vande Bharat. But obviously this is a old coach. This is a very important train, though it's still been functioning with ICF coaches, even though most of the other railway trains to these parts of the country have been upgraded to LHB coaches, and that is one reason why ICF coaches can climb on top of each other in the case of a railway accident, and that's one of the reasons why the railways have been actively upgrading to LHB. But this train, one of the most important trains to North Bengal actually, has still been functioning with ICF coaches, and this train this morning was hit by a goods train early this morning at the Rangapani station near New Jalpaiguri station, which is situated in that Chicken's Neck corridor near Siliguri, or the Siliguri corridor, and it's a very important rail route. It's an important rail route simply because it is the connectivity. It provides connectivity, rail connectivity to the northeastern states of India, to the rest of the country, and rail traffic has been critically affected on this very important and strategic railway route because of this railway accident this morning, where the Kanchanjunga was hit by a goods train from behind.
Well, as Saurabh is reporting, a passenger train and a goods train have collided in the Darjeeling district. This is what the visuals you are seeing from that area at the moment. The Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express involved in an accident at Rangapani station near New Jalpaiguri in North Bengal. Visuals coming in from there. Mamata Banerjee has tweeted that she's shocked to learn just now about this tragic train incident in the Fansideva area of Darjeeling district. The Chief Minister has said that while details are awaited, the Kanchanjunga Express has reportedly been hit by a goods train. In fact, Ms. Banerjee has added that the district magistrate, the SP, doctors, ambulances along with disaster teams have been rushed to the spot. Here's an eyewitness speaking to the media. Listen in.
तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जगह मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत
क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर
यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आगे जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद।
एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था?
जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद।
तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है?
वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब एक दो जो है डेड बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है जो है। हाँ,
लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी?
हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे भी।
अच्छा
जी,
तो अभी क्या रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है?
जी अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है। यहाँ के लोकल पब्लिक को बहुत धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगा।
पब्लिक अगर नहीं होता तो रेस्क्यू।
नाम बताइए।
हमारा नाम MD यूनुस।
क्या हुआ था दादा, क्या आपको क्या पता चला है?
क्या पता चला, अभी तो एक्सीडेंट हुआ ही तो सब लोग देख रहे हैं सुबह से। अभी तो रेल की तरफ से कोई रेस्क्यू टीम नहीं आया है, अभी पब्लिक लोग ही सब कर रहा है।
कितने पैसेंजर्स हताहत हुआ है इसमें?
अभी तो हिसाब से 50-60 तो हुआ है, और भी ज्यादा हो सकता है।
अच्छा,
तो डेड बॉडी भी बहुत निकला है, अभी तो लोकल लोग ही सब कर रहा है।
अच्छा, तो कोई रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है
अभी तो हम लोग नहीं दिख रहा है, अब लोग दिखाए। हाँ, दिख रहा है।
कैसे हुआ एक्सीडेंट? कुछ
ऐसे तो कोई मालूम नहीं कैसे होगा, अभी तो देख ही तो रहा है सब कैसे हुआ है। अचानक आवाज हुआ, हम लोग गाँव के हम गाँव से आए हैं।
Right, several passengers have suffered injuries after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal this morning. The Kanchanjunga Express was actually travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind.
तो जितना हम लोग को पता चला, सामने कंचनजंगा जो एक्सप्रेस है वो धीरे गति से चल रहा था, वो खड़ा नहीं था, धीरे गति चल रहा था। पीछे से जो मालगाड़ी है वो अचानक बहुत स्पीड से था, वो आके पीछे से मर दिया उसको।
तो क्या एक ही ट्रैक पे हुआ है?
एक ही ट्रैक पे दो ट्रेन एक ही ट्रैक पे आ गया।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मतलब
अचानक देखिए इतना आवाज हुआ था, यहाँ पे जो लोकेलिटी जितना सब है सब आके इसके ऑपरेशन में लग गया। स्पॉट डेड हम लोगों को जितना पता चला 5-6 जन यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू किया गया है। अभी भी अब देख सकते हैं कि अभी जस्ट नाउ एक जन को रेस्क्यू करके गया, बट उतने जो टीम होना चाहिए मेडिकल टीम, उतना अभी तक मेडिकल टीम आगे पहुंचा नहीं एट टाइम में। और अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं ट्रेन का जो पायलट है अभी अटक हुआ है, उनको अभी रेस्क्यू करना पड़ेगा। अभी तो हाँ, उनका मौत हो, स्पॉट डेड हो गया उनको। धन्यवाद।
Well, 2 coaches of the Kanchanjunga Express have derailed in the crash. That's what's learned so far. More details about the accident are awaited. In fact, my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary is tracking the developments as well. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Ratnadeep, we've just heard from eyewitnesses who are at the spot. They say railway officials have not reached the spot yet. What details can you disclose at the moment?
Well, what we are hearing from railway headquarters and the Northeast Frontier Railway, and what we can put it out, because this has been confirmed by railways, is that about an hour back, or more than that in fact, in a station which is called Rangapani near Pachideva, which is just after the new Jalpaiguri junction, which is a very important junction of Northeast Frontier Railway. This is the linking point between Northeast India and North Bengal. This is where the goods train overshoot the signal and hit the rear portion of the down Agartala Sealdah Kanchanjunga Express. It is a very popular train, particularly for the people of Tripura and people of southern Assam to reach other parts of Assam and Bengal. Now, in this, what we have confirmed information now that 2 parcel van and the guard coach, these are the coaches which have got derailed and very badly damaged as well, as the goods train had hit from rear, at the rear portion, from the back. So the goods train has come, jumped the signal and hit the passenger train from the back. And therefore, NDRF team and rescue teams of Northeast Frontier Railways and 15 ambulances have reached the site. That's what railway headquarters are telling us.
Right.
As of now, Northeast Frontier Railway has not issued an official list of people who are injured or if there are any casualties. Neither has West Bengal government done, because this is part of the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. However, this is basically, the location is very close to the new Jalpaiguri junction, the NGP junction, as it is popularly known.
I sincerely apologize, I'm interrupting you, but the railway helpline numbers are now up on our screens. As far as those numbers are concerned, we will of course get them up for you permanently on our screen. But the Northeast Frontier Railway, we do not have a reaction from them yet, as Ratnadeep Chaudhary has highlighted. But my colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us at the moment. Vasudha, have you heard from the Ministry of Railways regarding this tragic incident?
Well, Parmeshwar, Railway Ministry sources are looking into this matter. The ministers are already in the war room, and what we hear is NDRF and divisional team and 15 ambulances are already at the spot. So there is, sense of there is a sense that the rescue operations have already begun. And
Senior T Sealdah.
Right, Vasudha's with us at the moment. Vasudha, go on. You were mentioning that the Ministry of Railways sources have informed us regarding this incident that's taken place. What's the latest update you can disclose at the moment?
Well, Parmeshwar, what we understand is that ministers are already there in the war room and they're monitoring the situation. There's a probability of 2 deaths as of now, and the NDRF and divisional team, along with 15 ambulances, have already reached the spot. And what we understand is that this was a container train that overshot signal and hit the rear portion of the Kanchenjunga Express that Ratnadeep was also explaining is an important. It's a popular train, and it, in some ways, is important for the people of Tripura and Assam. It's one thing that links Northeast India with the east of India. So the coach had 2 parcel vans, and there was the guard coach which was in the rear. But of course, Mamata Banerjee has also tweeted about it. But as far as my sources in the Railway Ministry are concerned, they are saying that the rescue operations have already begun and 15 ambulances are at the spot. And we will have to just wait for a bit to get more updates on this.
Thanks so much, Vasudha, for joining us with the latest information. This is the developing breaking news story we're currently tracking. While the Northeast Frontier Railway has not officially responded to this tragic accident, as Vasudha's sources are informing her from the Ministry of Railways, there is a probability of 2 deaths, of 2 casualties, though we are waiting for a confirmation from the Ministry of Railways regarding the death toll at the moment. Top officials from the Ministry of Railways are monitoring the situation in West Bengal. In fact, the rescue operations have begun and 15 ambulances are at the spot. This is the developing breaking news information we're tracking on NDTV. We're slipping into a very quick break. Do stay tuned for further information.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
Well, the breaking news we're tracking at the moment on NDTV, several passengers have suffered injuries after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal earlier this morning. The Kanchanjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind near the Rangapani station, which is located close to New Jalpaiguri. What we can share with you at the moment is two coaches of the Kanchanjunga Express have derailed in this crash. That's what's learned at the moment. More details about this accident are awaited. But the Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, has reacted on X. In fact, she has said doctors and disaster response teams have been rushed to the spot. In fact, she has also said that the DM, SP, ambulances, medical teams have been dispatched to the area where this accident has occurred. That's the breaking news information we're tracking for you at the moment from West Bengal. The accident has happened near Rangapani station in North Bengal as a goods train rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express. Several people are feared injured in this train accident. Those are the helpline numbers you are seeing on your screens at the moment for this accident. We also have reactions coming in. We will line up those reactions from eyewitnesses for you as these rescue operations are underway. Now, there is a probability of 2 deaths as of now. We are waiting for a confirmation regarding the same. But top officials from the Ministry of Railways are monitoring the situation. That's what the Ministry of Railways has informed us. Our sources have also added that the rescue operations have begun and 15 ambulances are at the spot where these visuals are coming from. The impact, we're being told, as per preliminary news, that 3 rail coaches have been severely damaged. There are no confirmed reports of any casualties at the moment, but the Ministry of Railways, our sources from there, are informing us that there's a probability of 2 deaths so far. Ratnadeep is with us over the phone line tracking the latest developments. Ratnadeep, the Ministry of Railways sources within the department inform us that there's a probability of 2 deaths as of now. Are you hearing anything from official sources? And do we have any reaction currently from the Northeast Railway Command?
The Northeast Frontier Railway in some time will issue an official initial statement, and we don't have officially any confirmation of casualties or injuries, but as we are hearing from sources that there are casualties and injuries in this accident. Remember, at least 3 coaches have got derailed here. This incident took place about somewhere around 8 a.m. Or after that. That's what we're hearing from our sources in Northeast Frontier Railway. And the location, Rangapani near Pasideva, which is actually just after the new Jalpaiguri station, NJP station, which is a very important junction linking northeast India to North Bengal region of West Bengal. And it is a very, and this line between NJP or rather Kishanganj in Bihar to NGP and beyond that.
और मालगाड़ी का जो आगे का इंजन है वहाँ पे गैस कटर लगेगा, आरपीएफ भी आगे है, हम लोग लोकल पीएस से आगे है, ठीक है।
डेथ कैजुअलिटी
रजत अली।
ये जगह का नाम क्या है?
निर्मल जोत।
क्या हो गया था?
Meanwhile, we have a reaction coming in currently from the Minister of Railways. He has reacted on X saying it's an unfortunate accident in the NFR zone. Ashwini Vaishnav has further added that the rescue operations are going on at a war footing. The railways, the NDRF, the SDRF are working in close coordination. The injured are being shifted to the hospital while senior officials have reached the spot. The Minister of Railways has indeed confirmed that the Railways, NDRF and SDRF are working in close coordination as far as the rescue operation is concerned. Senior officials, meanwhile, have reached the spot while the injured are being shifted to a nearby hospital. That's the latest update we have from the Minister of Railways for you. Ashwini Vaishnav reacting on X, saying that it's an unfortunate accident that's taken place in the NFR zone and rescue operations are going on at a war footing. Saurabh Gupta, who's tracking the latest developments, is with us at the moment. Saurabh, we've seen Mr. Vaishnav's reaction. Also, the Ministry of Railways says that there's a probability of 2 casualties as of now. Any confirmation regarding any casualties or injuries?
Yes, from what we're hearing is that there could be a few casualties from the last coaches, because remember the goods train hit the Kanchanjunga Express from behind. And as of now, what we know is that though officially there has been no word on the casualties, there are some casualties that are expected in this accident that has taken place at Rangapani station, because what it seems like is that the goods train did have some speed when it hit the Kanchenjunga Express, because you see this was if you see the pictures that we're showing you on our screens right now, you will see one of the goods carriages of the passenger train, the Kanchenjunga Express. Usually these passenger trains have a goods carriage attached to the end of the train, and what has happened is that that goods carriage is of course completely been flung in the air. It's of course, you know, almost in an erect position, and therefore what has happened is that as a result of that, the other coaches that were towards the end of the train have been affected by this accident. In fact, what we know so far from Rangapani is that rescue and relief operations are on, and these rescue and relief operations are taking place at the Rangapani station. We are fearing some casualties now, in fact, is what the railways are saying, though there is no official word on it. But we know that there are some casualties feared as this accident took place. This is a very popular train to Assam from West Bengal, and of course on certain days it travels to Agartala, Sealdah, Silchar, and Sealdah, Agartala Kanchanjunga Express. And this of course it was coming from the other side towards Sealdah. This was Sealdah bound. It had crossed the new Jalpaiguri station, and of course it was hit by a by a goods train, a wagon, a container wagon, which of course was also involved in the accident. And what we know so far is that there are some casualties feared, though officially there's no casualties being declared yet. We are waiting for the railways to declare it officially in case there are casualties, and we'll wait for the railways to actually update us on that. The NDRF divisional team, 15 ambulance at the site, and of course there's also a war room being set up to sort of manage the crisis that's unfolding. At least 2 feared dead, though we had still, like I said, not had any official clarification from the Railway Ministry or the Northeastern Frontier Railway. That is the division under which this line falls. This is, like I said, located in the strategic Chicken's Neck Siliguri corridor, and the main route to northeast India and to northern Bengal is through this route. This is Rangapani station, 1 station away from the new Jalpaiguri station, which is a major railway hub in that region. So the railways have rushed resources from there, And of course, this is something that we are getting now.
Yes,
and
also, Saurabh, I
this has
sincerely
taken place
apologize,
near
I'm
Rangapani
interrupting you.
station. You can see, of course, how the green
Saurabh, I
coloured
sincerely
engine.
apologize, I'm interrupting you. We actually have a reaction from an official from Ground Zero. Let's just listen in.
स्थिति अभी थोड़ा गंभीर है। ये आप देख रहे हैं कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस है। ये पीछे यहाँ पे खड़ा था और पीछे से एक मालगाड़ी आके उसको ठोक दिया। 3 बॉगी अभी तक डिरेल्ड हुआ है, 5 फैटलिटी हुआ है, कैजुअल्टी हुआ है 5। अभी तक हम रेस्क्यू कर लिया है। और मालगाड़ी का जो आगे का इंजन है वहाँ पे गैस कटर लगेगा। आरपीएफ भी आ गए है, हम लोग लोकल पीएस से आ गए हैं। ठीक है,
डेथ कैजुअलिटी कितनी हुई है?
अभी तक जो हिसाब है 5 हुआ है। ठीक है,
और कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है?
5 का मौत हुआ है अभी तक। ठीक है,
इंजर्ड हुआ है?
इंजर्ड अभी तक 25 to 30 नियरली, बट द इंजुरीज आर नॉट फैटल। वी हैव ऑलरेडी रेस्क्यूड देम विद देयर लगेजेस। एवं एखाने हम लोग लोकल का एम्बुलेंस भी हम लोग अरेंज कर चुके हैं। ठीक है, वो जो पैसेंजर्स हैं हम लोग उन लोग को बाहर निकाल के एक यहाँ पे एक मदरसा में कैंप भी सेटअप किया है, वहाँ पे लेके जा रहे हैं और वहाँ से फिर आगे बस लेके एनजीपी तक लेके जा रहे हैं।
कैसे हुआ था सर? इंसिडेंट कैसे हुआ था?
इंसिडेंट पीछे से मालगाड़ी आके ये कांचनजंगा जो एक्सप्रेस है, मालदा कांचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस है, इसको पीछे से कॉलिशन हो गया। ठीक है।
Well, we have a confirmation from the top official who's tracking the rescue operations on ground. We can now share with you that unfortunately in this tragic accident, 5 people have lost their lives and over 25 people have been injured. So that's the casualty at the moment. The toll stands at 5 deaths so far, with 25 people, over 25 people being injured. But the line on which the accident took place is the main rail link from Kolkata to Siliguri, as my colleague Saurabh Gupta has been reporting. Saurabh, still with us. Saurabh, we've just heard the official confirm that there have been 5 casualties in this tragic accident this morning.
Yes, unfortunate news. And in fact, you know, the pictures that I'm receiving now, of course, also showing several bodies near the coaches, and this of course is coming in as we speak. Rescue operations are underway. These were 2 trains again on the same track, one a goods train, one a passenger train. The passenger train was hit from behind by the goods train. Luckily, and what seems to have luckily perhaps lessened the impact of this accident is the goods coach, or the goods wagon that was attached to the Kanchenjunga Express. These are ICF coaches that are turned also into goods, carriage, and that perhaps led to the the impact being minimalized. But you can see, of course, from the site of the accident, the visuals that we are showing you quite bad, and you heard that official also confirming casualties. But this is, of course, a goods train that collided with the Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express. The Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express was hit by a goods train from behind, and we can confirm casualties now, attributing it to officials. We also know that the West Bengal government has rushed all the necessary assistance that is required. The district magistrate, the superintendent of police, traffic is being regulated in the area to ensure that relief and rescue vehicles have priority. And also what we know is that the DM, and of course there's been a war room set up. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has tweeted, and of course we'll just read out her tweet. Shocked to learn just now about a train accident in Pasidewa area of Darjeeling district. While details are awaited, Kanchenjunga Express has reportedly been hit by a goods train. DM, which is District Magistrate, SP, which is Superintendent of Police, doctors, ambulances and disaster teams have been rushed to the site for rescue, recovery and medical assistance. Action on war footing initiated. So this is, of course, the West Bengal government part. The railway is also initiating relief action, relief action there. 5 people, unfortunately, may have lost their lives, is what we are seeing. The Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnaw, also has tweeted, unfortunate accident in NFR zone. This is, of course, the Northeastern Frontier Railway that manages railway operations in these areas. And the Railway Minister, of course, also has spoken or tweeted on this issue. And rescue operations are going on a war footing. Unfortunately, some casualties feared as the Kanchenjunga Express was hit by a goods train from behind this morning near the Rangapani station, near the new Jalpaiguri railway hub under the Northeastern Frontier Railway in this region. And this, of course, is now the latest that we have on this developing story.
Right. Also, Saurabh, as you've been reporting, the line on which this accident took place is the main rail link from Kolkata to Siliguri. But now we're hearing long-distance train services have been temporarily stopped. Do we have a confirmation regarding this?
Yes, several trains which are already in line. For example, trains that have to head to, towards North Bengal or head into North Bengal and the northeast of India all use this route. There is another route which is, a bifurcation of the railway line from Aluabari Road and that goes via, Phasideva, Naxalbari, Bagdogra, Siliguri, Sevok and Udlabari, Malbazar and then on to North Bengal. So that alternate route, of course, will be available. There are some trains that ply on that alternative route as well. But this is the main railway route, the main electrified railway route to, North Bengal and Northeast India. So all trains coming from places like Guwahati, coming from places like Dibrugarh, Tinsukia, Agartala, Silchar, all these trains will be affected. Because these are all trains that use these routes, and of course the railways will announce the disruption of services in these routes, and perhaps some trains will be rescheduled, some will be rerouted through the alternative route. But again, the alternative route only has that much capacity. It's a single line, it's not a double line, and a few stations have loop lines. Also, important thing to note is that this train, the Kanchanjunga Express, was still functioning with an old ICF rake. Railways, as you know, has been upgrading its rakes to LHB rakes, and it's been happening at a pretty decent pace. But still, many trains remain, to be upgraded, and the Kanchenjunga Express was one of them that was still functioning with an Utkrisht rake of the ICF version of rakes. The problem with ICF rakes in accidents like these is the fact that they tend to climb on top of each other, and that increases chances of casualties and injuries. And that is exactly what seems to have happened here, because this is an ICF rake. In the LHB rake, even though LHB rakes are that kind of incident is rather the chances of that happening are lower, and therefore ensuring a more safer journey. So yes, unfortunately this was an ICF rake train, and this was the Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express that had just left New Jalpaiguri station this morning when it was hit by a goods train from behind.
Also, Saurabh, I just checked. It's been raining heavily since the morning in Siliguri. Has this impacted the pace of the rescue operation?
Yes, it has impacted the pace of the rescue operation, and of course this is something that is there, but obviously this is a very worrying situation, because this is the main railway route, and this is of course something that like we've been saying, very important railway route to North Bengal and to Northeast India. So obviously that is going to be something that is on the minds of railway officials as we speak, and because this means that all train services to Northeast India will also be affected. That is because this is a very sort of important route. All goods trains, all passenger trains, including the Dibrugarh Rajdhani, the Agartala Rajdhani, all pass through this route because this is, like I said, the narrow Siliguri Chicken Snake corridor, and of course a very important railway route.
Also, as Saurabh has been reporting, that the Kanchanjunga Express is actually frequently used by tourists to travel to Darjeeling. But Saurabh, this accident also comes at a time when Kolkata and South Bengal are reeling under the scorching summer heat, and many are travelling to the hill station for some sort of relief.
Yes, North Bengal has been witnessing very heavy rains. In fact, yesterday also there was a thunderstorm in Siliguri and surrounding areas, and the rescue and relief operations are taking place in this rains, and that of course is an added challenge whenever there is a rescue operation. Now, what we are hearing from the additional SP of Darjeeling Police, that there are 5 passengers who've died, 25 injured in the accident, And of course, serious situation. Incident occurred when a goods train rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express. This is what we are hearing from Abhishek Roy, additional SP of Darjeeling Police. And this is the latest. So the police have also confirmed 5 casualties in this, accident. And what we know so far is that this is taking place as far as, the railway accident is concerned in North Bengal. And the Kanchenjunga Express was hit by a goods train from behind, resulting in at least 5 casualties now and 25 injuries.
Right, so according to the information so far, the goods train overshot the signal and crashed into the Kanchanjunga Express. Meanwhile, teams of the National Disaster Response Force and ambulances have been rushed to the spot. And we can share with you that the Railways Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, has learned to be monitoring the situation from the Railways War Room in Delhi. We have reactions from eyewitnesses at the moment. Listen in.
लगा है बात बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है हमें यही देखा है
अच्छा अभी आप लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है
हाँ रेस्क्यू किया अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए
Right, you just heard from a passenger who was on board that train who had said that he had received minor injuries. But as Saurabh was also reporting, it has been raining since the morning in Siliguri. We are waiting to see if that slowed the pace of the rescue operation. What we can disclose at the moment is, unfortunately, there are 5 casualties being reported as a result of this tragic accident. We are also told by officials on Ground Zero that around 25 to 30 people have received injuries. Meanwhile, top officials from the Ministry of Railways, along with the Minister of Railways, they are currently monitoring the situation. Our sources have informed us that the rescue operation is underway and 15 ambulances are at the spot. But this is a crucial story to track. The Kanchanjunga Express is a daily train that actually connects Bengal with the northeastern cities of Silchar and Agartala. And this route, as my colleagues Saurabh and Ratnadeep have been reporting, this route is in the Chicken's Neck corridor. That connects the northeast with the rest of the country. Now, the accident on this line can potentially impact the movement of several other trains. The impact severely damaged 3 rare coaches. That's what we can share with you. 5 casualties being reported so far. The railway authorities confirming that this incident occurred between Rangapani and Nijbari stations. This is the main railway route into northeast India. And this train operates with a very old railway rake. That's something you should be cognizant about. But so far, preliminary investigations have not revealed why this accident occurred. We are waiting to hear from official sources regarding the reason why this tragic accident occurred that's resulted in 5 casualties this morning. The Kanchanjunga Express, as I mentioned earlier, is a popular train, especially for tourists. It goes to Silchar and Agartala. As far as the latest update is concerned, we can share with you that the district magistrate, the superintendent of police, doctors, ambulances, along with disaster teams, they've been rushed to the spot that you see on your screens at the moment. Tragic news to share with you, though. 5 people have lost their lives in this derailment, and around 25 to 30 other passengers have been injured. They are being treated at a nearby hospital as relief and rescue operations continue. That's the breaking news, developing story we're tracking on NDTV 24/7. News and updates continue in a moment from West Bengal and across the country. We're slipping into a very quick break for now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं
पैसाबाजार.com
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left or sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस, लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं, चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने, एंड आई मीन you don't know कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा. Guys, I have a tip for you, and the simple tip is you can turn off the notification previews. तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कंटेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा. Maybe let's say if it's a WhatsApp message, it will just show one new message. It won't show कि मैसेज किसने भेजा है या मैसेज के अंदर क्या लिखा है. Guys, please go on to your settings. वहाँ पे you can easily tweak to turn off the message previews. काफ़ी लाइफ आसान हो जाएगी, और इनफैक्ट काफ़ी लोग जो कई बार एम्बैरस हो जाते हैं उनको ऐसे एम्बैरस नहीं होना पड़ेगा अगर मैसेज सामने कहीं पॉपअप हो जाए. कैसी लगी ये टिप बताना ज़रूर, और क्या आप इसको ऑलरेडी यूज़ कर रहे हो? अगर नहीं कर रहे हो तो करना यूज़ शुरू कर दो, और शेयर करो इस टिप को उन सभी लोगों के साथ जहाँ पे आपको लगता है कि उन्हें इसकी सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and let's take a look at the top headlines. So 5 dead, several injured in the Bengal train accident. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa will appear before CID today in connection with the POXO case filed against him. The Union Home Ministry has handed over the probe into the June 9 terror attack on a bus carrying pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi district, which killed 9 people and injured 33 others, to the National Investigation Agency. NDTV brings you a special report on what challenges are being faced by Jammu and Kashmir security personnel in terror crackdown. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. Indian national Nikhil Gupta, implicated in an alleged plot to assassinate 6 separatist Gurpatwant Singh Panun, has been extradited from Czech Republic to the United States. Viewers, we continue to track the tragic news that is coming in from North Bengal, where 5 people have lost their lives after a passenger train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal. We also have an eyewitness account coming in. Listen in.
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है. तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना. फिर जगह मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला, फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं. ये तो जो है बहुत,
क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर
यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आगे जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद.
एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था.
जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद.
तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है?
वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेड बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है. जो है हाँ,
लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी.
हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे.
अच्छा जी. तो अभी क्या, अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है?
जी अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है. यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है.
स्थिति अभी थोड़ा गंभीर है. ये आप देख रहे हैं कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस है, ये पीछे यहाँ पे खड़ा था और पीछे से एक मालगाड़ी आके उसको ठोक दिया. 3 बॉगी अभी तक डिरेल्ड हुआ है, 5 फैटल्टी हुआ है, कैजुअल्टी हुआ है 5. अभी तक हम रेस्क्यू कर लिया है. और मालगाड़ी का जो आगे का इंजन है वहाँ पे गैस कटर लगेगा. आरपीएफ भी आगे है, हम लोग लोकल पीएस से आगे है. ठीक है.
डेथ कैजुअल्टी कितनी हुई है?
अभी तक जो हिसाब है 5 हुआ है. ठीक है.
और कितने लोग की मौत हुई है?
5 का मौत हुआ है अभी तक. ठीक है.
इंजर्ड हुआ है?
इंजर्ड अभी तक 25 to 30 नियरली, बट द इंजरीज आर नॉट फैटल.
We have Saurabh joining us on more details. Saurabh, if you can give our viewers a lowdown of what exactly happened.
Well, this was the Kanchanjunga Express that had just left the New Jalpaiguri station, headed towards Sealdah, its destination, which was scheduled to reach sometime this evening. After leaving the New Jalpaiguri station, it was at Rangapani station when the goods train hit the Kanchanjunga Express from behind. Now, what really seems to have been a lifesaver in this case, and it could have been far more worse, the situation, was the presence of a goods sort of carriage. You know, when passenger trains travel, they have a goods carriage sometimes attached at the end of the train. So the engine came and hit the goods carriage first, which was part of the rear of the train, and then of course there were other bogies also damaged, and that is the result of which is of course these 5 casualties which we know so far, and 25 injuries that have been confirmed by the police. Now, there are a couple of things to note here. One is, of course, this is a very important and strategic rail route. This is what we know as the Chicken's Neck corridor or the Siliguri corridor, and all rail and road traffic to Northeast India and to North Bengal pass through this narrow corridor, which is sandwiched between Nepal on one side and Bangladesh on the other. And of course, this is a very strategic corridor, like I mentioned. It has taken place exactly in Rangapani station, which is located in the Phansidewa area of Darjeeling district of West Bengal. Apart from this, the other thing that also needs to be noted is the Kanchanjunga Express, while it's a very important train, it was still to be upgraded to an LHB rake. Now, LHB rakes are modern rakes, and they are far more safer when an accident like this occurs, because the tendency in the ICF rake is that once there is a collision, as a result of the impact of the collision, these coaches climb atop one another, and that increases chances of injuries and casualties. In this case, this was an ICF coach, which is an older version of the railway trains that are in service in India, not the modern LHB or the very recently developed Vande Bharat platform. These are newer trains, but this one is an old train, an old rake rather of a very popular train that was hit, and we know now that at least 5 people have died and 25 people have been injured. There are some visuals that have come in of bodies lying at the spot, and those are probably the casualties that we are reporting as of now.
Right. Saurabh, just hold your thoughts. Sorry to interrupt you, but we also have Prempal Sharma joining us, former Executive Director of the Railway Board. Thank you for speaking to NDTV, sir. अभी हमें पता चला है कि 2 ट्रेन्स में हादसा हुआ है बंगाल में, और लाइकली रीज़न जो सामने आ रहा है वो ये है कि एक ट्रेन ने सिग्नल ओवरशॉट करने की वजह से ये जो पूरा हादसा है वो सामने आया। आपकी क्या राय है इस पर?
मुझे आपके ही चैनल से खबर मिली है और मैं अभी न्यूज़ को देख रहा हूं कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है। अभी पूरी रिपोर्ट तो आना बाकी है मैम, दुखद खबर है, बहुत दुखद खबर है। लेकिन क्या इसमें कोई ड्राइवर की मैकेनिकल भूल हुई है या कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम आई, ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि ये दिन की खबर है। कोई ऐसा भी नहीं कि एक कोहरे या दूसरा मामला हो, लेकिन जब तक की पूरी रिपोर्ट सामने नहीं आती तब तक क्या कह सकते हैं, नहीं कुछ फाइनली नहीं कहा जा सकता।
राइट सर, इफ़ यू कैन थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन, अगर एक सिंगल ट्रैक पे 2 ट्रेन्स हैं तो क्या ऐसा ना हो, ऐसी सिचुएशन ना हो, उसके लिए कोई अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम रेलवेज ने इम्प्लीमेंट किया हुआ है?
नहीं, आपको पता होगा बालासोर वाली दुर्घटना या दूसरी भी दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं तो उसमें बार बार हम एक रेलवे का जो सुरक्षा कवच उसकी तैयारी की जा रही है, लेकिन वो काफी महंगा है और वो हमने इंडिजिनियसली डेवलप किया है, इंडियन हमारे रेलवे के इंजीनियर्स ने। अब लेकिन उसको पूरे रेलवे फैलाने की बात हो रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि आप जैसे न्यूज चैनल या जनता के हित में जो काम करने वाले हैं इस बात को बार हाईलाइट करेंगे। और वैसे ज्यादा दुखद तो ये है कि जब कोई कैजुअलिटी होती है तो हमारे लिए सोचने की जरूरत है कि हमारा सारा ध्यान सुरक्षा की तरफ जाने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि अगर सुरक्षा कवच अगर वो होता है, जो कवच वाली जो हमने इजाद किया है, तो शायद ऐसी नौबत नहीं आती। क्योंकि अगर इसमें सिग्नल फेलियर भी है या कोई और भी भूल है तो उसमें उसकी वो सुरक्षा उसमें मदद करता है।
राइट सर, आप बोल रहे हैं कि कवच, सुरक्षा कवच इंप्लीमेंट होगा, बट उससे पहले भी कुछ तो लोकली कुछ तो कैसे भी ऑपरेशंस में ये बात सामने आई होगी, पहले भी ऐसी चिंताजनक बातें सामने आई होंगी कि किसी तरह से कुछ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, रिमोटली ऑपरेट करा जाए, जिससे ऐसी चीज़ें ना हो। सामने से आने वाली ट्रेन पे या अगर कोई ट्रैक पे सेम ट्रेन खड़ी है तो पता चल जाए पहले से ही ड्राइवर को जो दूसरी ट्रेन का है कि कोई ट्रेन है वहाँ सामने। तो कुछ रिमोटली कुछ नेटवर्क हो ऐसा?
नहीं, जो आपकी बात है वो बिल्कुल चिंता वाजिब है और बार बार पिछले दिनों हमारी लगातार टेक्नोलॉजी में रेलवे सेफ्टी फंड भी क्रिएट किया गया है। और अगर देखा होगा कि बालासोर वाली एक बड़ी दुर्घटना को छोड़ा जाए तो हमारी सुरक्षा के मामलों में काफी इंतजाम बेहतर हुए हैं। यहाँ तक कि मैं कहूंगा कि कोरोना के दौर में भी हमने जो पुल थे और दूसरी चीजें थी उन लोगों को किया गया है। लेकिन मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ कि इसको और दुरुस्त करने की जरूरत है जिससे कि ऐसा कभी न हो, क्योंकि अगर उसमें जो भी हुआ है सबक है रेलवे के लिए कि हम दोबारा से ऐसी घटना कभी नहीं हो, बस इतना ही कह सकते हैं।
राइट सर, और जैसा कि गाड़ियों में एक सिस्टम होता है एराज सिस्टम, उसकी वजह से जो पहले ही सामने वाली अगर कुछ सामने आ रहा है ड्राइवर के तो वहाँ पर ऑटोमेटिकली ब्रेक सप्लाई हो जाते हैं। कुछ ऐसे सिस्टम पे भी बात हो रही है कि ऑटोमेटिक मशीनरी का यूज़ करके हम ट्रेन्स में इम्प्लीमेंट कर सके, कुछ ऐसा इंस्टॉल कर सके ऑपरेशन की पहले ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाए, जस्ट इन केस अगर ड्राइवर को ध्यान नहीं है या ड्राइवर कहीं और बिजी है ट्रेन का तो वो ऑटोमेटिक सिस्टम से ब्रेक लग जाए।
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपकी बात सही है, क्योंकि पिछले दिनों हमारे 60% से ज्यादा ह्यूमन फेलियर कारण रहे हैं कि ड्राइवर को नींद आ गई या पिछले दिनों वो खबरें आई कि कभी मोबाइल पे या जो भी उसकी चिंताएं अपनी हो सकती हैं उस वजह से उसका एब्सेंट माइंड रहा हो, तो ऐसी स्थिति में ऑटोमेटिकली सिग्नल उसमें होना चाहिए और ये इंस्टॉल किए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी फिलहाल वाले उसमें ये ह्यूमन फेलियर है या ये कौन कौन सी चीजें फेल हुई, उम्मीद करते हैं कि इन सारी चीजों को रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में शायद एक कार्रवाई की जाएगी और होनी चाहिए। बस दुखद खबर, उन सब के साथ मेरी संवेदना, हम सब।
Sir, you were talking about Suraksha Kavach and other measures that the railway is taking, but do you think there is an urgent need for some other action as well? जब तक हमारी बाकी चीज़ें बनेंगी, तैयार होंगी सुरक्षा के मद्देनज़र रखते हुए, तब तक के लिए हमें कुछ और चीज़ों को जल्द से जल्द सामने रखना होगा, क्योंकि अभी हमने देखा कैसे बंगाल में ट्रेजेडी हुई, पिछले 2023 में हमने देखा बालासोर ट्रेन ट्रेजेडी, एंड जस्ट दिस ईयर in just 7 months back we saw आंध्र प्रदेश में कैसे ओवरशूटिंग सिग्नल की वजह से ही 2 ट्रेन्स में हादसा हुआ।
ना, मुझे लगता है कि आपके चैनल की आवाज हमारी हाईएस्ट अथॉरिटीज को सुनने की जरूरत है कि इस समय कुछ और भले ही हम टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन न कर पाए, लेकिन सुरक्षा के लिए सबसे पहली प्रायोरिटी इसकी देने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क जिसका दुनिया की नजरें होती हैं और ऐसी कोई भी घटना पूरी सरकार के लिए, पूरी रेल मंत्रालय के लिए शर्मनाक स्थिति पैदा करती है। उनके प्रति भी जो मेहनत कर रहे हैं, इसलिए सारा प्रायोरिटी सुरक्षा के ऊपर करने की जरूरत है और सरकार बार बार ऐसा कह भी रही है, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसी दुर्घटनाएं हो रही हैं, ऐसे क्या कहें, मतलब ये शर्मनाक और दुखद है।
सर, माय कॉलीग सौरभ हैज आल्सो वन क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, प्लीज।
जी
सर, आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे कि देखिए बालासोर के जब हादसा हुआ था तब हम कवर करने गए थे तो वहाँ पे अलग स्थिति थी, वहाँ पे 3 ट्रेन की इन्वॉल्वमेंट, 3 सडनली लूप लाइन में ट्रेन जाने की संभावना थी, तो उसमें कवच की जो बात की जा रही थी वो वहाँ पे उस सिचुएशन में कवच का काम करने का जो एरिया था वो कम था, लेकिन ऐसी स्थिति में जहाँ पे 2 ट्रेन सेम ट्रैक पे है, इसी सिचुएशन के लिए कवच को बनाया गया है और इसका टेस्टिंग भी हमने देखा है, ट्रायल्स भी देखे हैं, रेलवेज ने शेयर भी किया है, वो काफ़ी हद तक सक्सेसफुल है ट्रेन्स को रोकने के लिए। अगर 2 ट्रेन सेम ट्रैक पे है और कोलिजन की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो अब इंडिया में आप अगर हम बता पाएंगे कि कितने रेल रूट्स में कवच हुआ है और मतलब ये कब तक पूरा जो रेलवे नेटवर्क है इंडिया का ये कवच से कवर्ड होने का हो सकता है, ताकि इस तरीके का घटना स्पेसिफिकली जहां एक ट्रेन दूसरी ट्रेन को आके टक्कर लग रहे हैं उसे हम रोक पाए।
सौरभ जी, आपकी ऑब्जर्वेशन बहुत सही है कि उसमें हादसा कुछ दूसरा एक षड्यंत्र भी था और दूसरी क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटी भी उसमें इन्वॉल्व पाई गई हैं। और कवच का सबसे बड़ा उपयोग, जैसा कि आपने कहा, ऐसी स्थितियों के लिए है। और निश्चित रूप से लेकिन अभी जहां तक उस डेटा की बात है कितना हो चुका है, तो जब बालासोर की घटना के बाद कुछ डेटा सामने आए थे जो न्यूज़पेपर से ही हमें पता लगते हैं, वो लगभग अभी 10% भी नहीं हुआ, और वो भी साउथ सेंट्रल रेलवे और वहां पर हुआ है। लेकिन ऐसी अगर घटना हुई है तो इस पर तुरंत ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। और नई सरकार जो जैसे कह सकते हैं मोदी 3 आई है, और तो और रेलवे मंत्रालय भी एक हमारे सक्षम मंत्री के पास है एक पूरी व्यवस्था। अब उसमें जल्दी से जल्द इसको करने की जरूरत है, जिससे कि किसी के साथ ऐसी बुरी खबर ना आए। बस इतना कह सकता हूँ।
Sir, if I may, then you have served as the former executive director of the railway board. Can you please list some 3 measures, कोई 3 ऐसे जो हम measures that we need to take up quickly so that such accidents and tragedies can be avoided?
देखिए, मैं रेलवे में रहा हूँ, आप एक पत्रकार के रूप में भी, जो कुछ हमारी बुनियादी चीजें हैं, जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता है, रेलवे के पुलों को मजबूत करने का मामला होता है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर काफी ध्यान दिया गया है, रेलवे बढ़ाया गया है। कोचेज के बारे में जैसे कि आपके भी रिपोर्ट ने कहा, जो दूसरे किस्म के कोच हैं, पहले जो ICF में बनते थे उसके बजाय जो LBW कोच हैं, जिनमें थोड़ा हो रहा, वो भी लगातार एंट्री की जा रही है। वंदे भारत में भी ऐसी कुछ बुनियादी चीजें की गई हैं। लेकिन यहाँ मामला इस कवच का है, और कवच कोई कई हमारे एक्सपेरिमेंट में प्रूव भी हुआ है। अब देखा जाए तो एक सेफ्टी फंड भी क्रिएट किया गया है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि सारे ये एक गहरा लीनियर एक्टिविटी नहीं है। चारों तरफ से ड्राइवरों को ट्रेन करने से लेकर उनकी मेंटल स्थिति की जांच के लिए कि कोई ऐसी उनको ओवरबर्डन ना हो, ये सारे ही मुद्दे एक साथ सामने आने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि जब एक्सीडेंट होता है तो प्रश्न ये नहीं है कि वो किस लिए हुआ, एक्सीडेंट हुआ यही दुखद होता है। तो अब ऐसे उसमें अगर सुरक्षा कवच अगर ये जितना जल्दी से जल्दी हो जाए, चाहे हमारी दूसरी प्रायोरिटी कम करनी पड़े, चाहे हम PPP मॉडल के लिए जाना पड़े या अपने दूसरे खर्चे कम करने पड़े, और इधर इसे इस फाइनेंस देने की जरूरत है। मैं बस यही कह सकता हूँ।
Right. Sir, also if we talk about rescue and relief operations, can you tell us what exactly happens when a tragedy is reported? What goes inside the control room?
इमीडिएटली सबसे पहले तो जो आसपास की जो पब्लिक होती है वो सामने आती है, और जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटीज हैं उनको, क्योंकि हॉस्पिटल एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट वो होता है, और डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटीज के पास जो भी आसपास है नेटवर्क वो तैयार होता है, वो अपने आसपास के दूसरे हॉस्पिटलों को भी। इसी बीच में हमारे पास में जो रेस्क्यू ट्रेन होती है जो नियरेस्ट होता है, वहां से वो तैयारी होती है जितनी जल्दी से जल्दी रेलवे का स्टाफ आपके फोर्सेज का, जिससे कि लूटपाट ऐसी घटनाएं भी न हो, और उनको तुरंत अस्पताल पहुंचाने की ये जिम्मेदारी होती है। बालासोर और उसमें कुछ और भी अच्छे कदम उठाए गए कि जो भी घायल थे उनके सबके साथ एक एम्प्लॉय को भी लगाया गया, जिससे कि उनके घर वालों को बता सकें। हर दुर्घटना एक हमें सबक भी देती है, लेकिन मैं कहूँगा कि सबसे बड़ा सबक तो यही है कि ऐसी दुर्घटना हो ही नहीं। बाकी पूरी स्टेट मशीनरी और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिलकर आगे बढ़ती है। डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट जो हमारी एक स्कीम है भारत सरकार की है स्टेट लेवल पे, वो भी तुरंत आगे आती है, और डॉक्टरों का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान ऐसे मौके पर होता है।
राइट सर, अगर आप हमें ये बता सके कि ये जो रूट है जहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी ट्रेजेडी हुई है, ये कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट्स के लिए?
देखिए, प्रश्न इसका नहीं है कि वो रूट, दुर्घटना कहीं भी हो, हर रूट हमारे लिए, हमारी एक इंच जरूरी है। ये सिर्फ उसने नहीं कि उस रूट के लिए हमारे लिए रेलवे, चाहे वो कश्मीर में हो या केरल में हो या नॉर्थ ईस्ट में है, प्रश्न ये है कि ऐसी दुर्घटना कहीं भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। इसको इससे जोड़ने की जरूरत नहीं कि हम उसको कोई नेग्लेक्ट करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से हमें और सावधान होने की जरूरत है ऐसे किसी भी रूट पर।
राइट, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया प्रेमपाल सर, एंड थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग अस सो मेनी इनसाइट्स इन हाउ द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस टेक्स प्लेस, हाउ द कंट्रोल रूम मैनेजेस सच ट्रेजेडीज, एंड व्हाट नीड्स टू बी द अर्जेंट measure that needs to be taken by the railways in assuring that such tragedies do not take place. Saurabh continues to join us and tell us more details about what is happening. Saurabh, currently the death toll remains at 5. Do we know any more updates?
Well, yes, the death toll is at 5. Unfortunately, it is feared that it could go up. There are 25 people who've been severely injured. Nearby hospitals are on alert for receiving the injured and treating them. Some of them have received critical injuries, but obviously the hospitals that are there in the area, like I said, it's not very far from Siliguri or New Jalpaiguri. So hospitals are there in the area, and within about 20 minutes to half an hour distance, there are well-equipped hospitals to treat the patients. So obviously the patients will be taken there. Those who require medical attention. The railway relief van, of course, is stationed. There's one stationed at New Jalpaiguri, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the railways to move their equipment. As far as what we know is that the rescue and relief operations are underway in full swing. But 2 or 3 things that we must mention. One is, of course, like I've been saying, this is a very critical railway corridor, a very important railway corridor, a very strategic railway corridor. It is located in the Chicken's Neck area, or the Siliguri corridor as we know it, and therefore all railway traffic to northeast India, including the northeastern states of India and North Bengal, Assam, Arunachal, all the trains that are connected, or every train state that is connected to the railway network in northeast India, all these trains have to pass through this railway route, which is this narrow corridor that connects the northeast of India to the rest of the country, all road and rail traffic. So trains to northeast and North Bengal are likely to see sort of delays today, and there are likely to be disruptions in railway services across North Bengal and northeast India because of the strategic importance of this route. There is an alternative route, but that's a single line route. That's not a double line route, and there are trains that go through that route as well. So there will be some movement of trains. It will not be completely cut off through the alternate route of Aluabari Road, and then of course through Phasidewa, Naxalbari, and through Bagdogra, Siliguri, Sivok, and then onwards to Udlabari, Malbazar. So that is the region, and of course that is one part of it. And the second part of it is, remember, perhaps what the railways now needs to do is to look at how it
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are being joined by Sabyasachi Dey of the Northeast Rail PRO. Thank you for speaking to NDTV, sir. We are tracking this tragedy that has taken place in North Bengal, where a goods train rammed into a passenger train. The death toll that we have over here is right now 5. What do you have to say about it?
See, the death toll, as you have said, is 5. There are around 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to a nearby place for giving them medical attention. And the rescue operation is on. So we as and when we get more details, we can share with you. Hello?
Right. Sir, can you also share details of how it is a very critical route, and now the railways will divert traffic to other routes as well?
See, we have not issued any notification of diversion or cancellation or short termination of any train yet. But the trains, it all depends upon the rescue operation. The rescue operation on the ground has already started, and we'll try to complete the rescue operation as soon as possible. And regarding the injured have been moved to nearby places where they can be given medical attention.
So right now we know that the death toll stands at 5 and injured are being shifted to hospitals. Can you tell us more about what's happening in the rescue and relief operations?
This is what I told you, the rescue and relief operation has already started. If you have seen the visuals...
Sir, I'm talking about the number of SDRF and NDRF personnel on site.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello? What
Sam,
were you saying?
I'm asking about specific number of the SDRF and NDRF teams which are at the spot.
See, I don't have that information right on me right now, but I'll be able to give you in some time. You can give me a call again. I'll be able to relay that information with you to you very soon.
Right. Sir, my colleague Saurabh, who has been tracking this news since morning, is also with us.
Just one
yes,
question
Saurabh.
to you. This is Saurabh from NDTV. We've spoken earlier, but sir, I just wanted to ask you, given that Rangapani is so close to NJP, what kind of relief equipment has rushed from NJP to Rangapani?
See the accident relief medical van has already gone. Then the rescue devices which actually restore the train operations, those devices have already moved. The accident relief train is about to reach in a very short time. Those equipments have already moved towards the site.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. And Saurabh, if you would like to ask more
route,
questions,
which is the Aluabari and Fasidewa, Naxalbari, Bagdogra route. Any news of any trains being diverted through the other route?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, sir.
Sabyasachi, sir, if you can tell us what is the likely cause of this train tragedy? We lost the connection with Sabyasachi today, but we will try and reconnect. We'll try and reconnect with him. But so far as what we know so far is that a passenger and a goods train collided in North Bengal. Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express is involved in the accident at Rangapani station near New Jalpaiguri in North Bengal. Now, Union Railway Minister has also reacted and he has informed that rescue operations are underway on war footing at the accident site and the injured are being shifted. Moreover, NDRF teams and SDRF teams are working in close coordination to rescue the operations, and on war footing, the rescue operation is underway. We also have West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee reacting to it. She says, and I quote, "Shocked to learn just now about a tragic train accident in Darjeeling district. While details are awaited, Kanchenjunga Express has reportedly been hit by a goods train. DM, SP, doctors, ambulances and disaster teams have been rushed to the site for recovery." And you can see how locals are also helping in the rescue and relief operation. This is after 2 coaches of the train derailed. So right now we have rescue and relief operations on war footing. 5 people have tragically lost their life in the accident, while injured are being shifted to nearby hospitals. We also have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, if you can tell us we talked about what security measures are needed. If you can throw some light on what is the urgent need that the Union Railway Minister and the centre should do so that to avoid such instances.
You know, one of the things that a lot of people will be discussing about, and we've discussed this after every railway accident, is the Kavach program. And that is, Kavach program is something which is basically an anti-collision device. An anti-collision device where if 2 trains are on the same track and are headed for a collision, then automatic braking takes place, and this is without the intervention of personnel, and this leads to the train stopping before the collision. And it has been designed exactly for situations like these. Now, we talked about the Balasore incident, but that was different. That was because there was a green signal, there was a loop line, and the train accidentally went onto the loop line. That is a different issue. That was a point failure, a point issue. That is one of the things. Now, this is, of course, a different issue. This is basically what it seems like initially, and what people are saying, though there is no official word from the railways, only an inquiry will establish that, that, the goods train hit the Kanchanjunga Express from behind, which means it could have been the case, and I say this with a caveat that obviously all of these things will come out in an inquiry, that the goods train could have overshot a signal. Now, this is exactly where a Kavach system comes into place, and it kicks in, and it's supposed to prevent incidents like these. And therefore, the rollout of the Kavach across the country for a modern railway network, if India truly has to be a modern railway network, apart from the shiny, gleamy new trains, which are very much welcome, what we also need to focus on is safety aspects. And this Kavach is a very important part of the safety aspect. It's a very important thing that the railways has been working on, but it needs to be rolled out across entire India to prevent accidents like these. Secondly, when an accident like this occurs, when it does occur, what needs to be done is that perhaps what we've seen is that ICF coaches, which are the old railway coaches, Indian Railways has mostly moved on to the newer platform of railway coaches, which is the LHB coaches, which are manufactured in India, but the technology transfer is there. So this is, of course, a much safer railway coach. And what happens in an accident is that the LHB coaches don't climb atop each other. the ICF coaches unfortunately do climb atop each other, and that leads to more casualties and more injuries. So perhaps this shift towards modernization in terms of the railway rakes from ICF to LHB needs to happen sooner and at a faster pace. Now, if you're talking about North Bengal, most of the trains, whether it's the Uttar Bengal Express, all of these trains have been converted to LHB coaches, and that process is on. Kanchenjunga Express was one of those trains that still hadn't been converted into an LHB rake. So perhaps all of these things will be looked at in terms of, the thing. And, we have just have a tweet from the DRM Sealdah. Remember, the Kanchanjunga Express that was coming in today was headed to Sealdah. It was scheduled to reach Sealdah in the evening. The DRM Sealdah has tweeted saying a special helpline booth has been set up at Sealdah station following a rear end collision involving the down Kanchanjunga Express near New Jalpaiguri. The helpline numbers are 033-2350-8794, 033-238-33326. I'll repeat those numbers: 033-235-8794 and 238-33326, obviously with the prefix of 033 before. Now, passengers seeking information or assistance regarding this incident can contact this number. An additional help desk is also being set up at Noihati station to provide further support to passengers and helplines for that. Sealdah division is sincerely working to address the situation and provide assistance to those affected by the collision. We will continue to provide updates from time to time. That's the, Sealdah DRM. Remember, this train, of course, was running from towards Sealdah and was expected to arrive at Sealdah in the evening, which is one of the stations in the Kolkata area. Now, these are the two things. One is, of course, Kavach. One is, of course, the shift from ICF to LHB. And the other thing, of course, now that, the railways have been on a modernization spree is perhaps, a lot of these lines, especially, in the northeast, and there's a lot of rail and goods traffic that are on using the same railway network. Perhaps that's why, in other parts of the country, we are building the WDFC and the Eastern Freight Corridor. But perhaps there now needs to be a more larger, thought, though the accident has got nothing to do with it, but it is part of all the measures that railways can take to make rail travel a lot more safer, is look at, perhaps ensuring that the Kavach system is deployed more frequently across a wider part of the railway network in India. So these are the two things. The latest updates is that also Raju Bista, the BJP MP from the Darjeeling constituency, has reached the area. And also what we know is that we are tracking the NFR, Northeastern Frontier Railway, for more updates. The Northeastern Frontier Railway is the railway zone that manages this railway track. It's the NFR, and of course, like I said, this is a very busy railway route through the Chickens corridor of the Siliguri corridor, and railway traffic is likely to be affected across northeast India because of this accident.
Right. Saurabh, thank you for giving us the latest inputs on the details of what is happening. Viewers, we will come back on this after a very short break. Stay tuned and continue watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
And we are getting the live visuals coming in from the rescue site where NDRF and State Disaster Response Force is also at the site. We can see how both the teams are working in close coordination, while locals also were the first one to help the victims and injured in the train tragedy that took place at around 9 a.m. today. The rescue and relief operations are underway. We are believed to be aware that 5 people have reportedly died in the accident. You can see how the rescue and relief operation is underway. The details that we know so far is that a goods train rammed into a passenger train, leading to this tragedy. And just after that, rescue and relief operation was launched. Even West Bengal Chief Minister was the first one to react over this. And she said that doctors and ambulances are also rushing to the spot so that injured can be shifted to the hospitals and urgent medical attention can be given. This was a Sealdah bound Kanchanjunga Express that has fallen victim to this such tragedy. We also spoke to several officials who also threw light on the possible need for urgent reforms in the railway system. We are also likely to be believed that there is a overshooting of signal that led to this tragedy, but the final inquiry report has to be coming in, and we will be giving you more details. We have been tracking this closely, what happened in North Bengal. Remember, viewers, this is a key network, and this might lead to be a diversion or cancellation in trains passing through this area, or several trains might be diverted to other routes. Now, 2 coaches derailed. Bengal CM, Railway Minister has also reacted to the tragedy, and Ashwini Vaishnav, while informing about the same, said that Rescue and Relief Operations Center is doing all to take the rescue and relief operations on war footing. Now we can see how the locals also were the first one to react to it and rush to the site. With officials, we have the latest coming in is that Rail Minister is likely to leave for the accident site. Well, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav will be reaching Bengal in just a short while. The latest news that is coming in on NDTV is that Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav will leave for the accident site. We also have spoken to various officials that
in the morning, it has been reported that Kanchanjunga Sealdah Express, Agartala Sealdah Express, which were moving towards Sealdah, met with an accident near New Jalpaiguri area when a goods carrier train hit the passenger train near New Jalpaiguri. No report of casualty is there, but some of the passengers have sustained grievous injuries, as has been reported. And myself, I'm in touch with the authorities of Northeastern Frontier Railways, as well as I have asked my officials in Transport Department to be in touch with the officials of NF Railway and brief accordingly in the coming times.
Now, we heard the officials saying. We also have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh has been tracking this update closely. He was the first one to report over the tragedy that took place in North Bengal. Saurabh, Right now, we know that 5 people have died and 25 people have been injured in this. If you can tell us about the hospitals, once, let's talk about how the rescue and relief operation takes place. Once a tragedy is reported, then injured are being shifted to the hospitals. Is there any alert that has been sounded in nearby hospitals for urgent medical attention? Like there should be no shortage of ambulances, there should be no shortage of medicines?
Yes, all of that has in fact been ordered by the Chief Minister. Also, the Railways has a pretty large facility at New Jalpaiguri. They have all the requirements that are there in terms of New Jalpaiguri. It is a railway hub in the North Bengal region, and it's a very important railway station, and a lot of important trains also stop there. So the Railways has a lot of equipment stationed at New Jalpaiguri. Rangapani by train from New Jalpaiguri is hardly about 5 to 10 minutes max. By road from Siliguri, etc., it is about, again, hardly about, maybe from New Jalpaiguri, it's maybe by about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So it's closely located to urban sprawls, and therefore hospitals, etc., in the area have been put on alert. There are hospitals available in the nearby areas, and the locals will be rushed there, including the nearby hospitals include the North Bengal Medical College and Hospital, which are also not very far. All of these are within half an hour, 45 minutes driving distance. What we've also been told is that the police have, sort of kept the route, traffic route to the accident spot clear, and ambulances, etc., have been stationed nearby. So it's not, it's going to be, hospitals have been alerted. So as far as all the arrangements for rescue and relief are concerned, I beg your pardon, those are being arranged and looked into pretty quickly. What is, of course, a concern is if there are people trapped underneath the debris. Some of the photos suggest that there could be some people, and that's why, carrying out this rescue and relief operation on a war footing is necessary, which the Railways and the state government are coordinating on. The state government has assured all help to the Railways. The DM, the SP, have been ordered to go there and help. All of those arrangements, of course, have been made to ensure that people are saved in the quickest possible time and brought out of the debris and, sent for treatment if required. The Shobhashachi Dey, the Chief PRO of Northeastern Frontier Railway, did tell us that the accident relief van has reached, and also the other equipment that the Railways usually has a standard operating procedure when there is an accident. All of that has kicked into motion and has also reached the area. So rescue relief is taking place. Inclement weather remains a challenge. It's been a very rainy day, even in the morning and also in the night. There were thunderstorms, so obviously inclement weather could be a challenge. But apart from that, the Railways, of course, continuing the rescue and relief operations. 5 dead, 25 injured is what the police are saying as of now.
Right. Also, we have information coming in that Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav will also shortly reach the accident site.
Yes, the Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is likely to land at the Bagdogra Airport. And again, Bagdogra Airport is also not very far from the area, about a 25-minute max, or maybe a 30-minute drive max.
Sorry to interrupt you, Saurabh. We also have a reaction coming in from President of India. Shri Draupadi Murmu has also reacted to the tragedy that is coming in. She says the news of the loss of lives due to a train accident in Darjeeling, West Bengal is deeply distressing. My thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families. I pray for the speedy recovery of the injured and success of relief and rescue operations. The reaction that is coming in from Draupadi Murmu is on your screens, viewers. This is the President reacting to the sad news coming in from North Bengal, where 5 people lost their lives. We have this reaction coming in. She says, and I quote, the news of the loss of lives due to a train accident in Darjeeling is deeply distressing. My thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families. I pray for the speedy recovery of the injured and success of relief and rescue operations. So we saw how the centre, from the Union Railway Minister to now President, is also keeping a close track of what's happening in North Bengal. Meanwhile, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also reacted to the tragedy. She said that rescue operations will be done on war footing. Medicines, ambulance and other essentials which are required will be given at the accident site, while officials will be the first one to reach. Now we see how the the President of India is also reacting to the unfortunate news that is coming in from North Bengal. Yes, Saurabh, we were talking about how the Union Railway Minister will be reaching North Bengal shortly, in Darjeeling particular. And what do you think after he reaches, will there be a report inquiry ordered in the case?
Well, you know, this is of course a matter of procedure. Railway inquiries are always ordered. A board of inquiry is always ordered when there is an accident, and the board of inquiry usually looks into the causes of the accident and then also suggestions to prevent such accidents in the future. That's a part of procedure, and that will happen. But you know, just for the benefit of our viewers, the area is located in the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. However, it's not in the Darjeeling hills. It's very much in the plains. It is in the narrow Siliguri Chicken's Neck corridor, and Rangapani is just one station away from the railway hub in the area, which is New Jalpaiguri. And also what we know is that this area is again located close to urban sprawls, so you will have hospitals which are nearby. Hospital access won't be that much of a challenge for those who need to be rushed to hospital. The railways have already arranged for mechanisms from New Jalpaiguri. The state administration has stepped in with ambulances. The DM, district magistrate, has rushed to the spot. So has the superintendent of police, to assist the railway authorities in carrying out this rescue and relief operation. Also, what we know is that the rescue and relief train, the accident rehabilitation train that the railways has on standby in several stations for any situation that may develop, is also there. And also what we know is that the traffic management is also being done so that, you know, all the rescue relief vehicles, ambulances can reach the spot quickly. And also what we know is that amongst those who have died, you know, what we are hearing as of now, we are still waiting for confirmation from the railways. One of them may be railway staff as well, is what we are hearing from local authorities. But again, the railways will be able to confirm if that's true or not.
Right. And Saurabh, we are also getting the information that 10 buses of North Bengal Rashtriya Paribahan Nigam have also left for the accident site to rescue stranded officials. And a special, you know, bus service is also being carried out from Siliguri to Kolkata. That will help in, you know, rescuing the stranded passengers that are there at the accident site. We also have a reaction coming in from VP Vice President Dhankar. He has also condoled loss of life. He says, and I quote, "The loss of lives in a train accident in Darjeeling, West Bengal is truly distressing. I extend my sincere condolences to the bereaved families and pray for the speedy recovery of the injured." This is the reaction coming in from Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. So we saw how the first... we saw the president, and also we are getting some visuals from Delhi control room. Yes, these are the visuals from the Delhi control room, which is monitoring the tragic news that is coming in from North Bengal, where 5 people have lost their lives after a goods train rammed into a passenger train this morning, in which 5 people have so far died, while 25, at least 25 people is what we are being told, have been injured and rushed to the nearby hospitals. Viewers, we will continue to track this tragic news, but don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV. We will be right back.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about
And viewers, also we are getting in a big breaking news that is former Karnataka Chief Minister and ex-BJP State Unit President B.S. Yediyurappa is also leaving, as he said that he would appear before the Criminal Investigation Department today in connection with the protection of children from sexual offence case. Now on Friday, the Karnataka High Court had restrained the CID from arresting Yediyurappa in the case and directed the veteran BJP leader to appear before the agency. The special investigation team of the CID had moved to the fast-track court seeking an arrest warrant against him since he failed to appear for questioning last week. Now, according to the police, Yediyurappa has been booked under the POCSO Act and Section 354A of the Indian Penal Code on a complaint by the mother of a 17-year-old girl who alleged that he molested her daughter during a meeting in February this year at his residence. The mother of victim has died due to health problems in May 2024, but the trouble seems to be mounting for BJP stalwart and ex-Chief Minister of Karnataka. He is to appear before the CID which will quiz him in the molestation case. Meanwhile, political blame game has also erupted in the case with Union Minister JDS Kumaraswamy saying that there is a conspiracy being hatched against BJP in Karnataka by the Congress government that says that he is being framed in the case. Meanwhile, B.S. Yediyurappa has also clarified and claimed that he is innocent in the case. The case is fabricated and baseless charges have been leveled against him, calling the case completely fictional. He says that he is ready to cooperate. He returned to Bengaluru to appear before the CID today, and till now that what we know so far is that he has left from his residence to the CID office. He'll reach in a short while, and after that the CID team, the CID officials will quiz Yediyurappa in the case. He says the case is completely baseless, and so far statements of victim and mother have been recorded by the CID, and what Yediyurappa says will be key in the case. The case is going to be heard sooner and later, but the political blame game that is going on over the case is that the BJP claims that they are being targeted by the Congress government, whereas Congress leaders and even Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar have time and again said that there is no political witch hunt against B.S. Yediyurappa. It's just that the law is taking its own course. We also have Veera Raghav joining us on the broadcast. Veera, thank you for joining us. If you can tell us what kind of questions will be asked from B.S. Yediyurappa, and at what time will the questioning begin?
Well, the questioning has already begun. He has appeared before the CID, which is investigating the case. Remember, this was a case relating to February when he was accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl who had gone with her mother to seek some help from him. Yediyurappa, of course, categorically saying that these are false. He's falsely implicated in this case, and this is the allegations aren't true. The mother of the victim, the 17-year-old girl, is no more. But the police have recorded their statements. The questioning will be more in the lines of where he was on that day, what happened when the people came down to visit him, when the mother and the child came down to visit him, and his side of the story. That would largely be the questioning. He's expected to be let off after the questioning as the investigations continue. The police, of course, have recorded several witnesses, including that of some allegations of tampering of evidence as well by those close to him. So a lot of evidence has been recorded by the police. They will question him and then possibly let him off as they continue their investigations.
Right, Veera, if you can also talk about the political blame game that is going on. The BJP claims that is a political witch hunt by the Congress government.
Well, yes, the BJP and Yediyurappa are saying that, look, this is an effort to tarnish his image, but largely, you see, the complainant has also filed complaints against several IPS officers and several other officers. She has given out some video evidence of when she went to meet Yediyurappa along with the 17-year-old alleged victim in this case. So several different aspects coming out in this case. Obviously, the political blame game and the political trading of charges will go on, given that this is a former chief minister and an extremely important political personality in Karnataka. But it is more seen more in the context of the case itself and the victim and what could have driven to these accusations and the case being filed. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out.
Right. Veera, if you can also tell us about if Yediyurappa is found guilty, then what kind of a punishment will he be staring at?
Look, these are serious allegations against him in terms of the charges itself. It's a POCSO case. So that would be extremely serious under the POCSO Act. But for the moment, I think this is more at the investigation stage. We'll have to wait and see post the questioning how the investigations progress. Obviously, Yediyurappa categorically saying that this is a baseless case and that he's been falsely implicated in this matter. So I think several angles of the investigations have to unfold as we head forward. But yes, under the POCSO law, the punishments are severe. But I think we'll have to wait for the questioning to be over and see how the investigations progress.
Right, Veera, also we are getting to know that 4 associates of Yediyurappa are also under the scanner.
That's right. This was in a case of tampering with evidence. 4 of them have been, under investigation, along with several other people who have been investigated by the CID. Given the nature of the charges, the CID also not taking any chances, going through the investigations thoroughly, despite the political allegations that have been there. Remember, this was a case that allegedly happened on the 2nd of February this year. The case itself was filed in March during the election season. The mother of the 17-year-old girl who had gone along with her to meet Yediyurappa regarding help for certain other cases that she was fighting is no more. The police have, of course, recorded the statements of both the mother and the victim, and as well as several other possible witnesses and those involved in the case.
Right, and the CID has so far the evidence, if we talk about the evidence against Yediyurappa that the CID has, is they're talking about a video that is recorded allegedly at the house of B.S. Yediyurappa. If you can throw some light on it.
That's right. That's right. This was basic allegation is that the woman and the victim, the 17-year-old girl, who's her daughter, had gone along to Yediyurappa's house to seek help regarding a particular case. The accusation is that that's where he had molested the girl. The video shows her going into the house and seeking help from Yediyurappa. Voice samples were matched. Along with that, that kind of technical aspects of the investigations were taken care as well. And, that is also part of the evidence that's before the police. Remember, the woman has also, the late mother of the victim had also filed several cases against several officers, including police officers and state government officials. So she had gone to meet Yediyurappa along with her daughter, allegedly, to seek help in one of those cases. And that's where she alleges that the assault happened. Yediyurappa, of course, saying that he was only trying to help and that he's being falsely implicated and targeted in this case.
Veera, thank you for giving us the latest inputs. And so far, we know, viewers, that B.S. Yediyurappa is being questioned by the CID in the POCSO case. This dates back to February 2. And after this, it remains to be seen what CID officials found. And moving on, viewers, we also have more news and updates coming in. Before wrapping up this bulletin, we also have been tracking how train tragedy had occurred in North Bengal, and we will be talking about it more as 8 lives have been lost so far and several people have been injured in the train accident. But before that, we're quickly slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है वो
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Eight people have died and several others have been injured in a train accident that's taken place in Bengal. A goods train crashes into the Kanchanjunga Express. The accident took place at the Rangapani station in Bengal. The rail minister has, we are expecting Ashwini Vaishnav to be there on the spot. And of course, it is Draupadi Murmu who has reacted as well as the Chief Minister of Bengal. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa will appear before the CID court today in connection with the POCSO case filed against him. The Union Home Ministry has handed over the probe into the June 9th terror attack on a bus carrying pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi district, which killed 9 people and injured 33 others, to the NIA, the National Investigation Agency. NDTV brings you a special report on what challenges are being faced by the Jammu and Kashmir security personnel in the terror crackdown. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. Indian national Nikhil Gupta, implicated in an alleged plot to assassinate Sikh separatist Pannu, has been extradited from the Czech Republic to the United States. Good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We have very tragic news coming in, and that is from the northern part of Bengal, where 8 people have lost their lives after a passenger train collided with a goods train in the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. The Kolkata-bound Kanchanjunga Express is involved in the accident at the Rangapani station near the new Jalpaiguri in North Bengal. The Union Railway Minister has informed as far as the rescue operations are underway on war footing at the accident site, and the injured are being shifted to the hospital. Now, West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has put out a tweet saying shocked to learn just now about a tragic train accident in the Pansideva area of Darjeeling district. While details are awaited, Kanchanjunga Express has reportedly been hit by a goods train. The DM, SP, doctors, ambulances and disaster teams have been rushed to the site for rescue, recovery and medical assistance. Action on war footing has been initiated, is what the Chief Minister of the state has put out on X. The Kanchanjunga Express is a daily train that connects Bengal with the northeastern cities of Silchar and Agartala. This route is in the Chicken's Neck corridor, which connects the northeast with the rest of the country. The accident on this line can potentially impact the movement of several other trains as well. Now, the Kanchenjunga Express is frequently used by tourists to travel to Darjeeling. The accident comes at a time when Kolkata and neighbouring South Bengal are reeling under a sultry summer, and many are travelling to the hill station for some sort of relief or a break. Now, according to the information so far, the goods train overshot the signal and crashed into the Kanchanjunga Expressway. Let's just get you some of the reactions that are coming in.
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो B1 कोच था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है। तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था। फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का। अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बॉगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए? मेरा बॉगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है। अच्छा, अभी आप लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है? हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया। अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए।
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है, तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत, क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आगे जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद। एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था? जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद। तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है? वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेथ बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है जो है। हाँ, लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी। हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे। अच्छा जी, तो अभी क्या अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है? जी, अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है।
स्थिति अभी थोड़ा गंभीर है। ये आप देख रहे हैं कांचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस है, ये पीछे यहाँ पे खड़ा था और पीछे से एक मालगाड़ी आके उसको ठोक दिया। 3 बॉगी अभी तक डिरेल्ड हुआ है, 5 फैटल्टी हुआ है, कैजुअल्टी हुआ है 5। अभी तक हम रेस्क्यू कर लिया है, और मालगाड़ी का जो आगे का इंजन है वहाँ पे गैस कटर लगेगा। आरपीएफ भी आ गए हैं, हम लोग लोकल पीएस से आ गए हैं। ठीक है, डेथ कैजुअल्टी कितनी हुई है? अभी तक जो हिसाब है 5 हुआ है। ठीक है, और कितने लोग की मौत हुई है? 5 का मौत हुआ है अभी तक। ठीक है, इंजर्ड हुआ है? इंजर्ड अभी तक 25 to 30 नियरली, बट द इंजरीज आर नॉट फैटल।
We have Saurabh Gupta joining us to get us more on this. Saurabh, unfortunately, the death toll has gone up to 8. We believe more than 25 people have been injured in this tragedy. What time did this tragedy take place, and what details do you have for us at this point in time? We do know that the railway minister is also expected to reach that very spot of the accident. How crucial is this very link? Because we do know that this is, the area, this is the track that connects the east to the northeast.
Well, this is the railway corridor that connects the entire northeast India to the country. It also connects North Bengal to the rest of the country. It's a very important and strategic railway route. It's located in the Chicken's Neck Siliguri corridor as we know it, and therefore it's a very important railway route. Now, as far as reactions coming in, we have a tweet from the Chief Minister of Sikkim, I'm deeply saddened by the tragic
Saurabh,
accident
we'll just
involving
come back to you. Just hold your thought there. We have Raju Bistar, Darjeeling MP, joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us here on NDTV. If you could just tell us what really caused this accident, what kind of preliminary reports have you received? And when we talk about this, the accident, what time did it take place? And when it comes to the casualties, we are seeing that the death toll is going up.
हेलो
हाँ जी सर.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर, आप अगर थोड़ी इन्फॉर्मेशन बता सकते हैं, what really caused this accident? This is a very crucial.
मैं इस समय मैं स्पॉट पे ही खड़ा हूँ.
हाँ जी.
और दार्जिलिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट फांसीदेवा जो असेंबली है उसके अंतर्गत जो है रंगापानी एक जगह है, उसके करीब 2.5 किलोमीटर दूर में ये बहुत ही दुखद घटना घटी है सवेरे करीब 8:30 बजे. और जो पैसेंजर ट्रेन थी कंचनकन्या, वो जा रही थी टुवर्ड सियालदा, न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी से छूट करके सियालदा की तरफ जा रही थी. तो ऐसा ध्यान में आया कि पीछे से जो है एक मालगाड़ी ने आकर के टक्कर मारा है. उसकी वजह से लास्ट के 3 बोगी, जिसमें एक गार्ड रूम रहता है, 2 जो है पार्शल बोगी, ऐसे 3 बोगी एक दूसरे के ऊपर में चढ़े हैं. उन 3 बोगी में काफी डैमेज हुआ है. और अभी तक जो सवेरे जो गांव वाले आसपास के लोगों आकर के जिन्होंने रेस्क्यू किया है, करीब 5 या 6 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, ऐसा ध्यान में आता है. ऑफिशियल आंकड़े वो तो प्रशासन जारी करेगा. और 25-30 लोगों को कुछ चोटें आई हैं, जिनको अस्पताल में ऑलरेडी जो है एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से उनको वहां पे पहुंचा दिया गया है. उनकी इलाज चल रही है. ये स्थिति है और इस समय रेस्क्यू तेजी के साथ चल रहा है. रेलवे मंत्री स्वयं जो है अगले 2 घंटे में स्पॉट पे पहुंचने वाले हैं. वो दिल्ली से रवाना हो चुके हैं और पूरी रेलवे की टीम, NDRF, SDRF और स्टेट की जो मशीनरी है, पुलिस प्रशासन, वो सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं. हम सब का यही प्रयास है कि ये रेस्क्यू जल्द से जल्द पूरा हो, क्योंकि बारिश का समय है, बारिश भी हो रही है और थोड़ा मौसम उसकी वजह से दिक्कत भी है.
Sir,
रेस्क्यू टीम अपना काम कर रही है.
Sir, is the rain hampering the rescue operations, and is the rain one of the reasons behind this accident? Was the visibility impacted?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि रेस्क्यू रुका नहीं है, लगातार चल रहा है और बारिश हल्की हल्की बूंदे हैं, बहुत तेज बारिश भी नहीं है. और रेस्क्यू टीम अपना काम कर रही है बगैर रुके हुए, किसी रुकावट के.
Sir, given the railway track that this is the corridor that connects the country to the northeast, how long will it take before the way is cleared, and how many trains perhaps have been impacted? There might be a huge backlog.
ये चिकन नेक एरिया में ही हुआ है जो ये घटना घटी है और ये रेलवे लाइन जो है पूरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट को कनेक्ट करता है. लेकिन क्योंकि 2-3 बोगी ही डैमेज हुआ है, मुझे लगता है एक बार हम जो अंदर लोग फंसे हुए हैं उनकी जांच चल रही है, कितने लोग अभी हो सकते हैं. एक बार ये पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद इसमें बहुत ज्यादा देरी लगेगी ऐसा मुझे लगता नहीं. मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 घंटे में रेस्क्यू पूरा हो जाना चाहिए.
Sir, once the rescue operations are completed, what about the people on the train? How are they going to be transported to where they had to go?
नहीं, ऑलरेडी रेलवे उसमें यहाँ के ADRM, DRM लगे हुए हैं. जो कोचेस ठीक हैं, जहाँ पैसेंजर ठीक है, उनको दूसरे साइड से इंजन मंगा करके उनको यहाँ से रवाना करने का प्रयास चल रहा है.
Right, sir, from what we are seeing is that, of course, this is quite the area that they're in, and the visuals that we are seeing, how this one train has gotten on top of the other train. I mean, how did this even happen?
देखिए, ये तो जांच का विषय है मैडम. मैं तो उस चीज का एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ. जो एक्सपर्ट की टीम है वो जांच करेगी. लेकिन ये जरूर है कि मतलब कैसे वो दूसरी ट्रेन आकर के टक्कर मारी, ये कहीं सिस्टम का फेलियर है या किसी इंसान की गलती है, ये एक जांच का विषय है. मुझे लगता है उसमें अभी मैं टिप्पणी करूं वो उचित नहीं है.
Mr. Bista, I have a question. This is Saurabh from NDTV. We met earlier, sir. I just wanted to ask you, अब जो लोग वापस आएंगे, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग सिलीगुड़ी से और NJP से जो वापस आते हैं, क्योंकि ट्रेन सर्विसेज थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब हुआ है, क्या उनके लिए कुछ अरेंजमेंट्स किए गए हैं? कुछ यहाँ पे जो लोग, क्योंकि बहुत लोग अभी वापस आने जाने की कोशिश करेंगे.
देखिए, ये अभी हादसे के 3-3.5 घंटे ही घटे हुए हैं. हमारा सबका फोकस है कि लोगों को जो है जिंदा हम रेस्क्यू करके बाहर निकालें और जिनको इलाज की आवश्यकता है उनको एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से अस्पताल पहुंचा के उनका अच्छा इलाज हो. हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है. और मतलब मुझे जैसा मैंने बताया कि क्योंकि 2-3 बोगी ही डैमेज हुई है, तो मतलब बहुत ज्यादा ट्रैक में डैमेज नहीं है। तो एक बार ये रेस्क्यू पूरा हो जाता है, उसके 2-3 घंटे बाद रेलवे सुचारू रूप से अपना आना जाना शुरू कर सकता है। तो रेलवे की अथॉरिटी है, वो अपना डिसीजन लेंगे और वो अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो उसमें बहुत ज्यादा समय लगेगा।
कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स को अलर्ट पे रखा गया है, क्योंकि
अस्पताल
आसपास के कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स को अलर्ट कर दिया गया है सर?
नॉर्थ बंगाल मेडिकल कॉलेज है और महाराजा अग्रसेन है जो प्राइवेट अस्पताल है, नियोटिया है, मतलब सिलीगुड़ी के सारे अस्पताल जो है, इनफैक्ट उन अस्पतालों के एम्बुलेंस और वहाँ के डॉक्टर भी ऑलरेडी स्पॉट के अंदर में है। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ सब लोग मिल करके यहाँ पे एक साथ जुटे हुए हैं रेस्क्यू में।
Sir, how far are these hospitals from the site of the crash?
यहाँ से जैसे जो है करीब 10 किलोमीटर से लेकर के 25 किलोमीटर के अंदर ही है, बहुत ज्यादा दूर है ऐसा नहीं कह सकते। और यहीं पे स्पॉट में भी नर्सेस और डॉक्टर और फर्स्ट एड मेडिकल किट की पूरी व्यवस्था भी है।
So you're saying that first aid facilities have been provided on the spot. We are expecting the railway minister to reach there. He's left from Delhi. It will take about 2 hours for him to reach the site of the crash. We've also heard the chief minister of the state responding. We've heard the president also of the country responding. Sir, it's a huge tragedy that's taken place. The visuals are very, very scary. I mean, something that is unthinkable, that a train could actually hit the bogie. The last 3 bogies have been impacted, like you're saying. But the picture speaks 1,000 words. From what we are seeing, is the impact seems enormous.
नहीं, देखिए जैसा जो बोगी की स्थिति देख करके लगता है तो घटना तो घटी है, बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है। लेकिन क्योंकि ये पीछे के पार्सल बोगी और गार्ड रूम की बोगी थी, इसलिए डायरेक्ट जो पैसेंजर बोगी होता है उसको डायरेक्ट हिट नहीं हुए, इसकी वजह से इतनी ज्यादा कैजुअलिटी नहीं है। नहीं तो जो विजुअल के हिसाब से जो आप बता रही हैं वो कैजुअलिटी ज्यादा होती। बट फिर भी कुछ लोगों की मौतें हुई है और कुछ लोग इक्के दुक्के लोग अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं, जिनको बाहर निकालने का काम जारी है।
Right,
तो बाकी घटना तो जो भी घटना घटे वो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होती ही है, चाहे वो छोटी हो चाहे बड़ी हो।
Right, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us here on NDTV. Visuals on your screen coming from the crash site. This is the crash site that's taken place, a very important corridor. Let's just get you some of the reactions coming in of the passengers who were on board that train. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, one SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Katihar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
First of all, our heart really goes out to the near and dear ones of the people who are dead and gone. And at the moment, the priority is to save as many lives as possible. And I'm sure the central government and the government of West Bengal must be working together for the common cause of saving people. It's a sad day. It's a very, very sad day.
So what do you think, as you have been the railway minister in the past, what do you think could be the cause for?
It's too early to really talk about the cause of it. But in the modern times, I think this needs to require a deep inquiry and corrections.
We have CPRO Sabyasachi Day joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us here on NDTV. Sir, any preliminary reports suggesting what really caused this accident?
No, see, what we actually know is that the goods train dashed the Kanchanjunga Express from the rear. So why it actually happened is again a matter of investigation. Until and unless the investigation is over, we cannot say.
accident on this line can potentially impact the movement of several other trains as well, because this is the corridor that connects the country to the northeast. How many other trains have been impacted?
See, what we are planning to do is the trains which are likely to get affected, we will divert them through the Alwabadi-Siliguri New Jalpaiguri line, which is a parallel route which is available with us. So the train movement will not be hampered. But yes, this line, until and unless the restoration operation is complete, this line will be suspended till then. But however, the trains are planned to be moved through the other line, the Alwabadi-Siliguri New Jalpaiguri line.
Sir, this is Saurabh from NDTV once again. Sir, if you can give us an idea, a lot of the trains bound for North Bengal and also Guwahati and other parts of the northeast would have been on its way and would have been stuck, before Rangapani, which is Kishanganj, Barsoi and all those areas. How many trains are as of now stranded in these stations? If you could give us an idea, just for the benefit of our viewers, sir.
Around 10 trains we know are stranded. Hello? Sir,
please go
yes,
ahead.
Sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
go ahead,
around
sir.
10 trains, around 10.
Okay, sir. And sir, this which are the trains that have been diverted through Alwabadi, Siliguri, Bagdogra, sir? If you could give us just so that our viewers are aware.
These 10 trains we are planning for diversion via the Alwabadi, Siliguri, NJP. One, the Rajdhani Express. Then some special trains are there. These trains we are planning to divert via the Alwabadi-Siliguri route.
Sir, if you could also tell us what kind of assistance is being provided to the passengers. We can see the visuals on our screen of all the stranded passengers there. What kind of assistance is being provided to them? Announcements we can see are being made on, to the ones who are there, especially for the ones perhaps who are trying to get in touch with the people on the train and perhaps can't get in touch with them. What kind of assistance is being provided?
See, the assistance, our team has already reached the site. The accident relief medical vans, relief trains, they have already reached the site. Our team is already there. Our staff have already reached the site, and any kind of assistance required, they are providing. Moreover, we have also issued helpline numbers, which are being used, and people are getting information through those helpline numbers as well.
Reports we are getting from the spot is that perhaps one of the motormen involved, is also has been seriously injured. Could you give us an update on the railway staff in these 8 casualties? Are there any railway staff?
Yes, there are 3 railway staff in the 8 casualties. The loco pilots of the goods train and the guard of the Kanchanjunga Express. They are there in the casualty list.
All right, sir. That's really unfortunate news. Thank you, sir, for updating that. So, we were talking about that. That's really unfortunate. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. So what we were talking about is perhaps what we can confirm now is that. Loco pilot of the goods train and the motorman of the goods train are amongst the 8 casualties. Also, as the CPRO confirmed to NDTV, we can now confirm that the guard of the Kanchenjunga Express, or the train manager, and the motorman of the goods train that collided with the Kanchenjunga Express are in the casualty list, is what the CPRO has just told us. So that's the latest update as far as this accident is concerned. And this is something that unfortunately has happened. In fact, a short while ago, we were told that perhaps the guard, the motormen and the guard are amongst the casualties. And that's something that the CPRO has just confirmed to NDTV. So we can, that of course, we can update that in this list of 8 casualties, the 3 are railway staff themselves. Now, what we also know is that Union, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is there going to the spot. And what we are also hearing is that, some senior ministers from the state government may also go to the spot. Though what we are being given to understand by our sources in the railways is that once the rescue operations are clear, for the railways to clear the tracks, it will be a matter of hours, and therefore by this evening, if given that, and one of the things that we've been again reporting is that how that parcel van at the end of the train was perhaps a savior. Because if that wasn't there, if that was the first,
गुड्स ट्रेन ने पीछे से सिग्नल को डिसरिगार्ड करके आके उसको हिट किया है। उसकी वजह से जो सबसे पीछे का गार्ड का डिब्बा था वो बुरी तरह से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गया है और आगे 2 पार्सल वैन लगे हुए थे जिनकी वजह से ज़्यादा क्षति और पैसेंजर्स को नहीं हुई और उसके आगे जो जनरल कंपार्टमेंट थे वो भी थोड़े से क्षतिग्रस्त हुए हैं। तो इसमें जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस हैं, सबसे पहले हमारी प्रायोरिटी यही थी कि रेस्क्यू हो जाएं लोग, तो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस कंप्लीट हो गए हैं। हमारा एरिया ऑफिसर जो जलपाईगुड़ी में, न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी में है, वो और उसकी टीम तुरंत वहाँ पहुँच गए थे। ये करीब 10 किलोमीटर है एनजेपी से घटनास्थल। तो रेलवे के एडीआरएम और एरिया ऑफिसर अपनी टीम्स के साथ वहाँ तुरंत पहुँच गए। जो लोकल लोग हैं वो तो सबसे पहले आ ही जाते हैं, वो भी आ गए थे। स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी आ गया और एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी, एवरीबडी सब कोई वहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं घटनास्थल पर रेस्क्यू के लिए। तो सारा रेस्क्यू कंप्लीट हो गया है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये खबर है कि करीब 5 लोगों की जानें गई हैं और हमारा जो स्टाफ है, हमारा जो ड्राइवर थे जिन्होंने वो सिग्नल को डिसरिगार्ड करके आगे चले गए, उनकी भी जान चली गई है और जो गार्ड थे, जो सबसे पीछे का डिब्बा था कंचनजंगा का, उनकी भी जान गई है।
इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में देशवासी जरूर जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने लोगों की अब तक मौत, सुविधा दी जा रही है, इसके बारे में।
अभी तक हमारी जानकारी के अनुसार 5 पैसेंजर्स की डेथ हुई है और बाकी लोगों को जो वहाँ का नज़दीकी अस्पताल है, मेडिकल कॉलेज है, नॉर्थ बंगाल मेडिकल कॉलेज, वहाँ पर पहुँचा दिया गया है। सारी एम्बुलेंसेस आ गई थी, उसकी मदद से लगभग 50 लोग इंजर्ड हैं जो कि अभी हॉस्पिटल में हैं, पर इंजरीज शायद उतनी ग्रीवस नहीं है और पूरी तरह की मेडिकल हेल्प उनको दी जा रही है। रेलवे के हॉस्पिटल के डॉक्टर्स भी वहां पहुंच गए हैं और उनका इलाज पूरी तरह से कराया जा रहा है।
हेल्प लाइन आप लोग के द्वारा वहाँ काम कर रहा है। जो पैसेंजर हैं उस ट्रेन में जो सफ़र कर रहे थे उन लोगों को तत्काल अपने लोगों तक पहुँच सके, इसके लिए क्या सुविधाएं दी गई?
जी, इसके लिए हमने सबसे पहले तो ये अरेंजमेंट किया है कि सबसे पहले तो लोग रेस्क्यू हो जाएं। जो भी लोग उसमें फंसे हुए हैं उस हादसे में, जिनको मेडिकल हेल्प की आवश्यकता है, उनको सबसे पहले मेडिकल हेल्प मिल जाए। वो कार्य पूरा हो गया है। उसके बाद अब जो बची हुई ट्रेन है, बाकी जो ठीक ठाक हालत में ट्रेन है, उसको अभी हम लोग निकाल रहे हैं आगे डीजल लगा के और उसको अपने गंतव्य तक पहुंचा देंगे। तो वो अभी किसी भी समय चल सकती है वो ट्रेन और उसमें जितने भी यात्री हैं वो सब अपने डेस्टिनेशन पे चले जाएंगे। और बाकी जो इंजर्ड हैं उनके लिए हम लोग पूरी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं।
हादसे में जो लोग शिकार हुए हैं, हादसे के दुर्घटना के शिकार हुए हैं, उनको किस तरह की फाइनेंशियल हेल्प और बाकी सुविधाएं दी जा रही है रेलवे बोर्ड के द्वारा?
मंत्री जी ने एनहांस्ड एक्सग्रेशिया अनाउंस कर दिया है। वो अमाउंट उनको हेल्प, फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट जो है वो तुरंत डिसबर्स कर दिया जाएगा। और जहाँ तक मेडिकल हेल्प की बात है तो हमारा पूरा अटेम्प्ट ये है कि हर किसी की जान बच जाए जो हॉस्पिटल में है और उनको जिस भी तरह की मेडिकल हेल्प चाहिए वो हम लोग पूरी तरह से उनको दे रहे हैं। और जहाँ तक उनके परिजन और उनके जो वेल विशर्स हैं वो उनको कॉन्टैक्ट करना चाहते हैं, उसके बारे में जानकारी लेना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने सब जगह हेल्पलाइंस खोल दी हैं। ये ट्रेन अगरतला से चल के सियालदा जाती है तो वहाँ के जितने भी एन रूट स्टेशन हैं सब जगह हेल्प डेस्क खुल गई है। वहाँ पर लोग बैठे हुए हैं, फिजिकली अवेलेबल हैं, जिससे कि जो लोग अपने परिजनों का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं वो वहाँ से इन्फॉर्मेशन ले सकें। उसके अलावा टेलीफोन लाइंस सब जगह इस्टेब्लिश हो गई हैं, हेल्पलाइंस इस्टेब्लिश हो गई हैं जो कि हम लोगों ने शेयर की हैं आप लोगों से। उनको कृपया करके फ्लैश करते रहें कि जो लोग फ़ोन पे जानकारी लेना चाहते हैं उनको भी फ़ोन पे जानकारी मिल जाए।
हुआ है उसको लेकर रेलवे बोर्ड किस तरह से लोगों तक पहुंच रहा है, किस तरह की मॉनिटरिंग की जा रही है रेलवे बोर्ड के द्वारा, उसके बारे में बताइए।
हमारे पास यहाँ पर एक कंट्रोल एंड कमांड सेंटर है जिसमें कि हम लोग तुरंत आ जाते हैं और घटना को यहाँ से उसको कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं। जिस प्रकार की सुविधा और जिस प्रकार की आवश्यकता है वो सब हम लोग यहाँ से कोऑर्डिनेट करके स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, NDRF, जिससे भी बात करने की आवश्यकता होती है मेडिकल हेल्प के लिए, वो सब हम लोग यहाँ से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं। लोकल लेवल पे तो हमारे लोग कोऑर्डिनेट कर ही रहे हैं, पर हम लोग भी यहाँ से सेंट्रल लेवल पे सारे कोऑर्डिनेशन करके सारा अटेम्प्ट यही रहता है कि सबसे पहले लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया जाए।
So there we just heard Jaya. This is in fact Jaya Verma Sinha, the chairperson of the Railway Board, speaking as to the rescue operations have been completed, and according to her, 5 passengers have lost their lives and some staffers have lost their lives as well. This is she has gone on to say that medical help has been provided. The remaining part of the train will be fixed, and then it'll the priority is to get that train moving and to get the people to carry on with their journey as soon as they can. That is what they're saying. From what we are hearing is people are being rushed to the nearby hospitals, which are about 10 to 25 kilometers away. The Prime Minister has announced a compensation of 2 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased and 50,000 to the injured. Helplines have been established. So from what we are hearing is that the injured have been taken to the nearby hospitals. We have Vasudha joining us on the phone line. Vasudha, we just heard Jaya Verma Sinha, the chairperson of the Railway Board, saying that the rescue operations have now been completed.
Absolutely. The very important points made by Jaya Verma Sinha, who is also the chairperson and the CEO of the Railway Board, and she said that, there are the official figures stand at 5 casualties and, of course, 50 people who have been injured in this accident, and the focus has been on rescue operations, ensuring that it gets done as quickly as possible. Now that is over. All the hospitals are within a few kilometers. So of course that kind of treatment of injuries is also the focus. Now the PMO has also tweeted saying that 2 lakh rupees ex gratia will be given to relatives of the dead people, and 50,000 rupees will be the compensation that will be given to injured. What we understand is that the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav could be reaching in about an hour from now. This accident happened near New Jalpaiguri, which is in northern part of Bengal. And remember, like our reporters have also been pointing out, this is a very strategic rail route which connects east of India to the northeast of India, especially Tripura and Assam to West Bengal. So clearly that there are many sort of considerations here. So the minister is already on his way, and the Prime Minister has also tweeted that he'll be there. Of course, this the reason for this, like Jaya Verma pointed out, is also being looked into as if there was any jumping over of signal that happened, if there was a human error, what really happened. That is something we will have to wait to get some clarity on. But clearly there is a lot of spotlight of rail safety, because there has been a lot of emphasis on modernizing Indian rail infrastructure, but then is that reflecting in the safety of trains? That is what that's what the question that people will be raising now, and something that the ministry will answer in the next couple of days.
Vasudha, from what we heard Jaya Verma Sinha say is that the signal was disregarded, and that is what actually caused the accident.
Absolutely. That is what the ministry also told us in the morning. Ministry sources in the morning, of course, told us very clearly that the signal was disregarded, which is why, this accident happened. And basically, the container train overshot the signal and hit the back portion or the rear portion of the Kanchanjunga Express, which I explained is a very popular train, and it runs on a very strategic route. And the coach had 2 parcel vans and, of course, a guard coach. Now, immediately after this thing happened, NDRF and divisional teams and 15 ambulances were rushed to the spot. War room was set up in Delhi, and it started with 2 deaths, and of course the number has gone up to 5 now. There are also 2 railway staff members, who have been killed in this. The loco pilot and the motorman have also been killed. Of course, the cause of the accident, while Jaya Verma has also said that it was due to jumping of signal, it's also being holistically looked into as to what really happened. And of course, like I said, a lot of spotlight on rail safety. Now again, this was something we discussed extensively during the Balasore accident in June last year. Now clearly there's more emphasis that will be laid out on not just modernizing and of course expanding a railway track, but also ensuring that reflects in safety of passengers.
Right, Vasudha, just as the Railway Minister has taken charge yet again of the Railway Ministry, we're talking about Ashnavi Vaishnav. We have Saurabh also with us. Saurabh, now we do know that there were 5 passengers who have been killed and the other 3 who have died were railway staffers, and one of them who perhaps disregarded the signal, which is what caused the accident.
Yes, according to the Railway Board chairperson Jaya Verma, the accident seems to have been caused by the motormen of the goods train disregarding a signal and moving ahead, as a result of which their train went and rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express, which was on its way to Sealdah, had just left New Jalpaiguri, and this accident took place near Rangapani station. Now, this, of course, is what Jaya Verma has said, also confirming that 3 railway officials, in fact, CPRO Sabyasachi also confirmed 3 railway officials, amongst them 2 motormen of that green engine that you see in the pictures. That's the goods train engine, and this will help our viewers understand where these railway staff are. The green engine that you see in the pictures, that is where the motormen of the goods train were. That is a WAG engine, and of course, then you also have the guard compartment of the train, which was beyond, of course, the 2 parcel coaches of this train, which is attached to the rear of the Kanchenjunga Express. And what we are being given to understand, those are the 3 railway staff, of course, who've died, according to the railway authorities, whom we can quote. So unfortunate, 3 staff of the Indian Railways, and also you have 5 passengers who've died. We are being given to understand that buses have been kept on standby by the North Bengal State Transport Undertaking Corporation, NBSTC, just in case there is a need to transport people. But what we are being given to understand by the railways is that once the rescue and relief operations at the site are complete, the focus will be on restoring rail connectivity. And given that 3 coaches of the train have been affected, the rest of the train will be detached from the affected compartments and moved away, so that they can start focusing on reconnecting and restarting the railway route, because a lot of trains have been stranded because of this.
Saurabh, let's listen to Jaya Verma. She's speaking, the Railway Board chairperson. Let's listen in.
उसकी वजह से जो गार्ड का डिब्बा है वो क्षतिग्रस्त हुआ है, जो पार्सल वैन थी वो भी क्षतिग्रस्त हुई है, लेकिन उससे किसी जान का नुकसान नहीं है। उसके बाद जो जीएस है उसमें भी थोड़ा क्षति है और उसके आगे की गाड़ी ठीक है। तो इस हादसे के कारण सबसे पहले तो वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू हो गए थे। ये करीब 8:55 की घटना है, तो वहाँ पे सबसे पहले जो लोकल लोग हैं वो तो पहुँच ही गए थे घटनास्थल पर। हमारा एरिया ऑफिसर एनजीपी में न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी में है, जो कि करीब 10-15 किलोमीटर दूर है, वो लोग वहाँ से और उनके साथ एक एडीआरएम और उनकी टीम, वो लोग सबसे पहले पहुँच गए। स्टेशन का स्टाफ पहुँच गया और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पहुँच गया, एम्बुलेंसेस आ गई और एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी की वहाँ पर एक यूनिट है, आर्मी से आ गए लोग और रेस्क्यू आरंभ कर लिया गया। अभी रेस्क्यू कंप्लीट हो गया है। अभी तक की जानकारी के अनुसार करीब 5 लोगों की जान गई है। जिस ट्रेन, जो गुड्स ट्रेन थी, उसके ड्राइवर और असिस्टेंट ड्राइवर की भी जान चली गई है और जो कंचनजंगा के गार्ड थे उनकी भी जान चली गई है इस हादसे में। रेस्क्यू कंप्लीट हो गया है। जितने भी इंजर्ड लोग थे उनको वहाँ के मेडिकल कॉलेज, नॉर्थ बंगाल मेडिकल कॉलेज है वहाँ पे सिलीगुड़ी में, वहाँ पहुँचा दिया गया है और उनको सारी सहायता दी जा रही है, सारी मेडिकल एड दी जा रही है। हमारा सबसे पहला काम यही है कि जितने भी लोग इंजर्ड हैं उनको बेस्ट मेडिकल एड मिले और उनकी जान बचाई जा सके, उनकी जो भी इंजरीज हैं उनको ट्रीट किया जाए। रेलवे के डॉक्टर्स भी वहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं, उनकी सेवा में हैं। हमारी जो एक्सीडेंट रिलीफ मेडिकल ट्रेन होती है वो भी घटनास्थल पर पहुँच गई थी 1 घंटे के अंदर। उसके साथ ही एक्सीडेंट रिलीफ ट्रेन्स 2 जो हैं वो भी चल पड़ी हैं, एक पहुँच गई है, दूसरी पहुँचने वाली है। जो फ्रंट पोर्शन है ट्रेन का, जो कि अनअफेक्टेड है, उसको ठीक करके और डीजल लगा के उसको आगे ले जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि लोग अपने डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंच जाएं। पैसेंजर्स जो हैं वो अपने जो फंसे हुए हैं वहाँ पर इस घटना की वजह से वो अपने डेस्टिनेशन पर पहुंच जाएं। उनके जितने भी नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन एंड उनकी जो वेल विशर्स हैं, उनकी सुविधा के लिए हमने हर जगह हेल्प डेस्क खोल दी है। इस ट्रेन के पूरे रूट पे जितने भी मेजर स्टेशन हैं वहाँ पर तो फिजिकल हेल्प डेस्क खुल गई है। हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स हर जगह के शेयर कर लिए गए हैं। आप लोगों से भी अनुरोध है कि आप लोग भी शेयर कर लें। सारी हेल्पलाइन जो हैं वो अवेलेबल हैं राउंड द क्लॉक। उसमें किसी को भी किसी भी प्रकार की मदद की आवश्यकता हो तो वो उसके थ्रू कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। वहाँ पर अब चूँकि रेस्क्यू कंप्लीट हो गया है, अब रेस्टोरेशन का काम शुरू हो रहा है, जिससे कि यहाँ पर जो रास्ता बाधित है, जो रूट ऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड है, उसको जल्दी से जल्दी क्लियर करके और उसको शुरू कर दिया जाए।
मैम, इसके साथ में वही एक टोटल कैजुअलिटीज कितनी है, टोटल इंजर्ड्स कितने हैं, कितने सीरियसली इंजर्ड्स हैं, अगर वो फिगर
मेरे साथ अगर आप मेरी जानकारी में 5 पैसेंजर और 3 हमारा स्टाफ, तो 8
ओके
जी। मैम, मुआवजा की घोषणा अक्सर इंक्वायरी की बात होती है, वो ऐसा कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं?
मुआवजा तो एक्सग्रेशिया जो होता है वो अनाउंस हो गया है और एनहांस्ड एक्सग्रेशिया भी अनाउंस हो गया है।
तो इंक्वायरी भी करेंगे?
इंक्वायरी तो होगी ही, इंक्वायरी होगी, पर इंक्वायरी तो सब्सिक्वेंट है। अभी तो सबसे पहला काम रेस्क्यू है, रेस्क्यू एंड देन रेस्टोरेशन। इंक्वायरी उसके बाद
जाएंगे मैम?
वो बस अभी पहली फ्लाइट वो एयरपोर्ट की तरफ चलेगा।
मैम, कितने लोग इंजर्ड सीरियस हैं, कुछ ऐसा भी?
नहीं, सीरियस इंजरी का अभी कोई इंडिकेशन नहीं आया है। हमें जहाँ तक डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से एसपी साहब से जो बात हुई थी, उनके इंफॉर्मेशन के अनुसार 25 लोग हॉस्पिटल गए हैं और जिनको कोई भी फेटल इंजरी नहीं है, उनके शब्द यही हैं। पर वी विल बी नोइंग मोर, अभी हमें पता चल जाएगा। हमारे डॉक्टर्स भी वहाँ पर हैं, तो सारी इंजरीज असेस करके वो हमको बता देंगे।
मैम, कवच सिस्टम इंस्टॉल है?
कवच तो अभी गुवाहाटी के लिए प्लान्ड है। दिल्ली गुवाहाटी रूट जो है वो नेक्स्ट प्लान में है, नॉट देयर राइट नाउ।
तो मैम, इस वक्त के लिए यही इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन पूरी तरह से जो है कंप्लीट हो गया है और अभी तक की जो टोटल कैजुअलिटीज है वो 8 की है
जी,
और इंजर्ड
25 बताया, पर मे बी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
The railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the acquisition by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you कि safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा।
मैम, कवच क्या पूर्वोत्तर और पश्चिम बंगाल में कहीं पर भी नहीं है?
प्लान्ड है ना, प्लान्ड है, क्योंकि ये अभी जो 3,000 किलोमीटर जो इस साल कंप्लीट हो जाएगा उसमें बंगाल भी है, दिल्ली हावड़ा रूट है।
मैम, गलती क्या है कि आप समझाते हैं सिंपल टर्म्स में, गलती हुई क्या है?
सिग्नल डिसरिगार्ड किया।
क्या होगा?
मतलब इसका ये है कि उनको गाड़ी रोकनी चाहिए थी, उनको आगे गाड़ी बिना रोके नहीं चलानी चाहिए थी, पर ऐसा लगता है कि गाड़ी उन्होंने नहीं रोकी और वो सिग्नल के बावजूद, सिग्नल था रुकने के लिए, उसके बावजूद गाड़ी आगे चली गई, पीछे वाली गाड़ी को रुकना था। ये पहले फर्स्ट इंडिकेशंस हैं एंड हमें ज़्यादा डिटेल तो अब इंक्वायरी के बाद ही पता चलेगा।
इट्स कंप्लीटली ह्यूमन है
अभी लग रहा है, क्योंकि अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो ड्राइवर साहब थे वो भी, ही इज ऑल्सो पेरिश्ड इन दिस एक्सीडेंट, सो वी हैव नो ऑथेंटिक वे ऑफ नोइंग व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैपेंड। So whatever we can gather from the situation that which has passed so far, it seems that there was a disregard of signal, but we will know more after a detailed inquiry.
बस क्योंकि आप लोगों ने जब वॉर मूवी सेटअप किया हुआ था, तो कैसे जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ उसके बाद में क्या कार्रवाई की, अगर वो थोड़ा
जी कार्रवाई हर स्तर पे होती है। सबसे पहले तो फील्ड पे होती है जी, सबसे पहले तो फील्ड के स्तर पे होती है कि वहाँ पर जो लोग हैं, लोकल लोग हैं, वो सारे एक्शन में आ जाएं और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हो जाए। एट द सेम टाइम जोनल हेडक्वार्टर पे भी होती है और रेलवे बोर्ड के स्तर पे भी होती है। तो रेलवे बोर्ड के स्तर पे जैसे ही हम लोगों को पहली इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है, मुझे इस घटना के 5 मिनट के अंदर इन्फॉर्मेशन आ गई थी, एंड द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट वी डू इज़ टू कम टू आवर कंट्रोल एंड कमांड सेंटर विच वी कॉल आवर वॉर रूम, एंड वहाँ पर जो सारे और काम जो करने हैं, जो कि सबसे पहले सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि आप रेस्क्यू करिए, हर एक जान को बचाइए। तो उस रेस्क्यू में हम लोग लग जाते हैं और हम यहाँ से भी रेस्क्यू एफर्ट कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं, और हम जो भी वहाँ पर एजेंसीज अवेलेबल हैं, चाहे वो एनडीआरएफ हो, जैसे एनडीआरएफ जो है वो सिलीगुड़ी में अवेलेबल है, तो एनडीआरएफ की टुकड़ी वहाँ से तुरंत चल पड़ी। आर्मी सिलीगुड़ी में अवेलेबल है, वो भी तुरंत वहाँ के लिए चल पड़ी। डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वहाँ पर आ गया, सारी एम्बुलेंसेज नज़दीक के अस्पतालों से आ गई, और लोकल लोग तो सबसे पहले आ जाते हैं, तो वो लोग भी आ गए। तो वो सारे एफर्ट हम लोग यहाँ से कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं और उस पर ध्यान रखते हैं कि जितनी जल्दी हो सके उतनी जल्दी हम लोगों को राहत पहुँचा सकें। थैंक यू। हाँ, एक और नहीं, हेल्प डेस्क तो बताएगी ना। हाँ, ठीक है, सॉरी, इंग्लिश एक रिक्वेस्ट है, वॉर रूम में काम चल रहा है, तो एक एक करके वेरी क्वाइटली, बहुत शांति से, डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे।
Jaya Verma Sinha, the chairperson of the railway board, they're saying that from what they're hearing and from what they feel, it seems like it was a human error. It was a disregard of a signal by the goods train which caused that collision to take place. She's gone on to say that there were 5 passengers who have died, and also 2 of the staffers of the goods train who have died, and the guard of the Kanchanjunga train who's also lost his life. From what we're hearing is Jaya Verma talking about now that the rescue operations have been completed. The priority now is in for the restoration process to begin. She has spoken about how the restoration will begin. They will detach the area which has been impacted as far as the Kanchenjunga train is concerned. They will remove that, and then the rest of the train will continue with its journey to transport the passengers who you can see who remain stranded as of now. She's also said that the hospital wasn't too far away from the site. It's about 10 to 15 kilometers away where they have been rushed. She said that the ones who've been injured, the priority is to get them the kind of help that they require. She has also gone on to point that it was the local people of the area that came first in order to assist and help in the rescue operations. She's spoken about how even the army is involved, was involved in the rescue operations. We have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, from what we are hearing is that it seems like a human error and not a technical error is what the chairperson of the railway board has said. But of course, a detailed report is awaited in order to know exactly what caused the collision.
Yes, going by the statement of the railway board chairperson, it seems that the motorman of the goods train had ignored a signal to stop, went ahead, and then, of course, that led to the collision. That's what, of course, the initial sort of suggestion or initial information seems to suggest. But again, all of these things, like the railway board chairperson also clarified, is a matter of inquiry. It is a procedure. Inquiry will be conducted, and that will establish why exactly this happened. Now, there are 2 or 3 things that are seems to have, come into play here. One is, of course, the existence of 2 parcel vans at the rear of the train. These 2 parcel vans have played a key role in limiting the loss of lives, because remember, after the parcel van, there is the guards coach, which is general coach, and then there are general coaches and sleeper coaches. So if these parcel vans hadn't taken the impact of the collision, then you would have had those coaches with many more passengers taking the impact, and that would have led to more loss of lives and also more injuries. So thank God for those parcel vans that were at the rear of the train. That seems to have taken some of the impact of the collision and also resulted in some lives definitely being saved in this accident. Then, of course, the railway minister, the railway board chairperson, Jaya Verma, clarified on Kavach. this route is not covered by Kavach. Kavach is a system that's built to address situations exactly like the one we've seen today. Had Kavach been there, the motorman would have, the train would have automatically stopped before the collision. Unfortunately, Kavach doesn't exist on this route. It's taking a lot of time. It's a very complicated, intricate piece of engineering, and therefore installation and the speed at which it can be covering the entire network also takes time. What we are also hearing, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is going to visit the accident spot. She should be leaving from the Kolkata airport and landing at Bagdogra, from where she will drive to the accident spot. The railway minister also will land at Bagdogra airport and head to the accident spot. Also, what railway sources are telling us, that once that railway and rescue operations are over, they will now focus on restoring the railway tracks. The Rajdhani and other important trains have been diverted via Aluabari, Bagdogra, Siliguri, etc. But the railway track restoration is of focus now, and by evening today or late evening today, they should be able to throw the tracks open for railway service.
Right, you spoke of Kavach, Saurabh, of course, we heard Jaya Verma say that it is going to take time before it can be incorporated in the country. For now, the plans are for the Delhi-Guwahati route. With that, we're just slipping into a very short break, back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer, brother, which is to just go and check into the sync settings of your phone. अगर आप जब S7 use कर रहे थे, उस टाइम पे सब कुछ sync हो रहा था, and now you have moved to S21 and it's not working, आप अपने फ़ोन की settings में जाइए, वहाँ पे आपका जो भी particular account है, for example, if it's Outlook or maybe it's the Google account,
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as U.S. Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is concerned. He met with External Affairs Minister Jaya Shankar. Visuals on your screen of that meeting that's taken place today. The U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has met with Jaya Shankar for this is the second meeting of the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. The first significant meeting since the third NDA government has come to power. Jake Sullivan, accompanied by Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell, has held this meeting in order to review the overall progress of this ambitious initiative. He is also expected to be meeting with Prime Minister Modi. He already has, from what we're hearing, is that Jaya Shankar will also be meeting with his is expected to meet. We are expecting that Jake Sullivan will also be meeting with the Indian counterpart Ajit Doval. The meeting is expected to be followed by a joint statement. We have my colleague Neeta Sharma getting us more on this. Neeta, a meeting that was scheduled for February earlier this year had to be rescheduled due to some other commitments as far as the US is concerned, and now finally that meeting that's taking place. We've visuals on our screen of the meeting with Jay Shankar, but what we're hearing is that he will be meeting the Prime Minister as well.
The US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was supposed to come to India in February, but due to elections he had postponed his visit. Now on the invite of Indian National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval, he is here for 2-day visit. He has already met the National Security Advisor. As per the information provided to us by the NSA office, the two NSAs have been in regular consultations on bilateral, regional and global issue. The current visit continues their high-level engagement on the robust, multifaceted agenda of India-US global strategic partnership. And during the day, the NSAs will be discussing bilateral issues and review the India-US partnership on regional and global issues of mutual interest. They will also be chairing the first annual review of ISET with an interdepartmental delegation from both the countries. That is tomorrow. As you were mentioning, the US NSA would also be meeting Indian Foreign External Affairs Minister and the Prime Minister of India also. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Anita, for getting us all those details. He is expected to meet with Ajit Doval as well, and that meeting is expected to be followed by a joint statement regarding the progress of the two countries. Moving on now to a very short break. We'll be back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Eight people have died and several others have been injured in Bengal. This is a train accident that took place. A goods train crashed into the Kanchanjunga Express. It seems to be a human error, is what the railway board has to say. This is just the initial report. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa appears before CID in connection with the POXO case filed against him. The Union Home Ministry has handed over the probe into the June 9 terror attack which took place in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi, where 9 people died and 33 others were injured. That case has now been shifted to the National Investigation Agency. Indian national Nikhil Gupta, implicated in an alleged plot to assassinate Sikh separatist Pannu, has been extradited from the Czech Republic to the United States.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest regarding the ex-Chief Minister Yediyurappa, who's arrived at the CID office. Yediyurappa to be questioned in the POXO case. To get more on this, we have my colleague Veera joining us. Veera, take us through, a case dating back to last year. From what we're hearing is it was, in fact, in February of this year when this girl had gone to Yediyurappa's house complaining about a sexual assault, is when her 17-year-old daughter was sexually assaulted. From what we hear is The mother, unfortunately, last month died of an illness. But the case continues, and finally, Yediyurappa has gone in for questioning.
That's right. He is right now being questioned. It's been about an hour and a half since he went there. This was considered due process in terms of questioning. Remember, there was an arrest warrant that was issued by a fast-track court, which was challenged in the High Court by Yediyurappa's lawyers, and the High Court had categorically instructed no such action to be taken against him, and he had assured the High Court that he would appear before the CID for questioning today. So the questioning, matter of process, as you pointed out in this case, it was a mother and a 17-year-old girl who had gone to Yediyurappa's residence to seek help regarding cases that they had filed against several other officials. Allegedly, the assault happened there. The mother had even released a video of her entering the house and confronting Yediyurappa regarding the case and the matter, and voice samples were also matched in the matter. Yediyurappa, of course, maintaining that he has been falsely implicated in this case, and this is just an effort to tarnish his image. Of course, the octogenarian former chief minister, an important leader for the BJP. So obviously the political surround sound will play out in this case. We'll have to wait for the questioning to be completed, Divya, and post that we will know how the investigations proceed in this case.
Right, Veera, we will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. With that, we're slipping to a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And India festivals celebrates the festival of Eid, as you can see, celebrating Eid all across the country. Here's NDTV wishing all our viewers of Eid Mubarak.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Eight dead, several people injured in Bengal train accident. The goods train rammed into Kanchanjunga Express from behind in Darjeeling.
Top railway official says a human error is suspected. Railway board CEO Jaya Verma says goods train driver disregarded the signal and the driver is also reported dead. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa appears before the CID in connection with the POCSO case. US National Security Advisor in Delhi, Jake Sullivan, has met Ajit Doval and Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar. The focus is on deepening military tech ties. Indian national Nikhil Gupta implicated in an alleged plot to assassinate Sikh separatist Pannu has been extradited from the Czech Republic to the US. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We're starting this edition with a top focus. It's an unfortunate news from West Bengal. 8 people have lost their lives and over 50 people are injured after a passenger train traveling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata collided with a goods train in Darjeeling in West Bengal. The Kolkata-bound Kanchanjunga Express was derailed after it was hit from behind by a goods train near the Rangapani station, where railway top official today have informed that there was no coverage on the route and the signal disregard is believed to be the cause of the accident. Railways chairperson Jaya Verma has also informed that the goods train had disregarded the signal and prima facie it appears that a human error is behind the cause of the accident. The officials have said that the goods train that hit the Kanchanjunga Express train had overshot the signal and 2 coaches of the express train were derailed. Prime Minister Modi has also taken stock of the situation, we are learning, and also 2 lakh rupees ex gratia has been announced as compensation to the kin of dead.
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो B1 कोच था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है। तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था। फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का। अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बोगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए? मेरा बोगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है। अच्छा, अभी आप लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है? हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया। अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए।
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है। तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आगे जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद। एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था? जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद। तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है? वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेड बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है। जो है हाँ, लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी। हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे भी। अच्छा जी, तो अभी क्या अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है? जी, अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है।
स्थिति अभी थोड़ा गंभीर है। ये आप देख रहे हैं कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस है, ये पीछे यहाँ पे खड़ा था और पीछे से एक मालगाड़ी आके उसको ठोक दिया। 3 बॉगी अभी तक डिरेल्ड हुआ है, 5 फैटल्टी हुआ है, कैजुअल्टी हुआ है 5। अभी तक हम रेस्क्यू कर लिया है। और मालगाड़ी का जो आगे का इंजन है वहाँ पे गैस कटर लगेगा। आरपीएफ भी आ गए हैं, हम लोग लोकल पीएस से आ गए हैं। ठीक है, डेथ कैजुअल्टी कितनी हुई है? अभी तक जो हिसाब है 5 हुआ है। ठीक है, और कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है? 5 का मौत हुआ है अभी तक। ठीक है, इंजर्ड हुआ है? इंजर्ड अभी तक 25 to 30 नियरली, बट द इंजरीज आर नॉट फैटल।
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. and the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site. Divisional officers of Katia Division, senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
बताया पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
Now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Well, the top railway official there, railway chairperson Jaya Verma, informing that there was no kavach on this route. Remember, this route is frequently used by travelers to reach Darjeeling, and also the route also crosses this narrow strip of land. This is called Chicken's Corridor that links northeast with the rest of the country. And my colleague Saurabh is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Saurabh, the railway CEO informing that the prima facie human error is suspected here. It could be the cause of the accident, and the goods train had disregarded the signal. That is what has also been confirmed by the railways chairperson. And it is important to note here that what the railways officials are saying, the top official who had earlier done a press conference and informed that there was no coverage on this route. This route, as we've been talking about, links the northeast with the rest of the country. It's a very critical route. But despite that fact, there has been no arrangement made, so there has been no coverage that was made on this route, and all those arrangements are being made now.
Yes, what we know is that the kavach is a system that's being installed gradually across the country, and it's at a pace which perhaps many would say is insufficient, simply because also Indian Railways is in a way the most popular mode of transport across the country. Lakhs and crores of people use it every year. And perhaps, an anti-collision system like the Kavach system, which is being developed for the Indian Railways, needs to be implemented more quickly at a much more faster pace as far as the anti-collision system is concerned. Secondly, this particular accident is perhaps one accident where, had Kavach system been installed, it wouldn't have happened, because it is exactly for accidents like these that the Kavach system has been designed to prevent. And therefore, the third thing is that in this accident, what we saw is that the parcel coaches have been a savior. They've restricted the loss of life. And fourthly, Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, is headed to the site. Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Railway Minister, is also headed to the site. Darjeeling MP Raju Pista is there at the site. And rescue and relief operations are being completed. And what we're being given to understand is the Railways is now focusing on restoring connectivity on this extremely critical and strategic rail corridor.
Okay, so this is confirmed now, rescue operations. We are learning now, the railway officials have also informed that the rescue operations are over. They have been completed now. The number of dead at the moment stands at 8. We are learning at least 50 people are injured and they are being treated in the hospitals. Help desk at all stations have also been implemented on the train route, we are learning, and there are 2 accident relief trains that are en route to the crash site. All right, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Saurabh, what are we learning? How long will it take for the Railways Minister to reach the crash site? And also, as you've been informing that the Chief Minister is also going to reach the crash site, are they going to be meeting the victims' families as well? Are they going to go to the hospitals as well?
Yes, after the visit like this, usually, what we've seen in previous incidents also is that they usually do also go to hospitals to meet the injured and also to assure them that whatever help is required will be provided. And that's part of the drill, so to speak, when we've seen these kind of accidents take place. So now, the Chief Minister, of course, is expected to reach at Bagdogra Airport and then head to the accident site. So it's the Railway Minister who will land at Bagdogra Airport and head to the accident site. It's not very far from the airport. As far as I recall, Rangapani is about half an hour's drive or maybe a little more than that from Bagdogra Airport, which is where, the Railway Minister and the Chief Minister both will be landing. And also, from there, of course, they will head to the accident site. What the Railways are telling us now is that the primary rescue and relief of indicating whether people are stuck under debris or not has been more or less completed. The focus now is, of course, if there are more people stuck inside and if they can discover more people stuck inside, rescuing them and sending them to hospital. But also, more importantly, opening up this critical corridor for rail traffic. The Rangapani Express and some other important trains have been diverted to another route that exists, the Aluabari, Siliguri, Bagdogra, Sevok route, which is an alternate route, but it's a single line track. This is a double line main track that is the Delhi-Guwahati rail corridor. And also a lot of important trains have been stuck at different stations like Patoi, Kishanganj, which were en route to, North Bengal. So these trains will be diverted, some of them, through the, Siliguri, Jalpaiguri route. But other than that, the railways are looking at restoring rail traffic on this section by the end of the day or even late evening.
Absolutely. All right. All the focus has been on the rescue operation so far. Now we do understand what is being confirmed to us at the moment is that 8 people have lost their lives and there are at least 50 people who are injured in this train accident who've been admitted to hospitals. But now, after the rescue operations are over, Saurabh, the focus now shifts to fixing the accountability. As the railways official earlier in the press conference said, and we've been talking about it, that the covered system is something that is needed, that was not present on this route, which is a very critical route as we've been speaking about it. That is very much required. What more needs to be done? This is an important route and the signal disregard so far has been ascertained as the cause of the accident by the goods train that rammed into this express train. What more needs to be done? Other than, providing the covered system on this route, which is, of course, very much important. The accountability as well needs to be fixed here. All right, we'll try and connect with Saurabh in just a bit. He's with us on the broadcast and tracking the developments on the ground. Well, Saurabh, if you can hear me. All right, Saurabh, if you can hear me, the focus now shifts from the relief and rescue operations that are now over to fixing the accountability. As we've been speaking about it, the covered system is something that is quite important, and this has been a very critical route, as you've also been explaining to us. And, that is something that is going to be the focus now.
That's right. This is an electrified double-line route that heads to New Jalpaiguri and then, of course, onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these, railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route, which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and Therefore, the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchanjunga Express have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident, of course, has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that, one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then, of course, you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there. And also the engine of the, the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for a situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process. It's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country. And that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we're doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Well, absolutely. And, the information that's coming out at the moment is that regarding the Kavach system that we are talking about here, that this year, on a route of at least 3,000 kilometers, this has been planned that the Kavach system needs to be installed. It has been so far done on the 1,500 kilometer route, but the rest of the 1,500 kilometer route on which this has been planned, that also includes the Delhi-Havra route, and also on this very line that we are talking about, it has been planned. But yes, that is something that needs to be done as early as possible so that accidents like these can be prevented in the near future. Also, if you could help us understand the situation at the moment. We are learning that there could be at least 50 more people who are injured, and some of them are seriously injured. How many people were present, were traveling on this train, express train, when the accident took place? And 8 people, of course, have lost their lives. But how many people were traveling? And we're learning at least 50 people now are believed to be injured.
Oh, I mean, it's a pretty important train. It's usually a train that goes full, and it's the summer season rush. So trains at this time of the year across India are completely packed. It's the summer rush season. So, at this point of time, trains will usually be packed to capacity. However, what has happened is, like I said, those 2 coaches, the parcel vans, means that the passenger coaches of the trains have largely suffered minimal damage. And the casualties that have come, or the injuries that have come from the coaches that were towards the rear of the train. And these, of course, are the coaches that have suffered the most injuries. And those people have been rushed to hospital. Around 50 is what we're being given to understand. Again, this is an area near an urban sprawl, so accessing hospitals, etc., would not be that difficult, and the people are being treated at hospital. But what you will see is perhaps questions on Kavach and the speed at which it needs to be implemented across the railways, and also, the fact that there have been one too many railway accidents that easily could have been avoided with Kavach in place.
Absolutely. Well, Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has now posted a tweet saying that the centre has enhanced the ex gratia compensation that is being provided to the victims. What are we learning now is that 10 lakh rupees will be provided in case of death, and 2.5 lakh rupees towards grievous, and 50,000 rupees for minor injuries. Well, the compensation has been announced. Of course, Prime Minister Modi also has taken stock of the situation. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is on his way to reach the site of the accident. We are learning Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also had earlier tweeted and said that all possible assistance was being provided to those who were injured, and she's also on her way to reach the site of the accident. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has already taken stock of the situation. That is what she informed, and she is in regular touch with the authorities and officials on the ground. That is the latest coming in at the moment. But yes, the important fact at the moment remains that the information that has been provided by the railway's top official, that the covered system that needs to be implemented on this very critical route that connects this area to the northeast that connects the northeast with the rest of the country. Well, the route, this route crosses the narrow strip of land that is called the Chickens Corridor, and it links the northeast with the rest of the country, and it's a very important route. And questions are being asked at the moment now that rescue operations are over, that accountability, of course, needs to be fixed, and much more that needs to be done in order to minimize the risk of such accidents in the future. What we are learning is that, as per information that is coming in, the goods train that had hit the Kanchanjunga Express train from behind had overshot the signal. The signal disregard is believed to be the cause of the accident. And also the railway CEO in a press conference earlier said that the prima facie a human error is suspected. That can't be ruled out, but more investigation is needed. All right, Saurav, we do believe that an investigation has already been ordered in connection with this case.
Yes, of course. You know, it's a matter of procedure that when there is a railway accident, there will be a board of inquiry that will be constituted, and a report will be submitted that will not only look at what's responsible for the accident, but also suggest measures to prevent such accidents. That's part of procedure. It's part of the drill as far as railway functioning is concerned. And that will happen. An inquiry will be ordered. An inquiry, in fact, has been ordered, as we know. And the railway board chairperson, Jaya Verma, very categorically clarified that all of that will happen. The primary focus now for the railways at this point, there are stages to this. One is, of course, first get the people who are out trapped, get them to hospital, save lives. Once you're past that stage, then the primary focus shifts to restore connectivity, rail connectivity. Let train movement begin, because, like I said, critical rail corridor, connectivity to all northeast states, connectivity to North Bengal, Assam, Agartala, Arunachal, all of these states.
Well, that seems to have been interrupted at the moment.
What is being done in the second stage?
Yes. What is
being
done
done in that regard? The third stage, of course, is once all of this happens, is also ensure an inquiry, fix responsibility, and find out what led to it, and suggest measures. So there are three stages, and all of those will, of course, happen in due time.
The connectivity, as you've been saying, that seems to have been interrupted, of course, because of this tragic incident that took place. What is being done in that regard to restore the connectivity?
Well, you know, North Bengal and all of these places in the northeast have been witnessing, heavy rainfall in the last few days, and connectivity by train is very important. And a lot of people, those who can't afford flights, usually everybody depends on the Indian Railways. It's the railways practically is the lifeline of the country. Most middle class people, when they move from one place to another, depend on the railways. Flights are not the first choice. Obviously, for the entire northeast, and for entire North Bengal, this is the main line. There is one alternative line, but this is the main line. That's a single line. So obviously it cannot handle the traffic of this line. Then also there is a lot of this line is strategically important. It connects to all your forward areas. So all of these things, looking at all of these things, this railway line is crucial for India, and therefore restoring is the priority now. What we are being given to understand is by end of day or early evening or late evening mostly, that they will be able to restore railway traffic on this route.
Okay. All right. Well, we are hoping that by evening, or you're saying maybe by tomorrow, that the railway traffic is restored. Well, the Kanchanjunga Express, as we do understand, it's a daily train that is being used by commuters that connects Bengal with the northeastern cities of Silchar as well as Agartala as well. It is of course a very critical route, and because of this accident, of course the route seems to have been interrupted. However, efforts are being made at the moment to restore connectivity on this very route, and we are hoping that may take some time. However, Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is on his way at the moment to the site of the accident. He is going to take the stock of the situation. However, we are learning the rescue operations are complete at the moment. And of course, now the authorities are going to look into the aspect of fixing the accountability as well as making sure that these accidents do not happen in the future. Well, efforts are also going to be made to minimize the risk of such accidents in the near future, of course. But the latest information that we've been receiving at the moment regarding this accident is that, Mamata Banerjee is also on her way to the site of the accident. Rescue operations are complete at the moment. There are at least 50 more people who are injured, who've been admitted to hospitals. 8 people have died. The death toll has risen to 8. That is what we are learning. And all right. The railways earlier had said that the cause of accident was unclear. However, now the railways top official said that a human error is also suspected. It's believed to be the cause of the accident. However, the investigation has been ordered in the accident that took place in West Bengal early in the morning today. 8 people have lost their lives in this accident, and this happened after the passenger train traveling from Assam, Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata was hit by a goods train near the Rangapani station. Now, what the railway stop official also informed that there was no coverage on this route, and all focus is going to be on implementing or the coverage system on this route, which is quite crucial. This route that we are talking about is also quite critical, and the coverage system needs to be provided on this route. Well, prima facie, a human error is suspected. This is what the railway CEO also said in a press conference just a while back. The Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has announced compensation, that is 10 lakh rupees in case of death has been announced, and 2.5 lakh rupees towards grievous injuries has been announced by the Union Railways Minister. We'll keep an eye on the situation on the ground and get you more. It's time for a short break, yeah? More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi wished the citizens on the occasion of Eid today. In his tweet, he said, may this special occasion further cement the bonds of harmony and togetherness in our society. May everyone be happy and healthy.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
It's time to give you some interesting tip, because see, हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of
Welcome back after the break. We have some news coming in from Karnataka. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has appeared before the CID in connection with the POCSO case. He is being questioned in connection with the case by the state CID. Well, that is the latest we are learning at the moment. Remember, B.S. Yediyurappa earlier had maintained that the case that has been filed against him is baseless and he's been falsely implicated in the matter. My colleague Veera Raghav also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Veera Raghav, what more details are we getting? We are learning Yediyurappa has appeared before the CID and he is being questioned. He's going to be questioned in connection with the POCSO case registered against him.
Well, he is already being questioned, and that's pretty much the detail and the development for the day. He is being questioned right now. He's been questioned for the last couple of hours. We expect the questioning to come to a close at any moment now. Remember, this was anticipated. He had given a commitment through his lawyers to the High Court that he will appear before the CID for questioning. This was after a fast-track court had issued an arrest warrant against him, and he had gone to the High Court, A, for quashing of the case itself, which he says is a false case and he's been falsely implicated, B, to ensure that there was no arrest or no action taken by the police, given that he's going to cooperate with the investigators. So this was expected. So he had reached the CID office by about 11:15 this morning. He's been questioned since then by the officials. Obviously, they will be listening to his version of the events, also put forth before him evidence that they've gathered. Remember, a mother and a 17-year-old daughter had gone to Yediyurappa to seek help, allegedly, for other cases they'd filed against other officers in February 2024, when the alleged assault happened on the 17-year-old girl. Right. The allegation is that he molested her. The mother, of course, is no longer alive, but the police have recorded statements of several witnesses and others in this case.
Right, all right. Thank you so much, Veera, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments on this matter and get you more. Well, that is the latest we're picking at the moment. B.S. Yediyurappa so far has maintained that he's been falsely implicated in the case, but he's appeared before the state CID today and is being interrogated by the officials in connection with the POCSO case. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो भाई पैसाबाजार.com।
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer, brother, which is to just go and check into the sync settings of your phone. अगर आप जब S7 use कर रहे थे, उस टाइम पे सब कुछ sync हो रहा था, and now you have moved to S21 and it's not working, आप अपने फ़ोन की settings में जाइए, वहाँ पे आपका जो भी particular account है, for example, if it's Outlook or maybe it's the Google account, उस पे tap करने के बाद में आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या-क्या चीज़ें sync हो रही हैं या क्या-क्या चीज़ें
Welcome back after the break. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan arrived in India today, marking Joe Biden's first official engagement with India after the Modi 3.0 government took charge last week. Jake Sullivan is currently in the national capital with a high-level delegation and has met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He's also met Ajit Doval, we're learning. All right, my colleague Vishal joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vishal, this, of course, marks the U.S. government's first official engagement with India after the Modi government was sworn in recently. What all has been discussed? What more details do we have?
So regarding the meeting, the details are yet to be out. But before the meeting started, there were reports saying that the agenda of the discussion will probably revolve around some of the deals that India and US had signed last year in January. So there could be a review of those deals. And other things also could be discussed, like the war in the West Asia between Israel and Hamas, that could also have been discussed. And right after the meeting, they are expected to also give a joint statement. That exact statement is yet to be released. But as far as the meeting is concerned, the NSA, US NSA has already met. Senior officials is already met as Jaishankar, and is also expected to call on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So it's a high-level delegation from the US. As you mentioned earlier, this is the first time that someone senior from the US administration has come to India to meet Prime Minister Modi after he was sworn in for the third consecutive time. So it's a high-level delegation, and a lot of things are on the agenda. So when the meetings get over, we will get to know the details, the nitty-gritties of the meeting.
Okay.
But as of now, it will revolve around the military tech, is what the reports are saying.
Okay, we'll wait for the details to come out. Vishal, stay on with us. We have some more news that we are tracking at the moment. We'll come back to this in just a bit. Meanwhile, Indian national Nikhil Gupta, who's accused of being involved in murder for hire plot against a Sikh separatist, has been extradited from the Czech Republic. Nikhil Gupta was arrested in the Czech Republic last year at the request of the US government on charges of being involved in a plot to assassinate Sikh separatist Pannu. He is expected to be produced before a federal court in New York. We're learning he is lodged at the Federal Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. My colleague Vishal with us on the broadcast here. Vishal, what are the implications of this?
So, Nikhil Gupta is an Indian national. He was lodged in Czech Republic's prison since the last 1 year. He was arrested in June last year at the request of US authorities, who had, requested the Czech Republic to extradite him to the US. It took about a year for them to do so. And to counter that request, Nikhil Gupta had himself filed a petition in Czech Republic to hold that extradition. So that hasn't happened. So Nikhil Gupta is one of the main accused in the case, which involves the plot to kill this separatist leader, who is known as Guru Pravat Singh Pannu. He is a designated terrorist as far as Indian government is concerned. He's on a watch list, and he has also been involved in a lot of anti-India activities. So he is a US and Canadian citizen. So there was a report saying that Indian official was involved in a plot to kill Pannu, and Indian government has rubbished those reports and said that no Indian official was involved in this. So the investigation is still going on. The details are yet to emerge, but the federal prosecutors in the US have been saying that a high-level Indian official colluded with Nikhil Gupta to hire a hitman in order to kill Pannu.
Absolutely. Although India, as you've been saying, that India had already rejected these reports that came out that Indian official was involved in this. India had said that these reports were unsubstantiated and baseless. All right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that big story that we continue to track. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many.
Welcome back after the break. Our focus is on the train tragedy in West Bengal, in which 8 people have lost their lives and at least 50 people are believed to be injured in this accident. They have been admitted to the hospital. Some are seriously injured. We are learning, this accident had taken place in the Darjeeling district in West Bengal in the early hours today. We are learning Kolkata bound Kanchanjunga Express was derailed after it was hit from behind by a goods train near the Rangapani station. Railway top official Jaya Verma today has informed that there was no covered system on this route and efforts are now being made to implement the covered system. Also, she informed that signal disregard by the goods train that rammed into the passenger train is believed to be the cause of the accident. The railway's chairperson also said that the prima facie a human error is suspected. The human error angle is not ruled out by the railways authorities, and that is what has been informed to the media. Officials had said that the goods train that hit the Kanchenjunga Express train had overshot the signal. 2 coaches of the express train were derailed. Kanchanjunga Express, as we know, is frequently used by tourists to travel to Darjeeling, and this route links the northeast with the rest of the country. There are efforts that are being made at the moment to restore rail connectivity. The restoration on this route has already started. Work has already started. This route is an automatic signal section and remains extremely busy with parallel lines, as told by officials. That means there are chances of other trains also being around at that point in time. Although now what we are learning at the moment is that Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav had informed that he had left for the crash site. He is expected to reach in some time, and the investigation, of course, has been ordered in the case, and more details are likely to come out. Let's also listen in to what the railway chairperson Jaya Verma earlier had said, and we have more reactions coming in.
25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
Now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सकें उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site. Divisional officers of Katia Division, senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
All right, what we are learning at the moment is that the site restoration is in progress as per the authorities. That is being informed. Mamata Banerjee as well as Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav are reaching the site of the accident in some time from now. We've seen how earlier also, when there have been such train tragedies, there has been blame game that also erupted, but we are hoping that the focus now only remains on the assistance that is being provided to the people, to those who've been affected in this accident at the moment, and of course fixing the accountability. At the moment, that is the latest that we are getting at this point in time. This is a very critical route, as we've been pointing out, which has been affected, and the line needs to be restored. All efforts are being made at the moment to restore the connectivity, the rail connectivity, as this is the route that connects the northeast with the rest of the country. This train, the Kanchanjunga Express, that was traveling from Assam to Kolkata. It was traveling from Silchar in Assam and was moving towards Sealdah in Kolkata. But on this very route, one train, a goods train from behind, hit it, and 8 people have lost their lives in this tragic accident. Well, railway stop officials have informed that signal disregard is believed to be the cause of the accident. The goods train that rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express had apparently disregarded the signal, and it overshot the signal, and that is the reason that it rammed into the passenger train. Now, 2 bogies we are learning were affected, and these 2 coaches that derailed, in which people were traveling, were affected. Over 50 people, we are learning, are believed to be injured, and they are in the hospital at the moment being treated for their injuries. Focus now shifts from the relief and rescue operations that are now over to fixing the accountability. As we've been speaking about it, the covered system is something that is quite important, and this has been a very critical route, as you've also been explaining to us, and well, that is something that is going to be the focus now.
That's right. You know, this is an electrified double-line route that heads to New Jalpaiguri, and then of course onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these you know, railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route, which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and therefore the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express, have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident of course has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that you know, one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then of course you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there, and also the engine of the you know, the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for the situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process. It's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country, and that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we are doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Well, absolutely. And you know, the information that's coming out at the moment is that regarding the covered system that we are talking about here, that this year on a route of at least 3,000 kilometer, this has been planned that the Kavach system needs to be installed. It has been so far done on the 1500 kilometer route, but the rest of the 1500 kilometer route on which this has been planned, that also includes the Delhi-Havra route, and also on this very line that we are talking about, it has been planned. But yes, that is something that needs to be done as early as possible so that accidents like these can be prevented in the near future. Also, you know, if you could help us understand the situation at the moment. We are learning that there could be at least 50 more people who are injured, and some of them are seriously injured. How many people were present, you know, were traveling on this train, express train, when the accident took place? And 8 people, of course, have lost their lives. But how many people were traveling? And we're learning at least 50 people now are believed to be injured.
Oh, I mean, it's a pretty important train. It's usually a train that goes full, and it's the summer season rush. So trains at this time of the year across India are completely packed. It's the summer rush season. So, you know, at this point of time, trains will usually be packed to capacity. However, what has happened is, like I said, those 2 coaches, the parcel vans, means that the passenger coaches of the trains have largely suffered minimal damage. And the casualties that have come, or the injuries that have come from the coaches that were towards the rear of the train. And these, of course, are the coaches that have suffered the most injuries. And those people have been rushed to hospital. Around 50 is what we're being given to understand. Again, this is an area near an urban sprawl, so accessing hospitals, etc., would not be that difficult, and the people are being treated at hospital. But what you will see is perhaps questions on Kavach and the speed at which it needs to be implemented across the railways, and also you know, the fact that, you know, there have been one too many railway accidents that easily could have been avoided with Kavach in place.
Absolutely. Well, Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has now posted a tweet saying that the centre has enhanced the ex gratia compensation that is being provided to the victims. What are we learning now is that 10 lakh rupees will be provided in case of death, and 2.5 lakh rupees towards grievous, and 50,000 rupees for minor injuries. Well, the compensation has been announced. Of course, Prime Minister Modi also has taken stock of the situation. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is on his way to reach the site of the accident. We are learning Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also had earlier tweeted and said that all possible assistance was being provided to those who were injured, and she's also on her way to reach the site of the accident. Well, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has already taken stock of the situation. That is what she informed, and she is in regular touch with the authorities and officials on the ground. Well, that is the latest coming in at the moment. But yes, the important fact at the moment remains that the information that has been provided by the railway's top official, that the Kavach system that needs to be implemented on this very critical route that connects this area to the northeast that connects the northeast with the rest of the country. Well, the route, this route crosses the narrow strip of land that is called the Chickens Corridor, and it links the northeast with the rest of the country, and it's a very important route. And questions are being asked at the moment now that rescue operations are over, that accountability, of course, needs to be fixed, and much more that needs to be done in order to minimize the risk of such accidents in the future. What we are learning is that, as per information that is coming in, the goods train that had hit the Kanchanjunga Express train from behind had overshot the signal. The signal disregard is believed to be the cause of the accident. And also the railway CEO in a press conference earlier said that the prima facie a human error is suspected. That can't be ruled out, but more investigation is needed. All right, Saurav, we do believe that an investigation has already been ordered in connection with this case.
Yes, of course. It's a matter of procedure that when there is a railway accident, there will be a board of inquiry that will be constituted, and a report will be submitted that will not only look at what's responsible for the accident, but also suggest measures to prevent such accidents. That's part of procedure. It's part of the drill as far as railway functioning is concerned. And that will happen. An inquiry will be ordered. An inquiry, in fact, has been ordered, as we know. And the railway board chairperson, Jaya Verma, very categorically clarified that all of that will happen. The primary focus now for the railways at this point, there are stages to this. One is, of course, first get the people who are out trapped, get them to hospital, save lives. Once you're past that stage, then the primary focus shifts to restore connectivity, rail connectivity. Let train movement begin, because like I said, critical rail corridor, connectivity to all northeast states, connectivity to North Bengal, Assam, Agartala, Arunachal, all of these states.
Well, that seems to have been interrupted at the moment. What is being done in the second stage? What is being done in that regard? The third stage, of course, is once all of this happens, is also ensure an inquiry, fix responsibility, and find out what led to it, and suggest measures. So there are three stages, and all of those will, of course, happen in due time. The connectivity, as you've been saying, that seems to have been interrupted, of course, because of this tragic incident that took place. What is being done in that regard to restore the connectivity?
Well, North Bengal and all of these places in the northeast have been witnessing heavy rainfall in the last few days, and connectivity by train is very important, and a lot of people, those who can't afford flights, usually everybody depends on the Indian Railways. It's the railways practically is the lifeline of the country. Most middle class people, when they move from one place to another, depend on the railways. Flights are not the first choice. Obviously, for the entire northeast, and for entire North Bengal, this is the main line. There is one alternative line, but this is the main line. That's a single line. So obviously it cannot handle the traffic of this line. Then also there is a lot of this line is strategically important. It connects to all your forward areas. So all of these things, looking at all of these things, this railway line is crucial for India, and therefore restoring is the priority now. What we are being given to understand is by end of day or early evening or late evening mostly, that they will be able to restore railway traffic on this route.
All right, more information are coming in at the moment. We're learning that the trains have been passing through that route have been diverted now through an alternate route, bypassing the accident site. What sources are also telling NDTV that there is a likely possibility that the route on which the accident has taken place could be cleared by this evening itself. However, efforts are being made at the moment to clear the debris at the moment and clear the route for movement of traffic, but that is of course going to take some time, and that is the latest coming in. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that and get you more in just a bit. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Bengal train tragedy, 8 killed, at least 50 others injured. The fatalities include 3 railway officials. Goods train rams into Kanchanjunga Express in Bengal. Bengal Chief Minister as well as the Union Railway Minister en route accident site. Train officials say human error is suspected. The Railways says goods train had in fact disregarded the signal. Goods train driver killed in accident. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa appears before the CID, questioned in a POCSO case. Remember, Yediyurappa has been accused of sexually assaulting a minor. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in Karnataka. BJP protests against the fuel price hike. It's once again scapegoating the middle class. And US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in the national capital meets Ajit Doval, his counterpart, as well as External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, focus on deepening military tech ties. Our top focus, 8 people, including 3 railway employees, have in fact died and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind, hit it from the rear near Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. 3 coaches of Kanchanjunga Express were derailed in the crash. One factor which limited casualties in the accident is the fact that the rear part of Kanchanjunga Express comprised of the cargo van and the guard's coach, and the passenger compartments were further ahead. Railways says that human error is suspected to be the top reason for this accident and that the goods train had in fact disregarded a key signal. As per the latest, unaffected portion of the Kanchenjunga Express has left the site. It's headed towards Sealdah in Bengal, and restoration work of the site is in progress.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Kathiawar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
Now opposition is targeting you. the railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सकें उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Right, let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, first of all, an update in terms of, we believe the rescue operation has been completed. The unaffected portion of the train, Kanchanjunga Express, is also on its way to Malda. But in terms of the ground operations, what is the current status?
Well, you know, the operations currently are focused on restoring rail connectivity on this route. It is, like I said, a very strategic and important railway route, and therefore the focus remains on restoring railway connectivity. What we are being given to understand that would be possible likely by evening or end of day at best, and train services should resume on the route with speed restrictions at the accident site for the next few days. Now, apart from this, yes, there is of course the confirmation of the death of the two motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express. The portion of the Kanchenjunga Express that's been unaffected. Like I said, what has really played a savior in this accident are the two parcel coaches that were attached to the end of the train. Those parcel coaches actually took most of the impact, and the deaths that have come of passengers and also of the guard or train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express are from the next coach, the third coach from the rear, as this impact, happened because of the collision of the goods train that came and rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express from behind this morning at around 8:30 in the morning. Also, what we know is that, the Prime Minister has tweeted, the Railway Minister is on his way to the spot, and also officials are already there. We understand that the relief and rescue operations at the site have come to an end, in the sense that they don't believe that more people are trapped inside. The unaffected portion, like you said, has already been moved towards the Malda town direction with passengers, and that train is of course expected to move further on to Sealdah, which is its destination. But obviously this is yet another railway accident. Kavach, the railway anti-collision device that is now of course being installed at several places, was not installed yet on this route. And also what we know is that perhaps these old ICF coaches that climb atop one another in the case of a collision also need to be replaced sooner, along with the Kavach, which is now becoming a more and more urgent need for the Indian Railways in the wake of accidents that we've seen in the last year or so.
Right. Saurabh, as you were mentioning, that there are, of course, the rescue operations, the large part of it is over, but there are still ground operations going on, restoration of the site. What kind of reinforcements are being rushed by the Bengal government? I believe the Chief Minister herself is en route.
Yes, the Chief Minister is expected to be there, but what we know is that the Bengal government has, given all possible assistance to the railways in terms of, rushing senior officials for crowd management, for law and order management, and also, clearing traffic for those injured to be taken to hospital, along with ambulances and other support that is required when there is an accident like this on site by the railways. That is something that the West Bengal government has extended full support to, with leaders of the Trinamool Congress also there. The Darjeeling MP was also there. Other top railway officials were also there. And also we are expecting the railway minister to be there, and the chief minister also perhaps, or sometime later in the evening, if she's going there to the accident site.
Right, Saurabh, for the benefit of our viewers, also explain the significance of the train and this route. Actually, this train operates through the Chicken Neck route as we speak. So, explain for the viewers that how crucial and important, and also it's one of the oldest routes actually in that region, connecting between Agartala and Sealdah.
This is a very, very old train. Kanchanjunga Express has one of the oldest trains on this route. In fact, a lot of newer trains have come in after that, but Kanchanjunga Express remains one of the oldest trains to be plying on this route. Earlier, it used to go up to Guwahati. Then, of course, now it goes up to Silchar and Agartala, depending on the day. But also, this is also a very, very important route, like I said, because this particular railway line that we're talking about is the rail connectivity route for the entire northeast, North Bengal and Assam. There is an alternate line, and that is a single line though, and some important trains are being diverted to that alternate line, but otherwise this is the most important railway route in the region. It passes through that narrow corridor which is called the Chicken's Neck or the Siliguri corridor, providing connectivity to entire northeast, and also it's a strategic railway route because remember, a lot of military supplies etc. pass through the route. So it is a very, very important route. It's a very, very important railway connectivity, and that's why work is on in full swing to restore that railway route as soon as possible. What we've been given to understand, like I said, that the non-affected part of the train has already moved on. And now, of course, it's clearing the tracks, restoring the tracks to see if there's any damage or not, restoring the OHE, the overhead electrification lines, and then perhaps running a few trials before the first train is cleared to pass through that accident site in the evening.
Right. Saurabh, stay with us. Before I let you go, there are some important updates that I want to point out for our viewers. There's, of course, the helpline numbers that we are running on our screens there. There's also a war room which has been set up in the national capital in order to coordinate with the rescue operations that are going on. The centers, of course, is extending all sorts of assistance to the Bengal government on this matter, on this accident. There's still, of course, a lot of assessment and reviews being conducted. Thankfully, at the moment, what we do know that the death toll has not climbed up beyond 8, but the officials there, both from the center as well as the state government there, of course, keeping a close watch on the situation. At the same time, what we do know is that, as we mentioned, that the Union Railways Minister as well as the Bengal Chief Minister, both of them are headed to the location, and there's restoration of the site which is currently in progress. The ex gratia amount has been increased by the centre to 10 lakhs for kin of the deceased and 2.5 lakh for those kin of those who have been injured. Let me go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, one last question. You know, this entire issue about Kavach, about the security apparatus which can probably go on to save many lives and alert people about any such dangers ahead. As they mentioned that there was no coverage on this route, but as you were also pointing out that this is one of the oldest trains which has been plying on this very important route in the eastern part of the country. So what actually justifies there being no additional security apparatus like coverage on this route?
You know, Kavach has, of course, been a program that the railways have rolled out in the past couple of years, but it's not been rolled out at a pace that perhaps could cover the entire railway network in India by, say, 2-3 years. And it's taking a lot of time. It's taking a lot of time, as railway officials explain, because of the intricacies and the technological challenges and the complicated engineering that comes along with the Kavach. But having said that, it is something that by now should have been speeded up a lot more. At least the major routes of railway connectivity, let's say the routes on which Rajdhanis ply. This is a route on which the Rajdhani Express, the Dibrugarh and the Agartala Rajdhani Express ply on this route, and these are important trains. So obviously, perhaps these routes should have been covered by Kavach by now, and it's not. And mind you, the Kavach is a system that's designed exactly for a situation like this, where if a train overshoots a signal or ignores a red signal, then the system automatically kicks in and applies the brakes and brings the train to a stop before the collision can occur. And that is the primary feature of Kavach, and that's something that perhaps railways now need to look at rolling out in a much more fast-paced manner. They've been trying to do it, but it's not happened at the pace at which the modernization plan of the Indian Railways should be taking off. I mean, it's fine to have newer trains, it's fine to have more luxurious, more comfortable trains, it's fine to build new railway connectivity, new tracks, develop railway stations, provide modern amenities at railway stations, clean them up, provide interconnectivity. All of that is part of railway development. But most important is running trains safely on these tracks. And that, many believe, should be the primary priority beyond all of these things. So that's something that perhaps the railways will need to look at, because this accident is yet another reminder of how important that Kavach system is and why it needs to be implemented so quickly.
Right, Saurabh, the focus right now, of course, will be on the restoration work and relief operations, but several such questions that the railways will have to answer. We'll leave it there for now, but of course, keep tracking all updates coming in on this very important big story that we have been following since morning. But for the moment, we'll slip into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Right, welcome back. Now we are shifting our focus to other important stories that we have been following, and one of them is that of former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa appearing before the CID. In fact, he's being questioned as we speak in a POCSO case. Remember, the BJP veteran has in fact been accused in a molestation case, allegedly a molestation case involving a 17-year-old. Yediyurappa, of course, has denied all charges, saying that he is being falsely implicated, but he has in fact appeared before the CID for the first time for questioning. And remember, the statements of the victim and the mother have already been recorded by the CID, and this questioning of B.S. Yediyurappa comes in just days after the court had in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against the BJP veteran.
He is being questioned right now. He's been questioned for the last couple of hours. We expect the questioning to come to a close at any moment now. Remember, this was anticipated. He had given a commitment through his lawyers to the High Court that he will appear before the CID for questioning. This was after a fast-track court had issued an arrest warrant against him, and he had gone to the High Court, A, for quashing of the case itself, which he says is a false case and he's been falsely implicated, B, to ensure that there was no arrest or no action taken by the police, given that he's going to cooperate with the investigators. So this was expected. So he had reached the CID office by about 11:15 this morning. He's been questioned since then by the officials. Obviously, they will be listening to his version of the events, also put forth before him evidence that they've gathered. Remember, a mother and a 17-year-old daughter had gone to Yediyurappa to seek help, allegedly, for other cases they'd filed against other officers in February 2024 when the alleged assault happened on the 17-year-old girl.
Right.
The allegation is that he molested her. The mother, of course, is no longer alive, but the police have recorded statements of several witnesses and others in this case.
And staying with news from Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike fuel prices. In fact, he claimed that the fuel prices in his state is still less when compared to others. Remember, Karnataka recently raised fuel prices by about ₹3 per litre. Commenting on BJP's protest today on the issue, Siddaramaiah called it the party's double speak. Hitting out, he said that the BJP must protest against the centre, as the centre's fuel tax levies were much higher.
Now raised on petrol, sale tax, ₹3 on petrol and ₹3 on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised the additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Right, time for some breaking update that we are getting right now on the bulletin, and BJP is now gearing up for state elections. What we're given to understand is that several union ministers have in fact been put in charge of specific states which are scheduled to go, where assembly elections are scheduled if not this year, at least by next year, next couple of years. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha for more on this. Vasudha, what is the breakup? Who's been assigned to which state?
Taruna, it's very important to understand here that the BJP is, agreeing to go with its whole, trend of continuity. We saw that reflect in the cabinet portfolio allocation. And Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, and Bhupendra Yadav, who is the environment minister. And these are the two people who were in some ways seen as responsible for turning around the situation in Madhya Pradesh in 2023 last year, when the party started out on a weak wicket, but of course swept the state with over 156 seats. So these are the two people who were the Prabharis and the Sub Prabhari. The team has been repeated for the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP faced a huge setback. Its numbers went down from 23 to 7 this time. And in fact, Mahavikas Aghadi, the opposition, has actually done well, getting about 30, out of 48 seats. So Maharashtra is a critical state for the BJP. And the crack team of Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav are being sent there as Prabhari and co-Prabhari. Incidentally, Mr. Vaishnav has gone to Bengal today. He's facing, the flack for this railway accident that took place. But of course, railway ministry is working on a war footing to ensure that the rescue operations are on. The second important state is Dharmendra Pradhan, who's also a seasoned, experienced BJP leader, a minister. He has been given the responsibility of Haryana, another coal-bound state, and former Chief Minister of Tripura, Biplab Deb, has also been appointed the Prabhari. He's already handling Haryana for the BJP. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the surprise minister that we saw in the cabinet, who has been given this huge agriculture plus rural development portfolio, has been given charge of Jharkhand, where the BJP lost all tribal seats. Apart from him, it's Himanta Biswa Sharma, the magic man of the BJP, the face of Northeast India for the party. He has been also appointed as a Prabhari, and Kishan Reddy, of course, gets the responsibility of J&K. These are the important points, the important appointments that have been made, but clearly points to a direction that the BJP has already started working on Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Haryana polls, which are very critical, especially after the party saw reduced numbers in the Lok Sabha Assembly polls of 2024.
Exactly, and Maharashtra and Haryana is likely to take place later this year, if not not, or early next year. Vasudha, any surprises in terms of the states which have been allocated to each of these ministers to be in charge in terms of election preparation? As you were saying, that Shivraj Chauhan, of course, has come across as one of the reliable, dependable people that the BJP has in fact clearly elevated even in terms of his central portfolio. But in terms of the has there been any sort of significant reshuffle, if you would look at it that way, in terms of the states that were being handled by some of the ministers during the Lok Sabha elections and now for the state assembly elections?
Well, I think, Tanima, that's a great question. But, Bhupendra Yadav has been he's handled Maharashtra for the party in the past. So it was expected that it would be given to a senior person. Bhupendra Yadav has also been responsible for the party's work in 2020 Bihar elections. He has also handled very important and critical elections for the BJP, including 2017 Gujarat elections. And Gujarat and Bihar are seen as critical states where he has, worked consistently at the organization level. Ashwini Vaishnav has handled Madhya Pradesh along with Bhupendra Yadav, but what happened in MP was seen as a complete surprise because at some point it did seem like Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh were seen as rising, and Congress itself was rising, especially after the 2018 assembly elections where the Congress managed to get more seats than the BJP. But of course, Dharmendra Pradhan is also somebody who has handled very important states like UP and also Karnataka, where caste matters a lot. He is somebody who's seen as someone who understands caste, and he has been given the responsibility of Haryana. So critical responsibility is given out here, and the announcements have come well before in time. So I think they're using the MP Chhattisgarh model where they will make these decisions much before the elections actually, get worked out, that the campaign actually starts, so that the Prabharis have a lot of time to understand who the probable candidates are, what needs to be done, what the problems are, especially with Maharashtra because there are 6 parties there, and they need experienced hands. And both Ashwini Vaishnav and Bhupendra Yadav have proved themselves in Madhya Pradesh, which is why I think they've been given this responsibility.
Vasudha there bringing us details of this breaking update that we are following. Focusing now on the national capital, and Delhi water crisis continues to be one of the major pain points for the people here. In fact, after several questions were raised about water theft, especially in key canals, now there's police protection for pipelines as well. This move comes after a demand made by the Delhi government alleging water theft at several locations. As we've mentioned in the past, there was water theft allegation at Munak Canal as well. What the Delhi government said, that there were tankers actually pilfering water from the Haryana side of the canal. But nonetheless, amid this intense heat wave in Delhi, we can see that this is yet another measure being put in place, and desperate residents in different parts of the city are still being seen waiting in long queues, running behind water tankers as well. My colleague Tanushka has in fact sent this report, as well as Delhi Water Minister's latest reaction. Listen in.
जो पानी की पाइपलाइन सोनिया विहार से आती है, पूरे साउथ दिल्ली को पानी प्रोवाइड करती है, कल उस पानी की पाइपलाइन में लीकेज हुई। उस लीकेज और काफ़ी सीवियर लीकेज हुई। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी लीकेज वहाँ पे हो रही थी। जब हमारी पेट्रोलिंग टीम को ये पता चला तो रिपेयर के लिए टीम भेजी गई। वहाँ ये पाया गया कि बहुत बड़े बड़े बोल्ट, 12 इंच के बोल्ट, 4-4, 5-5 सेंटीमीटर लंबे बोल्ट को काट कर वहां पर छेद किया गया था पाइपलाइन में। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है, और मैंने इसी संदर्भ में आज पुलिस कमिश्नर को लेटर भी लिखी है। मेरी पुलिस कमिश्नर से बात भी हुई है कि जो हमारी मेन पानी की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लाइंस हैं, उन पानी की पाइपलाइंस को पुलिस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी दी जाए।
I'm outside the Sonia Vihar water treatment plant right now, where whole of South Delhi gets its water supply from, and there are a lot of BJP workers here who are protesting against the water shortage in Delhi, which they claim is a man-made fabrication of the Aam Aadmi Party. As you can see around me, there are a lot of BJP workers here who are protesting against the issue. Let us get into the crowd and try and talk to one of the protesters here. We have the BJP Zilla Adhyaksh of North East here, Poonam Chauhan. Ma'am, यहाँ पर आप आज किस लिए मौजूद हो? पानी की किल्लत जो हो रही है, आपको क्या लगता है किस वजह से हो रही है?
देखिए, केजरीवाल सरकार की एक तो नीयत साफ नहीं है, क्योंकि 10 सालों से वो सत्ता में है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद हर बार गर्मियों के मौसम में दिल्ली को इसी तरह की परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। जिस मुद्दे को लेकर, फ्री बिजली पानी के मुद्दे को लेकर केजरीवाल ने सत्ता को हथियाया था, गरीब जनता के मंसूबों को पानी फेरा है उसने, और आज वो शराब घोटाला हो, जल घोटाला हो, टैंकर घोटाला हो, इसमें लिप्त है, परंतु जो जनता की मूलभूत सुविधा साफ पानी देने में सक्षम नहीं हो पा रही है। उनकी जो जल मंत्री है अतिशी, वो भी झूठे आरोप दूसरी पार्टियों पर लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका क्या काम है ये वो करने में असमर्थ हैं।
So that's what we're getting right now from the BJP Zila Adhyaksh of North East section here, is that they believe that this is a water shortage that has been created by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that the water shortage is in fact a case of water theft and wastage of water by the Aam Aadmi Party deliberately. As you can hear around me, there's a lot of sloganeering going on by the BJP workers here, and they're moving towards the Sonia Vihar water treatment plant right here, and they're claiming that Delhi Minister Atishi, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, is corrupt and is engaging in such corrupt practices.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's tell you what's happening around the world. The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower may be one of the oldest aircraft carriers in the US Navy, but it is still fighting despite repeated false claims by Yemen's Houthi rebels. The Houthis and online accounts supporting them repeatedly have alleged they hit or even sank the carrier in the Red Sea, as it leads the US response to the rebels' ongoing attacks targeting both commercial vessels and warships in the crucial waterway. That's put its leader, Captain Christopher Hill, and his social media profile directly in what has become an increasingly bizarre internet front line as the campaign goes on. And while he shrugs off his posts, they represent the new level of information warfare the Navy is having to fight as it faces its most intense combat since World War II and tries to keep the morale of the nearly 5,000 personnel aboard the Eisenhower high and munitions ready as their deployment stretches on.
I think most of the false claims that have occurred about us, for instance, saying that we've been sunk, I think it's been about 2 or 3 times in the past 6 months we've allegedly been sunk, which we have not been, is almost comical at this point, right? The enemy attempting to, they're attempting to maybe inspire themselves through misinformation, and it doesn't work on us. So if I can post pictures of sons and daughters, husbands and wives out here, or even fathers and mothers, get it out there, it just kind of brings the family closer to us. Again, that's our support network. But it also took on another role because everyone else was watching to see what we're doing. So I can communicate. What I intend to do is just continue to communicate like I normally do, regardless of what's going on. So we're going to celebrate Taco Tuesdays because it's my absolute favorite day of the week. That will never end. I will show videos of our ship's facility dog because he makes a difference here. People like having him around. He improves moods. So that, if you call that an information warfare campaign, you can. It's just who I am.
Now shifting our attention to another story, hundreds of pro-China demonstrators, human rights protesters and democracy advocates gathered outside Australia's parliament on Monday as Chinese Premier Li Qiang met with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The pro-China supporters and anti-China protesters carried flags and banners, occasionally shouting and jostling with each other amid a large police presence. The two leaders were meeting to discuss thorny issues including lingering trade barriers, conflict between their militaries in international waters, and China's desire to invest in critical minerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?
Now, Chinese Premier Li Qiang said he agreed with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Monday to properly manage their nation's differences era in which minister-to-minister contacts were banned and trade barriers cost Australian exporters up to 20 billion Australian dollars a year. We won't always agree, and the points on which we disagree won't simply disappear if we leave them in silence, Albanese said while addressing a luncheon at the Parliament House. Li later said China and Australia shared broad space for deepening the cooperation. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in India today in what marks the first visit of a senior American official after Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led government returned for a third term. Sullivan is in Delhi for the second meeting of the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, a comprehensive discussion on a broad range of bilateral, regional and global issues. After meeting Sullivan, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that he is confident that India and US strategic partnership will continue to advance strongly in our new term. US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is on an official visit to New Delhi from 17th to 18th June 2024 at the invitation of Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor of India. He is accompanied by a delegation of senior US government officials and industry leaders. The two NSAs have regular consultations on bilateral, regional and global issues. The current visit continues their high-level engagement on the robust and multifaceted agenda of the India-US Global Strategic Partnership. A sense of unease hangs in the air of Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, even at a bustling marketplace. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. Highly trained Pakistani terrorists holed up in the green cover. Here's a report. Take a look.
A bustling marketplace in Poonch as people go about their daily lives and prepare for Eid. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. While the army intensifies patrolling after spike in terrorist attacks, searching these dense forests is a most challenging task. It's in these mountains highly trained Pakistani terrorists are hiding and carrying out attack after attack.
It was after a gap of 18 years militancy resurfaced in Poonch Rajouri region. The first major attack was carried out in these forests of Surankot in October 2021. Since then, attack after attack and troubling reality of Pir Panjal mountains has upset all the security calculations about Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370.
The Recent attacks and targeting of Yatra bus last week has evoked a strong response from the central government. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked security forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities, Home Minister called high-level security review meet on Sunday to deal with the challenge. On ground zero, the first major concern is the security of Hindu community in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions. It's in these areas terrorists had targeted and massacred many Hindus before they were eliminated 2 decades ago. After attack on Yatris, police say terrorists are trying to create situation like 1990s and vow to finish them one by one.
फिर उसी तरीके का एक चैलेंज अगर हमारे सामने दुश्मन रख रहा है तो हम एकदम से दृढ़निष्ठ हैं, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि हम इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर एक एक कर, हम ज्यादा तो तादाद नहीं हैं, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे.
As the terror threats looms, police have revamped the village defense guards. The civilian militias armed by the government to defend against terror attacks. Most of 2800 VDGs in both Doda and Poonch, Rajouri region are drawn from Hindu community. In this village in Poonch, police are sensitizing VDGs to remain extra alert after recent attacks.
हमें लगभग 20 साल हो गए हैं. इससे पहले भी हमने जब मिलिटेंसी पीक पर थी तो हम दिन रात जो अपना फ़र्ज़ निभाते रहे और शाना बशाना जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेना के साथ खड़े रहे.
सर कुछ ऐसे हमले हुए हैं, कुछ बाहर हुए हैं, कुछ कहीं हुए हैं. इसकी वजह से हमको JK पुलिस ने एक्ट रखा हुआ है कि कभी भी कहीं भी आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, आपके गांव में ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, कोई ऐसा दिखता है हमको फ़ोन करके बताओ.
उठाया सर, देखते हैं अब जैसे बार बार हमले हो रहे हैं, जैसे हमें पुलिस ने बताया कि आप अलर्ट रहो, हम अलर्ट हैं. सर इतने ज़्यादा टाइमिंग तो चल पर इतनी हिम्मत रखते हैं, इतना तो कर लेंगे.
प्लानिंग से ज़्यादा हिम्मत
है अपनी सर, वो कर लेंगे.
देश की सेवा, अपने परिवार की सेवा, खुद की सेवा करने के लिए जो यात्रियों पे अटैक हुआ है और भी 2-3 हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से हमें एक्टिवेट किया गया है सर.
In 2003, a successful joint operation by the army and police with the unwavering support of locals literally eliminated militancy. But since 2021, there's been a disturbing resurgence. The deadly attack that started in Poonch and Rajouri has now spread to Doda region. Syed Afadul Mujtaba, a former police officer who led the elimination of militancy in Rajouri in 2003, says resurgence of terrorism in the region can be defeated only if local population is on the side of the government.
We are not dealing with, as police officers, we are not dealing with the territory, we are dealing with the population. And if more of the population is on your side, the task becomes easier. So there was a need and there is a need to do a comprehensive policing in which you carry along all the people so that the flow of information comes to you.
June 9, 2024, 9 pilgrims were killed after attack on bus in Riyasi. May 4, 2024, attack on Air Force, 1 airman killed and 5 injured. December 21, 2023, an army vehicle ambushed in which 4 soldiers were killed. November 5, 5 soldiers including 2 captains killed in ambush. April to May 2023, 10 soldiers killed in twin attacks. In the year 2023, 18 personnel killed in 5 terror attacks. 39 soldiers killed since 2021 in the region. In May 2022, 4 pilgrims killed in terror attack on a bus. At least 20 civilians killed since 2021. Sources say at least 3-4 terrorist groups are operating in Poonch and Rajouri region, an almost equal number in Doda region. In November last year, Army said that 25-30 Pakistani terrorists are operating in Poonch and Rajouri. None of them was killed so far in the region. The terrorists, who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare, are using state-of-art weapons including US-made M4 carbine and armor-piercing bullets. The micro-satellite communication system, which is hard to intercept, has also made it to terrorist wherewithal. Despite large-scale detention of locals after every attack, security forces appear to be clueless. After major attack on Army Special Forces in November, the Army said that the terrorists have been trained several countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan.
इनकी ट्रेनिंग कई देशों में हो सकता है हुई हो, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान हो सकता है वहां भी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई हो, और ये काफ़ी ट्रेंड फॉरेन टेररिस्ट थे और इसलिए इनको खत्म करने में थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने प्राणों की चिंता ना करते हुए भी ये सराहनीय कार्य किया।
Among the fallen commandos of Special Forces was Havaldar Abdul Majid. His family at Ajot village, right on the line of control in Poonch, say that they are proud of the sacrifice of their fallen commando for the nation, but they worry about the repeated infiltration.
उनकी इस शहादत पे मुझे फ़ख्र है। उन्होंने ये अपने देश को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान गंवा दी है। चलो इस पे मुझे फ़ख्र है।
ये कहीं कुएं से नहीं पैदा होते, कहीं दरख्तों से नहीं पैदा होते, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके आते हैं। जो भी आतंकवादी आता है बाहर से आता है।
Officials say series of attacks on armed forces and innocent civilians in Jammu region is a clear intent to escalate situation and create communal strife. The cross-border drug trafficking, which has become a serious challenge over the last 4 years, is also seen as a major enabler of resurgence of deadly militancy. And dealing with this challenge is more complex than it may appear. In Pir Panjal, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the
And viewers, the big story on NDTV continues to be the train tragedy where 8 people lost their lives, including 3 railway officials. Now, over 50 people have been injured, and as we speak, West Bengal Governor Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose is also proceeding to the accident site. Meanwhile, we are also getting this information that Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is also en route, as well as West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is also going to be reaching at the accident site. Rescue operations have been completed so far. From Prime Minister to President to everybody has highlighted that there is a need to speed up and ramp up the relief operations that are underway right now. The injured have been shifted to hospitals. The police officials are also at the site, as well as the NDRF and the SDRF teams. Now, just to jog down your memory, viewers, 2 trains collided in North Bengal, in Darjeeling district, and the visuals, the tragic visuals that you can see on your screens was the level of the tragedy that on which it took place. Now, Kanchanjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near Rangapani station.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchanjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Kathiawar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया पर मे बी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
But now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you कि safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा।
To New Jalpaiguri, and then of course onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and therefore the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express, have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident of course has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then of course you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there, and also the engine of the the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for the situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process, it's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country, and that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we're doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Now viewers, shifting our focus to another big story. Well, days after days, we are just witnessing how the political blame game is rising while the Aam Aadmi in the national capital is suffering and getting no clean water. Insufficient water supply has made people in Delhi, life of people in Delhi very difficult, while the Aam Aadmi party continues to bat that there is a demand to provide protection to pipelines. And on your screens are the visuals of the now police officials present at key water pipeline sites. And also, meanwhile, BJP is demanding that Arvind Kejriwal, who is inside jail in the Liquor Gate scam, should resign quickly so that the jailed Sarkar that the Aam Aadmi party is running while people in Delhi are suffering should end. They're also demanding that Atishi should resign quickly so that the new minister can take charge and resolve the miseries. However, there is a reaction coming in from Delhi Water Minister. Listen in.
जो पानी की पाइपलाइन सोनिया विहार से आती है, पूरे साउथ दिल्ली को पानी प्रोवाइड करती है, कल उस पानी की पाइपलाइन में लीकेज हुई। उस लीकेज और काफ़ी सिवियर लीकेज हुई। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी लीकेज वहाँ पे हो रही थी। जब हमारी पेट्रोलिंग टीम को ये पता चला तो रिपेयर के लिए टीम भेजी गई। वहाँ ये पाया गया कि बहुत बड़े बड़े बोल्ट, 12 इंच के बोल्ट, 4-4, 5-5 सेंटीमीटर लंबे बोल्ट को काट कर वहाँ पर छेद किया गया था पाइपलाइन में। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है और मैंने इसी संदर्भ में आज पुलिस कमिश्नर को लेटर भी लिखी है। मेरी पुलिस कमिश्नर से बात भी हुई है कि जो हमारी मेन पानी की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लाइंस हैं, उन पानी की पाइपलाइंस को पुलिस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी दी जाए।
And we are getting breaking inputs coming in that the ex-Karnataka Chief Minister was questioned by the CID and has now left the CID office. Well, B.S. Yediyurappa was questioned for 3 hours and now the ex-CM has left CID office. Remember viewers, former CM B.S. Yediyurappa has been accused in a POCSO case. We also have Veera joining us for more on this. Veera, the questioning went for over 3 hours.
That's right. As expected, the questioning went on for about 3 hours, and he's now left the center. Obviously, the questioning would have focused on the loopholes and the points that investigators found needed answers to. And now that the questioning is over, we'll have to wait for an update from investigators on how they plan to move forward, whether there will be another round of questioning, how the investigations will move forward. As you mentioned right now, it is a POCSO case, so the charge is very, very serious. A mother and her 17-year-old daughter had accused Yediyurappa of molesting the 17-year-old victim when they had gone to seek help from him at his residence in February 2024. The help that they'd gone to seek was regarding cases that they had filed against several other officers, including IPS officers, and that was when they had accused the incident had happened. The mother, of course, is no longer alive. The 17-year-old victim's statement has been recorded, so was the mother's statement, and several other witnesses were also questioned by the investigators before they had Yediyurappa for questioning today.
Right. Thank you so much, Veera, for giving us the latest inputs, and we will be continuing to keeping a close track on what happens next. Shifting our focus to another story, viewers, a lot of Indian tourists seem to be heading to Japan this holiday season. But a chilling rise in cases of a rare but lethal human flesh-eating bacterial infection has gripped Japan. As such cases surge in Japan, Parmeshwar Baba takes us through what is the cause behind such outbreak, the symptoms and the finer details.
Ever since Japan started issuing e-visas for Indian tourists, we have seen a surge in the number of Indians visiting the country. And if you happen to be one of them, this demands your attention. Did you know about the existence of a rare bacteria that actually feeds on flesh that can, as per reports, claim a human life in under 48 hours? Well, according to the latest updates coming in from Tokyo, Japan is battling a disease caused by this rare bacteria. In fact, the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention states that streptococcal toxic shock syndrome is a rare but serious bacterial infection. It can develop very quickly into a life-threatening emergency, and the treatment actually focuses on managing low blood pressure and multiple organ failure. But STSS often results in complications from organs shutting down and the body going into shock. Complications can include needing surgery to remove infected tissue or limbs to control the infection. But the CDC warns that even with treatment, STSS can be deadly. In fact, out of 10 people with STSS, as many as 3 people will die from the infection. Now, cases of streptococcal toxic shock syndrome, the disease caused by a rare flesh-eating bacteria, is on the rise in Japan as per a Bloomberg report. While as many as 941 cases of STSS were reported in the country in 2023, that number of cases till the 2nd of June, it stands at a record 941 this year. This is what Bloomberg clearly states. The data was attributed to the National Institute of Infectious Diseases, which has been reportedly tracking incidences of the disease since the turn of the century. Now, streptococcal toxic shock syndrome, it carries a mortality rate of 30%, and Tokyo is bracing for as many as 2,500 cases by the end of this year, as per Bloomberg. According to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it is people aged over 50 who are most vulnerable to this bacteria. Now, anyone can actually get STSS, but some factors can increase the risk of getting it. People with an open wound are at increased risk. People with diabetes or alcohol use disorder, previously known as alcohol dependence, are also at increased risk for STSS. But I must highlight that the CDC says it is very rare for someone with STSS to spread the infection to other people.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left or like sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस, लेकिन जब आप फोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा। आई हैव अ टिप फॉर यू एंड द सिंपल टिप इज यू कैन टर्न ऑफ द नोटिफिकेशन प्रीव्यूज। तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कंटेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा। मे बी लेट्स से इफ इट्स अ व्हाट्सएप मैसेज इट विल जस्ट शो वन न्यू मैसेज, इट वोंट शो कि मैसेज किसने भेजा है या मैसेज के अंदर क्या लिखा है। गाइस प्लीज गो ऑन टू योर सेटिंग्स, वहाँ पे यू कैन ईजिली ट्वीक टू
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Bengal train tragedy, 8 people killed, at least 50 others injured. Fatalities include 3 railway staffers. This as a goods train rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express in Bengal. Bengal Chief Minister and the Union Railway Minister en route accident site. Train officials say human error is suspected. Railways officials claim that the goods train actually disregarded a signal, a key signal. Goods train driver killed in the accident. Maha row over EVM manipulation charge in Mumbai. This row over unauthorized mobile phone use at a counting center. Despite clarifications, political war of words rages on. Yet another mid-air horror story. Metal blade in food served on an Air India flight. 7 days on, Air India confirms the incident, says that the blade from a vegetable processing machine had been left over. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa being questioned by the CID. The former Chief Minister grilled for over 3 hours in a POCSO case. Remember, Yediyurappa has been accused of sexually molesting a minor. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in the state as BJP protests against Karnataka's fuel price hike. And this, of course, once again leads to scapegoating of the middle class. Our top story, 8 people, including 3 railway employees, have died and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal this morning. Kanchanjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah near Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri in West Bengal. 3 coaches of Kanchanjunga Express were derailed in the incident. One factor which limited casualties is the fact that the rear part of Kanchanjunga Express, comprised of the cargo van and the guard's coach and the passenger compartments, were much further ahead. Now, Railways has said that human error is suspected in the incident and that the goods train had disregarded a key signal. As per the latest, unaffected portion of Kanchanjunga Express has left the site towards Sealdah in Bengal, and restoration work of the site is in progress.
कंचनजंगा ट्रेन जो कि अगरतला से सियालदा जा रही थी, उसका एक्सीडेंट हुआ है रियर एंड से। एक गुड्स ट्रेन ने पीछे से सिग्नल को डिसरिगार्ड करके आके उसको हिट किया है। उसकी वजह से जो सबसे पीछे का गार्ड का डिब्बा था वो बुरी तरह से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गया है और आगे 2 पार्सल वैन लगे हुए थे, जिनकी वजह से ज़्यादा क्षति और पैसेंजर्स को नहीं हुई। हमारा एरिया ऑफिसर एनजीपी में न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी में है, जो कि करीब 10-15 किलोमीटर दूर है। वो लोग वहाँ से और उनके साथ एक एडीआरएम और उनकी टीम, वो लोग सबसे पहले पहुँच गए। स्टेशन का स्टाफ पहुँच गया और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पहुँच गया, एम्बुलेंसेज आ गई।
फ्रंटियर रेलवे ने कंफर्म किया 8 आदमी का देहांत का कैजुअल्टी का खबर मिला है। उनमें से 3 जो है वो रेलवे एम्प्लॉई है, 2 उसमें लोको पायलट और 1 गुड्स गार्ड है।
और मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 घंटे में पूरी तरह ये ट्रैक क्लियर हो जाएगी। और बहुत ही दुखद घटना है जो दार्जिलिंग के इस रंगापानी इलाके में हुआ, जहां करीब जो है सवेरे 8:30 बजे जब कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस एनजीपी से छूट के सियालदा यानी कलकत्ता की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, पीछे से आकर के मालगाड़ी ने टक्कर मारा है। और पीछे जब टक्कर लगी तो 2 पार्सल कोच और 1 गार्ड रूम का कोच पड़ा और उसके अंदर में ये घटना घटी है। और मैं आभारी हूँ गांव वालों का, इमीडिएटली आकर के पहला रिलीफ गांव वालों की तरफ से मिला और उसके बाद पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन और एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और रेलवे के तमाम अधिकारी और कर्मचारी यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं।
I have spoken to Railway Minister regarding the accident. We doubt because the train was from Tripura. It has passes through Assam. So there will be many passengers from Assam. We remain concerned about the passengers. We are waiting for details. My Chief Secretary is in constant touch with Railway Authority. Whatever we need to do, we will do. But first of all, we have to get clarity from the Railway Department. So we are waiting for that as of now.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site. Divisional officers of Katia Division, senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो B1 कोच था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है। तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था। फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का।
अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बॉगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए?
मेरा बॉगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है।
अच्छा, अभी आप लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है?
हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया। अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए।
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है। तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत,
क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर
यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आके जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद।
एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था?
जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद।
तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है?
वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेथ बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है जो है। हाँ,
लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी?
हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे भी।
अच्छा जी। तो अभी क्या, अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है?
जी अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है।
And my colleague Vasudha, in fact, joins us on the broadcast. Vasudha, we have seen railways officials actually coming out and talking about the fact that it's suspected it's likely a case of human error of the goods train driver actually overshooting a key signal. But is that what it is in terms of the information that we have as to what actually caused this accident, or is there any other strand of or any other angle that the railways is looking at?
Tanima, the emphasis on train safety cannot be underscored more, and especially after the Balasore incident that took place last year, and there was a lot of spotlight on how, while we are expanding and modernizing our railway infrastructure, safety has to be the highlight of it, and that is something that the Railway Ministry has been working on. So today Jaya Verma also spoke about this, and she has basically made two important points. One is, of course, the fact that 50 people have been injured and 8 people have been dead, and of course the focus now is to ensure that the restoration of the line takes place. The rescue operations are already over, and now of course the railways will also start looking at what really led to this. In Balasore also, while there was a lot of talk about CBI inquiry, the railway did put in place a committee, and then it was basically seen that it was a human error. And today Jaya Verma also said that even if it is one in this case, that needs to be controlled, which is why there's a lot of emphasis on Kavach systems, anti-collision devices, and there is also importance being given to the production of it. Now that is for later. What I know right now is that the minister has already left for Jalpaiguri, which is in North Bengal. He could be reaching there anytime soon. Mamata Banerjee is also going to be there. She's the Chief Minister of West Bengal, so there's clearly some politics that will play out. But more than that, I think the spotlight is again on the safety of passengers, which really can't be ignored. There's a lot of answering that Railway Ministry will have to do, because we're focusing a lot on freight, we're focusing a lot on increasing the speed of existing trains, expanding and modernizing our railway infrastructure, but safety has to be paramount, and that is something that this accident has also shown.
Right, Vasudha, of course, as you said, there will be lots of questions that the railways officials will have to answer, but just for the benefit of our viewers, what exactly is the selection process, or how does the railways decide which route Kavach will be operating on? Because this was one of the key routes in the eastern part of the country. Kanchanjunga Express is a very old train. It was connecting Agartala to Sealdah. So, does this particular route does not deserve Kavach? How exactly is that selection done by the railways?
What I understand is that Kavach has to be employed in almost 3,000 kilometers, is what even Jaya Verma was talking about today. And Bengal also needs that Kavach. And like you rightly pointed out, this is a very strategic train. It's on a very strategic route, because this is the chicken corridor which connects the east of India with the northeast of India. This particular train has been running for years. It connects Sealdah and, of course, Silchar, which is in some ways, it's the lifeline of the east and northeast of India, connecting states like Tripura, Assam, and also West Bengal. So I think, Jaya Verma also pointed out that this, of course, Kavach was supposed to be installed here as well. But, Tanima, there is also an emphasis on manufacturing and ensuring that we produce our own anti-collision devices, because most of these anti-collision devices which come from, outside, abroad in foreign countries are also very, very expensive. And there are other problems also with respect to that. So the government has been focusing on self-reliance and ensuring that we produce our own technology. There's been a lot of training that's been given to railway officials, and there have been tendering processes that have been on to ensure that we get the best companies to come up with anti-collision devices that are customized to our own needs, to sort of fit into our tracks, which is why, government and the ministry has also been emphasizing that while collisions have been coming down in the last few days, in the last few years, if you look at the CAG report also, which says that at one point we used to have 90% accidents happening due to collisions, which has really come down now. But at the end of the day, safety is important. Human error has to be dealt with, for which Kavach seems to be the only way forward. And like Jaya Verma said today, I think that will be something that the ministry will focus on, and also ensuring that the parameters for which the selection is done is sort of reviewed, and there is some sense of assurance that more routes have this device in place.
Vasudha Venugopal there, getting us all the updates as far as this train tragedy in Bengal is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to another important story that we've been following, and that is the political slugfest over EVMs. Now, this is particularly specific to a charge which has emerged in Maharashtra, where there has in fact been allegation that there was a particular booth in which and there was unauthorized use of a mobile phone. In fact, there has been political comments being made by several parties on this issue, and the latest that we do know is that the Uddhav Sena has in fact talked about this, saying that this particular incident which took place in Mumbai Northwest, one of the counting centers in Mumbai Northwest, they have in fact now raised questions about the candidate's win in that area, and saying that the person who has won, the MP is won from that particular area, Vaikar, shouldn't be taking oath, and now that his win is under suspicion. Uddhav Sena also went on to say that they filed a complaint at a local police station over this unauthorized use of a mobile phone at the counting center. BJP, on the other hand, because questions are being raised about their candidate, has hit back, saying that the opposition is spreading a false narrative.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल। वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वनराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
Right, so questions being raised. This entire, there has in fact been over the weekend also, we've seen a lot of conversations which have taken place in terms of the whether or not an EVM is completely hack-proof. This, of course, is not related to that. But the Election Commission also, remember, has come out with its own clarification on this entire matter, saying that even though there is, it is under probe that there was an unauthorized use of a mobile phone inside the counting center, but there's no way an OTP could have been used to operate or open an EVM. Let me go across to my colleague Sujata for more on this. Sujata, I just mentioned a little bit about what the Election Commission officials' reaction to this entire charge by the opposition has been, but take us through the details of how the poll body has in fact tried to dispel all the allegations which are being made by the opposition parties with regard to this unauthorized use of a mobile phone at a counting center in Mumbai.
Well, certainly, and we see that now after the Election Commission, as well as RO, that is the returning officer, Vandana Suryavanshi, addressed a press conference yesterday where she spoke about the role of the Election Commission into the process, and she definitely clarified that it is not possible to use or else access the EVM through an OTP that the Vandra police station had registered the FIR against, and it clearly stated that it is impossible to access the EVM through a mobile OTP. Which the relative of the newly elected MP is set to be operating that on the day of 4th June. But now that we see that Amol Kirtikar, who was the opposition, has come out and asked for the recounting of the process. And he also stated that an application will be filed in the Bombay High Court seeking recounting and also to get access of the CCTV footage to understand what exactly transpired after the 21st round of counting that happened. So at the NESCO Center, where the counting was underway until the 21st round, all of the process was going smooth, after which the RO is set to be what, as per the Amol Kirtikar's party, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, says that it was the RO who was also involved into the matter, and at present action should be initiated against her as well. However, in the press conference, Vandana Suryavanshi had stated that in no manner it is possible to access the EVM, and also the counting was done as well as the announcement was made as per the aforesaid process, and there was no such a mobile phone that was brought in. However, there were people using mobile phone, but it is not clarified, or it is not possible to access the EVM through a mobile phone or an OTP that comes on the mobile phone. So somewhere the Election Commission definitely is in the matter, and also the parties are demanding that action should be initiated against the RO. However, at this point in time, it is said that an application will also be submitted to the Election Commission to ensure that the CCTV footages are made public, so that all the parties get access to it to understand and also to understand the important as well as the important turn-up events that happened on that particular day on the 4th of June. And also here the RO comes into the question to understand that when the matter happened on the 4th of June, why was the FIR registered on the 14th of June? That is exactly 10 days after the incident, for which we see that not only the opposition parties but also the opposition candidate Amol Kirtikar, who's been raising questions stating that it is the mobile phone which has been seized for the forensic lab for the further investigation. They say that the mobile phone has also been swapped with that of the original one, for which at present action is being taken accordingly.
Right, Sujata, very importantly, the another aspect which is in play over here is the fact that the difference between the winning candidate Ravindra Vaikar, as you were saying, and that of the Uddhav Sena candidate Amol Kirtikar was very small. So a lot of questions are being raised about EVM tampering or in any way manipulation when it comes to this small margin of wins or losses, whichever way you want to see it. And you have in fact given out details of what the poll body has been saying. The returning officer from the Election Commission has given a complete clarification, completely debunking the charges which have been made by the opposition. But still, we can see that opposition parties have been raising questions about this. They filed a complaint in the police station. Has there been anything which has come forth from the police so far on this? Because we can see that there's, of course, a back and forth going on between the ruling government over there, the Mahayuti, and the MVA on this entire issue.
Well, that's right, and we also see that now the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders have now come forward seeking that there has been a game that too, a sort of swapping of the entire EVM as well as the mobile phones, for which we see that now the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders addressing press conference state that there should be action initiated against the RO officer. And also, if we try to understand on that particular day when the results were being counted at the NESCO center, it was Amol Kirtikar who was initially declared as the winner, after which there was a demand of recounting done by the Eknath Shinde camp, in which again it was Ravindra Vaikar who was declared as the winner of the Mumbai Northwest constituency just by mere one vote, after which there was a recounting demanded again by the Amol Kirtikar gang, and it was this time Ravindra Vaikar again winning with a margin of 48 votes, which led to not only the party workers but also the senior party leaders of the Mahavikas Aghadi raising questions of how could, when Ravindra Vaikar was losing and it was Amol Kirtikar who won the elections by a great margin, it was the recounting that led to him to their candidate losing and Ravindra Vaikar winning instead, which led to this time it is, not only the Mahayuti leaders who are stating that it is their win, but it is also the Election Commission who is now set to decide whether to reveal and let out the CCTV footages or not, where the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders are accusing the RO officer of receiving calls and letting the people as well as the other authorities using mobile phone inside the voting center, which is not allowed, and also for the voting counting center, which turned out to be a fray of such a controversy. Over to you.
Sujata Dwivedi there reporting from Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us with that. We'll slip into a short break at this point, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं
ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Welcome back. Now, another big focus story that we are looking at is former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, being questioned by the CID. Remember, he has been named in a molestation case, a POCSO case of molestation involving a 17-year-old girl. That is the allegation on him. Now, the former Chief Minister, Yediyurappa, of course, has denied all these allegations, claiming that he's been falsely implicated, but he turned up at the Karnataka CID office today. Those are the pictures on your screens there of him reaching. Remember, this comes in just days after the POCSO court had in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against Yediyurappa. And though at this point in time, the hearing is still on this case, but the court had also directed the BJP veteran to at least join investigations and appear for questioning.
He is being questioned right now. He's been questioned for the last couple of hours. We expect the questioning to come to a close at any moment now. Remember, this was anticipated. He had given a commitment through his lawyers to the High Court that he will appear before the CID for questioning. This was after a fast-track court had issued an arrest warrant against him, and he had gone to the High Court, A, for quashing of the case itself, which he says is a false case and he's been falsely implicated, B, to ensure that there was no arrest or no action taken by the police, given that he's going to cooperate with the investigators. So this was expected. So he had reached the CID office by about 11:15 this morning. He's been questioned since then by the officials. Obviously, they will be listening to his version of the events, also put forth before him evidence that they've gathered. Remember, a mother and a 17-year-old daughter had gone to Yediyurappa to seek help, allegedly, for other cases they'd filed against other officers in February 2024 when the alleged assault happened on the 17-year-old girl. Right. The allegation is that he molested her. The mother, of course, is no longer alive, but the police have recorded statements of several witnesses and others in this case.
Staying with news from Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike fuel prices. In fact, Siddaramaiah claimed that the fuel prices in his state are still less when compared to others. Remember, Karnataka recently raised fuel prices by about 3 rupees per litre. Commenting on BJP's protest today on the issue, Siddaramaiah called it the party's double speak. Hitting out, he said that the BJP should actually protest against the centre, as the centre's fuel tax levies were much higher.
Raised on petrol, sale tax, 3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
We'll be heading into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Eight people killed and at least 50 others injured in the train accident in West Bengal. Fatalities include 3 railway staffers. A goods train rammed into Kanchanjunga Express near Darjeeling. Bengal Chief Minister and the Union Railways Minister both en route to the accident site. Initial probe shows human error. That's what Railways officials say. Railways adds that the goods train driver had in fact overshot a key signal. The drivers among those killed in the accident. A Maha row erupts over EVM manipulation charge in Mumbai. There's a row over unauthorized mobile phone usage at a counting centre. Now, despite clarifications by the poll panel, political war of words rages on. Another incident of mid-air horror, metal blade found in food served on an Air India flight. 7 days on, Air India confirms the incident, says that the blade was left behind from a vegetable processing machine. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa questioned by the CID in a POXO case. The former Chief Minister grilled for at least over 3 hours. He's been accused of molesting a minor. And under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in Karnataka. BJP protests against the fuel price hike in the state. Once again, the middle class, a scapegoating of the middle class taking place. You're watching NDTV, and the top story that we're looking at is the train accident in West Bengal. 8 people, including 3 railway staffers, have been killed and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal. Kanchanjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sealdah in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near the Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. 3 coaches of Kanchanjunga Express were derailed in this incident. One factor which limited the number of casualties in the accident is that the rear part of the express train, comprised of the cargo van and the guards coach and the passenger compartments, were further ahead. Railways, in fact, has said that as per their initial assessment, human error is suspected and that the goods train driver had overshot a key signal. Now, as per the latest information, the unaffected portion of Kanchenjunga Express has left the site and the train is now headed for Malda. Restoration work at the site is also in progress.
और मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 घंटे में पूरी तरह ये ट्रैक क्लियर हो जाएगी और बहुत ही दुखद घटना है जो दार्जिलिंग के इस रंगापानी इलाके में हुआ, जहां करीब जो है सवेरे 8:30 बजे जब कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस एनजीपी से छूट के सियालदा यानी कलकत्ता की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, पीछे से आकर के मालगाड़ी ने टक्कर मारा है और पीछे जब टक्कर लगी तो 2 पार्सल कोच और एक गार्ड रूम का कोच पड़ा और उसके अंदर में ये घटना घटी है। और मैं आभारी हूँ गांव वालों का। इमीडिएटली आकर के पहला रिलीफ गांव वालों की तरफ से मिला और उसके बाद पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन और एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और रेलवे के तमाम अधिकारी और कर्मचारी यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं।
I have spoken to Railway Minister regarding the accident. We doubt because the train was from Tripura. It has passes through Assam. So there will be many passengers from Assam. We remain concerned about the passengers. We are waiting for details. My Chief Secretary is in constant touch with Railway Authority. Whatever we need to do, we will do. But first of all, we have to get clarity from the Railway Department. So we are waiting for that as of now.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchanjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, one SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Katihar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
But now opposition is targeting you, the railways, especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा।
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो BU1 कुछ था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है। तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था। फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का।
अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बॉगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए?
मेरा बॉगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है।
अच्छा, अभी आप लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है?
हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया। अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए। खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है, तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत,
क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर
यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आके जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद।
एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था?
जी, हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद।
तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है?
वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेड बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है जो है। हाँ,
लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी?
हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है, वहाँ पे भी।
अच्छा जी, तो अभी क्या, अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है?
जी, अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है।
To New Jalpaiguri, and then of course onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and therefore the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchanjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchanjunga Express, have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident, of course, has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that, one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then, of course, you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there. And also the engine of the, the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for the situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process. It's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country. And that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we're doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Right, shifting focus now to another incident of mid-air horror coming to light, and in this case a passenger aboard a flight, or aboard an Air India flight, found a metal blade in his meal. In fact, pictures from that meal there, which the passenger himself had posted online on your screens at the moment. Now, Air India has issued a statement about this incident today. Air India has confirmed that a foreign object was found in the food and that the blade was left behind from a vegetable processing machine. The Air India passenger had in fact, remember, flagged a very serious concern. Incident took place on a Bengaluru-San Francisco flight. Passenger had in fact written on his social media post that the blade could have cut my tongue, injured him. Those are the pictures there on your screen of this horrific incident, shocking incident rather, being reported, another incident of a horror aboard a flight there. Shifting our focus back to one of our political stories, and that is the slugfest over EVM unlocking charge in Maharashtra. Now remember, the opposition in the state, especially the Uddhav Sena, has in fact raised several questions about an unauthorized entry of a phone which has been found in this particular incident. But I'm being told now we should cut across to a press conference by Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Listen in.
They are series of other lies. What are those lies? That somebody else is responsible, we are not responsible. Arey bhai, the price of petrol and diesel at the bunk is determined in large part due to the international prevailing price, because we import 85% of our requirements of crude oil or kacha tel. And I have done some statistics, madam, I knew you were coming. Between 2004 and 14, the price of petrol and diesel in Bengaluru went up by 84%. This is a Congress time. And it went up, in diesel it went up by 111%. Why did it go up? Because an international price had gone up. And to that you add cost of insurance, cost of freight, refining margin, etc. Now, in our time, 2014 to 2024, there was turbulence in the international situation. There was a Russia-Ukraine war situation, which is still going on. There was problem closer to home in the Red Sea, attacks by Houthi rebels, etc. Yet, we have been able to navigate the international situation, and Bharat is the only country, madam, where prices of petrol and diesel over a representative period have come down. In the case of petrol by about 2% or so, and diesel by a little percent, instead of going up. Now, how did we manage this? How did we manage this? Essentially, because the Honorable Prime Minister reduced the excise duty levied by the centre on 2 occasions, November 21 and May 2022. As a result of which, central excise duty came down and all the BJP states also reduced the VAT that they charge. If you go into the VAT figures, it becomes clear. But let me give you what this resulted in. I'll give you some states. I have got some figures. The difference in price between Itanagar and Chennai is 9 rupees 90 paisa on petrol. The difference in price between Lucknow and Telangana is 12 rupees 76 paisa. The difference in price between Gandhinagar and Bengaluru is 8 rupees 21 paisa. Difference between Panaji and Kerala is 12 rupees 35 paisa. Guwahati and Kolkata, 6 rupees and 80 paisa. Why? Because BJP ruled states followed the centre's lead and reduced their price, their VAT. Now I come to diesel. It's very interesting. Difference between Itanagar and Chennai is 12 rupees. In between Imphal and Ranchi is 7 rupees 37 paisa. Lucknow and Telangana is 7 rupees 89 paisa. Gandhinagar and Kerala is 6 rupees 11 paisa. Now I'll give you another interesting statistic. If we are in a situation where the large percentage of our requirement of crude oil is imported, clearly you are dependent on international prices. But that's not how there's no change in that. Because the economy is booming, maybe the domestic consumption is booming. But what have we done? We have done action for which we have responsibility, for which we can take the action. And we assume that responsibility for today. You know what the Congress did? Between 2004 and 14, they introduced something called petrol bonds. What are they? You floated, say, 1,41,000 crores. Today, madam, we are having to pay back 3,20,000 crores. So it is irresponsible. Irresponsible in terms of the actions they took. And today they're compounding their lies. They're going on saying now कि ये किसी और की गलती है. गलती आपने एक्शन लिया है. आपको तो वो खटाखट महंगाई खत्म करनी थी, वो खटाखट महंगाई बढ़ गई है. And now they are compounding their lies. And I'm surprised that somebody in a position like that of the chief minister is going around and saying ये किसी और की गलती है. अरे भाई, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि बीजेपी रूल स्टेट्स में दाम जो है 10 रुपए कम है और आप कह रहे हैं गलती किसी और की है जब एक्शन आपने लिया है.
एक क्वेश्चन सर इससे रिलेटेड ये भी है कि हमेशा प्राइस हाइक जब भी होता है, कांग्रेस या ऑपोजिशन पार्टी हमेशा ही बीजेपी रूल जहां भी सरकारें हैं वहां पे प्रश्न खड़ा करती है. अब चूंकि कांग्रेस रूल गवर्नमेंट में जहां पर स्टेट में जहां पर सरकार है वहां पर ऐसा हो रहा है, कैसे आप
नहीं देखिए,
हमेशा से ये सवाल रहा है.
नहीं सवाल तो कई होते हैं. सवाल तो कई होते हैं कि ये क्या हो रहा है, आप क्यों कर रहे हैं, चुनाव आ रहे हैं इसलिए कम हो रहे हैं. देखिए, मैंने कई बार समझाने की कोशिश की है कि इसमें केंद्रीय सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है. केंद्रीय सरकार ऑल्सो कलेक्ट्स टैक्सेस, एक्साइज ड्यूटी, पर हम अपनी तरफ से उसको कम कर रहे हैं. तो एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट should also reduce its tax burden, whatever taxes that they levy. अब ये कर कह रहे हैं कि अपने टैक्सेस बढ़ा रहे हैं, फिर कह रहे हैं कि ये किसी और की गलती. अरे भाई, हमने तो एक्सप्लेन किया, हमने कम किए हैं. सो इसका कोई लॉजिक नहीं निकल रहा इनकी बात में. और मैं समझता हूं आने वाले समय में देखिए, क्योंकि ये और गलतियां करी जा रहे हैं, और गलतियां करी जा रहे हैं. अब ये कहेंगे, कुछ बात करेंगे, फिर वो झूठ निकलेगा. इसलिए मैंने आपको आंकड़े जो है आपके सामने दिए हैं. हमने आपको एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स दिए, क्या प्राइसेस हैं, और जो कंज्यूमिंग पब्लिक है वो ये खटाखट से क्या हुआ है, झूठम झूठ इनका पकड़ा है.
Right, breaking update coming in, and sources from the Congress party have in fact said that an official decision on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi giving up his Wayanad constituency seat is going to be formally conveyed very soon. So in a way, Congress sources are saying that it is almost a done deal, that Rahul Gandhi, remember, has won from 2 seats, Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh and Wayanad in Kerala. And now the latest information is that Congress sources are saying that Rahul Gandhi is going to give up the Wayanad seat, and that this is a decision which is going to come out very soon. In fact, there is a Congress meeting which is also scheduled to take place on this, but important information there that Congress sources suggest that it is just a matter of time before that decision is officially announced by the party, that Rahul Gandhi is going to give up the Wayanad seat, will retain Raebareli, of course, but it's likely that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will in fact make her political debut in a sense, rather the debut in terms of an MP there. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, what do we know in terms of the fact you'd already in fact said that, that this had been reported earlier as well, that Rahul Gandhi is likely to give up the Wayanad seat, but what is the latest information that we have as of now?
Well, the latest information is that there's an official high-level meeting with the Congress, two former Congress presidents, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, will be meeting with Mr. Karge at 5 o'clock this evening at his residence to take a formal call. It will be conveyed about Rahul Gandhi, because today is actually the last day, about the fact that he has to choose between Raebareli and Wayanad. And as you rightly pointed out, we at NDTV have reported this on the 6th of June when the India meeting was underway. And it's from that they have taken that decision that Rahul Gandhi will continue to be from Raebareli, and the fact that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is going to, of course, no formal decision will be taken. There's still time for that because there's a notification and the entire process. But many would like to see her contest from Wayanad. Having said that, there are other issues to be decided. For example, the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, who it will be. Many wanted Rahul Gandhi to become the leader of opposition and take that role, because that will give him cabinet rank status and effort to work with Indian alliance partners, as well as to ensure that the Congress puts its best foot forward on various issues of concern. But that seems unlikely at this present juncture. Rahul Gandhi is not inclined towards that post, and the choices now are between, a few of them. One, of course, is Gaurav Gogoi. The other is Kumari Sealdah. And we'll have to wait and see what Sonia Gandhi decides and who she nominates. This, of course, in consultation with the Congress president about who it will be. The pro-term speaker, just for the information of our viewers, will be sworn in by the President of India. And it's likely to be K. Suresh, who's the senior most member of parliament. The other one, of course, was Dr. Virendra Kapoor, who's now become a union minister, so he's not eligible. And K. Suresh is a veteran Congress leader from Kerala. And that's the reason why he will be sworn in, and he will then administer the oath of office to the Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, and all other members of the 18th Lok Sabha.
Right. Sunil, as you mentioned, a number of important decisions are, of course, being deliberated in this meeting of the Congress. But most interest and attention, of course, will be on the fact that these 2 constituencies that Rahul Gandhi had won from, one of them he is now deciding to give up. That is a decision which we are expecting to come through in that particular meeting. But if we are to believe the sources suggesting that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra might be asked to contest, we've seen a bit of a resistance over the years from her end in terms of actually making her electoral debut. But is that also something in a way which is sort of finalized in case Rahul Gandhi does give up the Wayanad seat, that it is likely to be taken over or contested by his sister?
Well, as I said, that immediately is not going to be decided, because there's a long way ahead, and that will need a lot of deliberations. You'll have to speak to the KPCC, the unit, the people in Wayanad and everything else. So those things are, I don't think a formal decision will be taken immediately on who will be contesting from Wayanad at this given
Sunil,
meeting.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we will have to go back to the Bengal train accident incident. I believe Mamata Banerjee has reached the spot.
আমি যেহেতু কোনো যাতায়াতের ব্যবস্থা ছিল না, চেষ্টা করা সত্ত্বেও সেই জন্য দেরি হলো, কিন্তু আমি অপারেশনটা টোটাল করে দিয়েছি। আমি এখান থেকে নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজে যাব।
Okay, Mamata Banerjee there saying that she is about to, she is in fact going to head to the North Bengal Medical College now, which is where a lot of those injured have in fact been hospitalized.
সঙ্গে সঙ্গে স্পটে যেতেও বলেছিলাম, ও নিশ্চয়ই টেক কেয়ার করেছে, বাদবাকি প্রশাসনও করেছে। আমি নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজটা করে আমি তারপরে রাতে আমি শিলিগুড়িতে নিশ্চয়ই থাকছি না, কারণ আমি একটু কুচবিহার চলে যাবো ডাইরেক্ট, কারণ কালকে আমার দুটো কাজ আছে, আমি ওটা করে তারপরে আবার কাল সন্ধ্যের পরে ফিরে আসবো, এইটুকু প্রোগ্রাম।
She also says that she'll be heading to Kuch Bihar after that, will not be staying overnight at Shiliguri, which is of course one of the locations close to this accident site.
এই শুনুন, অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস নামটাই অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস, ওরা কিসের কি নাম দেবে তা আমার দেখার দরকার নেই। অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি যখন রেল মিনিস্টার ছিলাম তখন করেছিলাম, এবং এর জন্য আমি কোঙ্কন রেলওয়েকে কাজে লাগিয়েছিলাম মুম্বাইতে, গোয়াতে। আমি নিজে মাডগাঁওতে গেছিলাম।
When she was the railways minister, of course, remember in the Vajpayee era, she's saying that she had introduced the anti-collision device in the railways.
পরে অ্যালার্ম দেবে, দুটো ট্রেন কাছাকাছি চলে আসলে আটকে দেবে, এরকম নানা রকম সিগন্যালিং সমস্ত। সুতরাং ওরা ওদের ভাষায় প্রত্যেকটা জিনিস, ভাতটাকে এখন কেউ ভাত বলবে, কেউ রাইস বলবে, কেউ চাল বলবে, কেউ আবার আরও কিছু নতুন ভাষা যুক্ত করতে পারে, সেটা তার নিজের ব্যাপার। মানে আগে মানুষের রক্ষা কবচ হল, তারপরে এই সমস্ত নানা রকম কথা বলবেন। রেলে একটা স্ত্রী ছিল, আজকে তো আমি অনেককে শুনেছি, এটা ক্রিটিসিজম নয়, এটা একান্তই প্যাসেঞ্জার অ্যামিনিটিস এত কমে গেছে যে যাত্রী নাইট জার্নি করে, এমনকি যেগুলো স্লিপার কোচ, এমন বিছানা দেওয়া হয় শুতে, তাতে নানা রকম ডার্টি থিংস থাকে, বাথরুমগুলো পর্যন্ত ক্লিয়ার করা হয় না।
Mamata Banerjee also saying that facilities or amenities for passengers on trains by the railways has in fact drastically reduced. She is of course listing a number of things like the items which are kept for passengers and also the cleanliness inside train coaches and the washrooms there. She's highlighting that there has been a drastic reduction in quality of services at the railways.
Only you can see railway at the time of inauguration, so many talking points and so many beautification of words, and just like it's a fashion, but they don't take care about the passenger amenity. I'm sorry, I worked as a railway worker, so I know the things. Even they are not taking care for the railway officials, railway engineers, railway technical staff, safety security officials, and the workers also. They are also in problem. Their old pension is being withdrawn, whatever I have seen through the newspaper. But totally, I am totally with the railway employees and railway officials. They are trying their best, but this government is careful only to take so many measures about the election, how to go for hacking, how to go for manipulation, how to go for...
Right, Mamata Banerjee there. She is of course talking about that she is going to meet the injured in this incident, in this accident very shortly, but also talking about how, according to her, the facilities or the amenities provided to the passengers has drastically reduced. She's of course saying that the railways in a whole, the kind of safety, security and services which are being provided by the railways has drastically, the quality of it has drastically fallen over the years. We'll have to slip into a short break at this point, but stay tuned to NDTV for more news and updates.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com,
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.